The WeatherTech SportsCar Championship on IMSA Radio.
Well, hello everybody and welcome along. This is the one we've been waiting for. No worries with the weather. If you're not here, you're going to wish you had made the effort to come here. A little bit windy with the wind blowing in exactly the opposite direction as it was earlier in the week. It's now behind the cars going down to turn number 1 in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. It's John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw as we're getting ready for the final race of 2022 in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It is the 25th Motul Petit Le Mans. And for those of us who were here in 1998, my goodness, did we think we were going to have 25 years of racing? I'm not sure we did. And as I do at this time every year, a doff of the cap to Dr. Don Paynos, for the man with the vision, the man with the plan, who laid the foundations in some ways quite literally for the American Le Mans Series and what we have now in IMSA. Championships still up for grabs, particularly in the DPI class, to which we wave a fond farewell at the end of this race. 10 hours guaranteed, of course, and it's on one of the most challenging circuits anywhere in the world. 12 corners, just 2.5 miles and 43 cars. That gives it a very big car count per foot of track. Up into turn 1, over the top of turns 2 and 3, down the S's. Turn 6 and 7 before you get onto the back straight, and that massive overtaking opportunity down at turn 10A and turn B before you come under the Fox Factory Bridge and explode back into our vision here in the Michelin Tower on the outside of turn 12. That's a big drop. Nothing can do it justice unless you've been in a motor car coming over the top of that. I can't even imagine what it's like on 2 wheels, by the way, coming over the top of there. Cranked and over down towards turn 12 and back around to do it again somewhere in the region of, well, many hundred times. We'll go through all of the records that might be up for grabs in terms of the distance later on today. The good news is that all the cars are now rolling off the grid. Jeremy Shaw alongside me. Championships up for grabs, weather perfect. Still a very big crowd. The bleachers behind us in the support pits absolutely packed, which is, I don't often see that here. Campgrounds were pretty full as well. Prospects are for a absolutely super end to 2022.
Wow, yeah, I mean, it is literally quite picture perfect here at the moment, and you know, hardly any breeze as well, not too hot. I guess there is a little bit of breeze now, sure, all of a sudden. But yeah, no, this is going to be a classic. This could be a classic. 465 laps is the record distance here for Petit Le Mans. And if we get anything close to that, it's going to be a lot of fun. You know, there's so much to talk about in this race, so many stories. The end of an era, but it could be a classic end of the era, and it's been a great one for this DPI class.
Well, all cars rolled from the grid, but Nick Dimon, all cars weren't on the grid earlier on.
No, the Era Motorsport number 18 car, that's the Ryan Dale, Dwight Merriman and Christian Rasmussen car, is sitting happily, well, contentedly, shall we say, on the pit apron. I'm pretty sure there is a driver in there, so they've obviously made a decision about why they don't want to start. I'll try and find out what that was. Probably, yeah, it's an interesting... see if I can just try to find the rare drivers not around them. They have fired the engine up there. I'll try and find out what that... Oh, Ryan's just here. Ryan, how come the pit lane start?
That's a good question. We were under the impression, because we had a fuel leak, we could start at the back of the field. IMSA decided we're going to start from pit lane with cold tires behind the GT cars, so not ideal.
Do you have to do a drive-through as well, or we just start from that point?
I hope we don't. I feel like it's as big as punishment enough, but if we do, we do, I guess.
Thanks, Ryan.
Ryan DL down there on the pit lane. Shea Adam is our second pit lane voice at the start of the race. Andrew Marriott will be joining in later on. Shea Adam with more on that story for the number 18 AWA car, ERA car, excuse me.
Yeah, so the reason that they have to start from the pit lane, John, is because they didn't make it out to the false grid. They are allowed to move to the pit exit. They have to wait until the full field has gone by, and then they must serve a drive-through under the start-finish under green flag.
Thank you very much indeed, Shea Adams. So that is going to put them out of kilter. It is a long race. However, our Porsche keys to the race. Track position is a bit of a key here this weekend. It is difficult to pass with 43 cars and 2.5 miles. Gets to the dark 20 past 7 this evening. 19 minutes past, actually. 19:19 if you're doing it in the 24-hour clock. Stay away from the penalty box. That could cost you dearly here. It doesn't take much to go a lap down here, particularly in the top end of the field.
That's very true, and that is the issue there for that number 18 car, because they're going to have to serve that drive-through penalty and are going to be in jeopardy of going a lap down, maybe even in this first stint of the race.
There are Michelin Endurance Championship points to be given out in interim parts, so we might get some tricky strategy here, and championships are on the line, which may just change the way people drive. Green flag is in the air, 10 hours on the clock, and the pole sitting Shank Racing car goes through down towards the first corner. They've done the thing they needed to do, getting out ahead of everyone else. A little bit of dust being kicked up at turn 1, but everyone's got through over the top for Tom Blomqvist, who put that number 60 by Shank Racing with Kerb Agajanian pink and white Acura on pole position. It is the two Acuras, the 60 and the 10 car. Ricky Taylor starting that car on 3 damaged tyres. He had a big spin in qualifying. Oh, everybody out of line going through the GT start. There's going to be penalties there, I'll tell you that, for nothing at all. There was lots of people. Well, actually, the question is then, does that count as their start? Yes, it does. They've got to stay in line. On a restart, it's slightly different, but on a start, they've got to stay in line. Into the pit lane is the number 10. It will come in at the end of this lap. We were talking about this in our Michelin Countdown to Green, Jeremy. They've kept hold of the 30 points for qualifying, important for the championship run, particularly with the 60 car on pole position. As Blomqvist comes around, here's Ricky Taylor coming into the pit lane. This will be a 4-tyre stop and a splash of VP Racing fuel, and that's at Shea Adams' end of the pit lane.
So just to clarify, the tires were actually so badly damaged by the spin, all 4 of them were flat spotted. It was to the point where they knew that Ricky would not be safe to stay out there for very long. So Michelin talking to the crew, and the crew elected to start so that they would not lose those qualifying points, because this championship has been so tight, and the difference actually has been with Wayne Taylor Racing outscoring Meyer Shank Racing by 5 points in qualifying. Keep that in mind, because it might be important as we come to the end of the race. They are topping Ricky off with fuel, which is important. We did have 2 pace laps and, of course, turning the car on to run it to the grid. They've changed 3 of the Michelins, because they changed 1 before the race began. And now, cars have got the air jacks. Goodbye, Ricky Taylor. That was 22 seconds in the pit box, but more importantly, he's now behind all the GT cars as well.
Who've just gone through. Into the pit lane comes the blue number 18 for the drive-through. That is the drive-through that Ryan DL was talking about with Nick Damon. We've got a second, or a second drive-through, and that is going to be for Dan Goldberg and Performance Tech Motorsport in the 38. That was changing tyres after qualifying as well. So that is coming in. And the 76 as well, Anthony Mantella for AWA, same thing. And they have both been through the lane on the far side. So plenty of things to report from the pit lane as Tom Blomqvist leads Earl Bamber for Cadillac. And then JDC Miller, Justin Vautier, Cadillac Racing, Sebastian Bourdais, Kamui Kobayashi and Pete Porterani. Those are your top 6, and those are the DPI runners. Pretty clean start. I think we might be having a look at that GT start, Jeremy, because there seemed to be a number of people out of line there as they came down. They did have their own safety car. It was a split start, and the rule is you have to stay in your lane until the stripe and the green flag.
Yeah, and also a penalty for number 20 car in LMP2, changing lanes. Drive-through penalty then for Dennis Anderson, who started second in LMP2. Wow.
Costly so early on. You'd hope that you'll get that back, particularly with all of the cars that are out there at the moment. The opportunity and the potential, one should say, for an issue that will bring out the safety car. In comes the red and white number 20 for changing lanes. haven't seen anything on the screen that says they're looking at the start. And we'll keep an eye on that as well. Of course, race control not too far away from us here in the Michelin Tower. Well, whether you're watching on the international feed, we'll go flag to flag, by the way, with no interruptions on that, on XM, Sirius XM 207, around the circuit, 98.1 FM, Radio Road Atlanta, or of course on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Good to have you. If you're listening and you're outside the US and you would like to watch, if you go to imsaradio.com, there is a live video tab on the top left of the homepage. Already we have got the leading cars coming through traffic. Tom Blomqvist then carving his way through, just half a second in front of Earl Bamber in second position. The Shank Acura, my Shank Acura, does not have to win this race to win the championship. It just has to beat the number 10 car, and that will be enough. Now at the moment the number 10 car is dead last, with Ricky Taylor making that early pit stop to put a new set of Michelins on. If that was to remain the same, Blomqvist could fall down as far as 5th and still win the championship. Just bear that in mind as we go forward. There's no 70% rule here, so once you've rolled off the line, you've got points, and that is the situation in a GTD Pro, where Shea Adam is talking to a champion.
Matty Campbell, IMSA champion. Congratulations. How good does it feel to finally be able to breathe again, knowing that you and Matthew Gemini have that wrapped up?
Yeah, I mean, it's super special, and can't thank the whole FAF Motorsport team enough. They've done a fantastic job, and it's been a surreal year so far. And obviously to take the green flag and more or less to be official, it's really, really nice, big relief, and now we can just try and have some fun. So we had a quick celebration with the whole team, thanking everyone, and now it's back to business to try and do another good race here.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for you guys to win 6 races on the year, but it's a more competitive GTD Pro class than we've seen in a long time. How much more difficult does that make it for you and Matthew?
Yeah, for sure. It's obviously a lot more cars this weekend. A lot of top teams. For us, at least, our focus doesn't change. We have exactly the same approach. So we'll go about our own race, and we'll see where we are at the end. But yeah, still a long race, 10 hours to go, and we'll just try and do what we've always done all year. So let's try and have some fun.
Even though it was a busy weekend for you, you still took time out to go to the Carrera Cup North America banquet last night and give some advice to the next up-and-comers. You're paving a way for them to come into. Does that factor into your mind?
I mean, for sure, it's always on the back of your mind. You know, I think me and Mathieu have been really fortunate. We've been able to progress through the entire Porsche ranks, Porsche Junior program, young professional, now into factory driver. And, it's great to see, these young guys in Carrera Cup, because me and Mathieu have been there, been in their shoes before, and obviously they're aiming to do a similar sort of path. So really cool to see, and yeah, for sure, hopefully we can see a couple of them guys in the future as well.
Congrats on your first, certainly not last, IMSA championship.
Yeah, thank you so much, really appreciate it.
There's been a change for the lead out on track, John.
Yes, there has, but actually far more important that we've still got 9 hours and 53 minutes to go, so the change of lead not particularly important in the context of the race right now, but what is more important is how little room there is between the new leader, Earl Bamber, in the Cadillac number 02, and the 10 of Ricky Taylor. It's just up the road. It has almost gone a lap down, and that is absolutely crucial at this point in the race. Yes, we expect there to be the opportunity for some a strategy. It was down at turn 7 that the leader got held up behind GT traffic. That's the Paul Miller Racing car that just made him check up a little bit, and the half a mile an hour or so that he probably lost there in the half a second that he couldn't get on the throttle, well, that was enough deficit for Blomqvist that Bamber could drag through on driver's left. Was actually well ahead even before they braked for turn 10A and turn B down towards the bottom of the hill there. And now Earl Bamber sets sail to try and close in and put a lap on Ricky Taylor. So Earl coming through to turn 5 now, Taylor just coming into 6. Meanwhile, across the line goes our new GTD champions. New car for next year in the GTD category, the GT3 are going to the 992 body shape, so this is the last time we'll see the FAF car in this configuration. And it goes out with a championship. Porsche and ever present in the 25 years of Petit Le Mans. One of the first, actually the first manufacturer to sign up with Dr. Don Peno's idea of the small Le Mans and then the American Le Mans series that followed it in 1998. And Porsche represented in WeatherTech, in the IMSA Pilot Challenge, and of course with the Porsche Carrera Cup North America presented by Visit Cayman Islands, the only manufacturer to be represented in both of the main championships, plus a single manufacturer championship under the auspices of the International Motorsports Association. Congratulations to FAF, the team from north of the border. Their driveway Haggerty plaid Porsche, certainly a fan favourite. And the two Matts, Mathieu Jaminet and Matty Campbell, Jam Cam, as we've been calling them. They became, or is it Cam Jam? I suppose alphabetically it's Cam Jam. They're heading off to Pastures New, part of the 963 programme. That car was on shore here earlier on its way to Sebring to do some testing. There is some GTP testing here on Monday and Tuesday. Not sure yet, and neither of the Matties would be drawn on. In fact, I'm not even sure they know, if I'm being perfectly honest. I think they probably don't. They're not sure if they're driving together and in which championship, either here in IMSA or over in the World Championship, the WeatherTech Endurance Championship, the WEC. It's not at all confusing that we have a World Championship that's WEC and we have an IMSA Championship which is WSC, because both of those mean World Sports Car Championship to me. And in fairness, of course, we have world-class competition here with a spread of nationalities as well. Down towards the line for GTD. Through goes the Aston Martin with the Risi Competizione machine. That isn't Jade Conright at all, is it, in the Aston Martin? So that is the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. That is battling with James Collado. So that will be Alex Reberas. So that, I think, is fourth and fifth. The timing just a bit recalcitrant at the moment. Giuseppe Risi teasing us earlier on this week when in conversation with Andrew Marriott, saying that he would love to be back in the top class with Ferrari. Won the first Petit Le Mans here, of course, back in 1998 with the 333 SP. Doyle Risi, that bright red car, the Momo sponsorship. Remember that very well indeed. And he said it was being actively considered. James Collado on the grid in Michelin Countdown to Green, telling us that yes, it would be great, and he's part of that Ferrari prototype program. But as ever with manufacturers, Ferrari being no exception, a little bit of politics to work out about who gets cars early on and where the cars race. James did say he would love to race that new Ferrari here in the States. Coming up on a quarter of an hour gone then, and here's our first VP Racing Fuel in-race update. Earl Bamber leads by just on a couple of seconds, 2.2 actually. That's the 02, the black and red Cadillac. From the Acura, the pink and white car, the number 60 in second, then Tristan Fortier in the number 5 Cadillac. That's the Mustang sampling machine, the dark grey and gold car. The key thing at the moment is, can Ricky Taylor, in traffic at the moment, keep on the lead lap? He's in a huge bunch of traffic and he's working his way through. It's slowing him up, but of course the leaders will have to do that as well. Stephen Thomas from Paul leads in the number 11 in LMP2, in LMP3. Who's got up there? Maltby Jacobson. Oh no, it's not, excuse me, it's Kai van Berlo from Paul in the Riley number 74. GTD Pro, Jack Hawksworth from Paul is holding his own with Madison Snow doing a cracking job ahead of Jesse Cron. That is a GTD car. Madison holding his own with the pros there. Cars are the same, but the drivers are the grades, and that's how it stands after 15 minutes. VP Racing Fuel update. So nice clean start to the race, Jeremy, and already the DPI is coming round for the second time to lap the GTs. This is going to be a busy all day if you're a DPI driver, and it's going to be a lot of looking in the mirrors if you're a GTD driver.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I mean, mentally this race is really taxing because of that. You have to concentrate 100% all of the time. There's the short straight between 5 and 6 perhaps is a, well, as we see cars like driving either side of GTD cars there, that's maybe a little bit of a breather there. Otherwise it's really only from 7 down to turn 10, but even that, there's some kinks in that straight. You've got to pay attention the whole time, and for much of the track, particularly from turn 1 and then over the 2 and 3 at the top of the hill and down through the S's, it's critical there. It's very easy to make a mistake, and just for the prototype drivers, you've got to be patience. There is a key. You cannot force the issue and risk making contact with one of the GTD cars. Last time around, by the way, for the race leader, a 1 minute 15.3, heavily into traffic there was Earl Bamber. Fastest lap of the race is a 1 minute 10.4. So that tells you there 5 seconds he lost in traffic on that one lap. And that's what you've got to be prepared for. The gap that was 2.2 seconds on the previous lap between number 02 and number 60 down to 0.7 of a second on that lap. Things change here so rapidly.
Jeremy Shaw in the Hackney Global.
Third, by the way. Kamiko Bayashi up to third position ahead of Tristan Vautier. I mean, he had been a second and a half behind Vautier on the start of that lap, and now the number 48 car up to third place. Kamiko Bayashi up from 6th on the grid then to third. The Sister Action Express car, meanwhile, is languishing in the 6th position in the class, ahead of only the number 10 car, which of course is fighting its way back through the field.
Yeah, did a good job. Brand new tyres, of course, and a full tank of VP Racing Fuel. Through goes Madison Snow underneath us, second of the GT cars. And in fact, Jesse Cron has just gone through into that second spot, which also gives him more of a chance to chase down the leader in class, which is Jack Hawksworth. Sorry, Jeremy, look at your screen, because unfortunately mine's way behind. Yeah. So Earl Bamber, 1.4 seconds to the good now, with Tom Blomqvist in chase mode. How hard does he push? I suppose that's the question. Kamiko Bayashi's worked his way through in the third in the Ally Cadillac, the number 48. Kamui, huge smile on his face all week. He has been loving this, Jeremy. You had a little chat with him earlier on in the week, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. It was really fun to walk down the hill from the food court here, and yeah, it was great fun. He was just super enthusiastic about racing over here. Loves it, as that's been a common theme, hasn't it, all the way through the morning with all the interviews that we had down on the grid there. But next year, he feels that with the prototype commitments he already has with Toyota in the WEC, he's probably not going to be able to get a chance to come over here again next year, and he's really lamenting that fact. He loves it.
Question coming in, and by the way, if you want to get in touch with us, it is at IMSA Radio on Twitter. Is there a story behind the tartan on the Pfaff Porsche? Is it anyone's clan colours or just typical Canadian lumberjack? I've often wondered. Never asked, says Wicker Bill. It is the Latishire, isn't it? It is their Canadian roots. They do like to let everybody know that they're from north of the border.
That's exactly it. Wearing the plaid proudly, it's now taken them to 2 championships in 2 consecutive years. And for Pfaff Motorsports, they like to share in that Canadianness because you can actually buy some of the plaid accoutrement up in the paddock area. I think sweaters, hats, all that good stuff. But Pfaff, they're a very fun team, but they're also clearly very serious when it comes to racing on the track. And Petit Le Mans is one of those races that they don't yet have a win in that they're looking at today.
They have in the past as well had their drivers in plaid overalls at one stage. And hats off to those guys as well, because during COVID, when the cross-border travel was difficult, they actually set up a satellite operation in the US so they could continue to support IMSA and the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. And they've been rewarded, if that is the right word, it probably isn't, but that diligence and that continued participation has come to fruition, shall we say, in a championship win here this year in 2022. Right Porsche battling at the moment with the Ferrari and BMW behind it, the Lexus in front. Lexus has been quick here this weekend. Liquid Molly colours on the Turner BMW, sitting in behind the right Porsche, which has been started by Zachary Robichon, another man from north of the border. It's Robbie Foley in the 96 Turner BMW. And in the number 21 EF Corsa Porsche. That was started by whom? Simon Mann who started that. Yes, it was. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah, and what's interesting to me is the lap time of Ricky Taylor, who last time around was at 1:11.6. The race leader Earl Bamber at 1:10.6, pulled in a second on him. And I think now Bamber can see Ricky Taylor as he comes out of turn 12. Ricky Taylor's going into turn 1, so that's not far from being a lap down, and Ricky's going to be mindful of that. He's worked his way through most of the LMP2 cars now. I think he's just got past Henrik Hedman, so he's got quite a little way to catch up with the next one, which is Ben Keating, who has been actually reducing the deficit a little bit to the class leader in LMP2, that's Stephen Thomas, in car number 11. The gap was out to about 12 seconds. It's now down to about 8 last time around.
Let's go down to Shea Adam in the pit lane for an update.
I've just got some movement on the pit wall for the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. They do have 4 tires ready, but the crew, which was sitting quite idly about 30 seconds ago, sprang into life, threw their helmets on, so this has to be an unexpected stop.
Big time on the track. This could be a crucial moment. There are slightly concerned faces down at WTR, Brendan Hartley and Philippe Albuquerque and Wayne Taylor. Their car has not got the pace to stay ahead of the leader of the race. As into the pit lane comes that Whelen Engineering car after, 20 minutes, 23 minutes of the race. And in it comes. Team spring to life. Shea Adam is watching this.
I'm checking the tires very carefully, John. The 2 that have already come off the car, no issues on either of those. Walking around to see the left rear, nope, that's all okay too. And the right front. Now this is a team that normally does some funky strategy, but that's because they're normally in for the Michelin Endurance Cup. They are not this year, so I don't understand the reason behind that. Let me get an answer for you.
So watch at the front of the field. We need to keep an eye on what's going on as Earl Bamber has target acquired now. Now Earl Bamber cares not at all, and neither does his Cadillac Chip Ganassi team, about which Acura wins the championship. It's not going to be a Cadillac, but they want a Cadillac, and Earl wants his Cadillac, the 02, to win Motul Petit Le Mans in its 25th anniversary. And putting a lap on the number 10 Connington Minolta at this stage would certainly be a good move, because that is a car potentially later on in the race, when the Acuras come to life as it gets darker and the track temperature goes away. If you can put and keep a lap on that car, they'll take that. Now, all right, they'll get that back potentially if there's a safety car in the next 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or however many hours, but you take the opportunity when you get them, and here it is right now. Earl Bamber goes to the inside, down to turn 10A, but that wasn't going to happen. Not quite close enough. Maybe an opportunity from 10B under the Fox Factory Bridge now. Back into our side, down through turn 12. They cross the line now and go down to the first corner. Bamber looks to the inside. He can't make that one stick.
No, and not far ahead of them also now, isn't it? 31 cars just come out of the pits, made that stop. He's only, well, I don't know, a couple hundred yards or so up the road here.
That's brave. Brave from those guys. Shea telling me no problems. They've just switched up the strategy and given people a new set of Michelin tyres and a full tank of VP Racing fuel. Little bit of a respite for Ricky Taylor, who's back up into 9th position, by the way. But he and Pipo Derani are behind the LMP2 first and second PR1 Matheson Motorsports cars, 11 and 52. Stephen Thomas and Ben Keating behind the wheel of those cars. Down the inside for the leader, and that's a clip on the AF Corsa Ferrari. That might be a penalty at turn 7. Earl Bamber trying very hard to stay with the number 10 at the back of the field. And that will be looked at. Push that Ferrari off the track completely. D&B. It's all getting a bit exciting even at this early stage of the race. Barely, in fact, not even half an hour into this. Bamber again on the front straight. Goes down towards turn 1. More traffic again. So the AF Corsa car was the one that was rudely ushered off the track. It's the number 2-1 Ferrari. The red car with the tricolore flash over the top of it. I think no damage to that car. It was just a little brush on the rear quarter panel at turn 7 last time around, as the 02 Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing Run car, and Earl Bamber, the New Zealander, was trying to come through. Now he's got Tristan Fortier right behind him. Number 51 then trying to recover. Rudely pushed off the circuit a lap ago. This time he's the one doing the dive bombing. The ABS on the GT3 cars is very good, and they do close up under braking. So Bamber gets along, gets up to the door panel, but not close enough. Well, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, maybe, but how will that be seen after that light contact between Earl Bamber and the AF Corsa Ferrari at turn 7? Such an important corner, and Simon Mann knew that. Given a little bit of room, maybe thought that Bamber wasn't coming, and then took his normal racing line with a little bit of an adjustment. And he just turned in a tiny bit later. Under review, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, he did a good job of keeping it off the fence there, didn't he?
Simon did, yeah.
Very good job, the Ferrari driver.
So Ricky Taylor again in traffic, and Pipo Derani not that far ahead of him either after that pit stop. So Jeremy, we were seeing in our Porsche keys to the race track position, just taking a pit stop is almost putting the DPI cars a lap down here. That's the pace of these DPIs around this track. They are turning super quick lap times, 1 minute 10s. 1 minute 10 and a half is the fastest lap so far. The JDC Miller Motorsports Cadillac of Tristan Fortier has clocked that time.
Yeah, I mean, the lap times around here, they're doing 15s or even as low as 10s. I mean, pretty much all the leading cars have been in the 10s during this race, all the DPIs, except for Kamui Kobayashi. Ironically, he's the slowest of the DPI cars. He's done 11.054.
Yes, but he's 40 his way through the third.
That's my point, exactly right. He's the one who's made any progress in this race.
It's not all about the quickest lap time, is it? It's how you use the performance that you've got.
Once again, a 1 minute 15.09 last time around for Earl Bamber. I mean, it's 5 seconds you can lose here in traffic, and do so on a pretty regular basis. So that patience, again, so key in his Jared Andretti about to go another lap down, I should say, in the LMP3 car, running third place in class and hanging on. He's only a couple of seconds behind Malte Jakobsen, who indeed is about 7 or 8 seconds behind the class leader, Kai van Berle. But really good first stint here for Jared Andretti. An incident in practice on Thursday, I guess that was at turn 5, but good pace here, hanging with those two pro drivers, Kai van Berle and Malte Jakobsen in the number 74 and number 33.
Ricky Taylor carving through traffic as if he was on a video game and doing it with some aplomb. He's obviously knows what's going on. The team are talking to him, going down through the S's now. Looks like the Carbon Lamborghini going slowly down the front straight. So did he just have a moment? There's a little bit of dust in the air, but not much more. Robert McGuinness in that car. Robert with the 3rd best qualifying record in GT this year. Half an hour gone, and it's Earl Bamber who's at the front of the field, and he's chasing down championship contending Wayne Taylor Racing's Konica Minolta Acura. And the team know exactly how important. Oh, McGuinness has come to a halt at the top of the hill. So it wasn't necessarily that he'd gone off. He's struggling with something. The lights are on and off, so he's still got electrical power, but I don't think he's got any power from that V10 Audi engine in the back of the Lamborghini. Yellow flags. Here's all of the leaders coming into the pit lane. They're expecting a full course yellow. We haven't got it as yet. IMSA might let it go green until everybody has a chance to come into the pit lane.
Yeah, particularly the leader, the number 02 car.
Yeah, he wasn't in position to do that. This is an absolute boom for the number 10 car if it does go yellow. Shea Adam is watching the pit stops at her end of things.
This is very rudely interrupting lunch for all of the DPI teams as we have 4 of them into the pits. The 60 Meyershank Racing Acuras in fuel and 4 tires. I'm hearing a lot of chatter on the radio now. They think it is going to go yellow. We've got the 01 from Chip Ganassi Racing also into the pit lane. That is fuel and 4 tires for Sebastian Bourdais. Fuel and 4 tires for Kamui Kobayashi, who's held waiting on the fuel. And fuel and 4 tires for Tristan Vautier as well. In from the GT ranks of things, we've got the number 12 Lexus. The 01 is actually the 3rd car to get back out and rolling, so that was not a great stop from them. But the 12 Lexus is getting fuel and sticker tires. And for the 79 Mercedes, that is fuel and tires as well.
Bit quieter at my end at the moment. Obviously, the cars themselves are further around the lap. We've only currently got the 20, the 4-back P2 at the moment. Plenty of cars on the wall. So you can see the 02 going full course caution corner. I see the 02 Cadillac and the 11, one of the leading PR Massey sports cars. And now, most actually of the GTD cars have decided to actually roll through, though I am seeing a couple of the Lexus, the Vasser Sullivan Lexus, and also is that the Pullman Motorsport? Yeah, the Pullman Motorsport 25 car as well has come in. So it's kind of a toss-up in the GTD, unlike the panic or the aggressive strategy, let's say, of the DPs.
It's going to be very close to see whether or not the 14 and the 25 actually made it in before the caution came out. The 14 does not think that they did with the Lexus, so the car came to a stop, waiting for Jack Hawksworth to get out and Kyle Kirkwood to get in, and did not actually stop in its box, went straight down the lane. It is full service for the 25 BMW, though. That was fuel and tires for them. For the leader, the 02 Cadillac, it was fuel and tires, but Earl Bamber left aboard.
So race control did wait until the leader of the race had the opportunity to come in to the pit lane. Now, let's have a look at the 25 RLL BMW. Got an incident responsibility call for Earl Bamber, by the way, with that number 21 Ferrari, the Simon Mann car. That's a warning for the driver of the 02. Now, unfortunately, the race control messages on the timing screen here don't tell me when people came into the pit lane, and I don't understand.
I mean, what's the question?
Can't find that on the Alcamel timing here.
What are you looking for, John?
I want to know when the Lexus number 14 and the 25 BMW came in. Was it before or after?
Before.
It was before, both of them.
Yes.
Right, well that's interesting because I think the 14 trundled through. The 25 had full service for the BMW crew, as we've already got our safety crews, EMR safety crews, the IMSA Chevy safety truck and the Porsche Cayenne intervention vehicle at the number 39 of Robert McGuinness. He's right on the top of the hill. Must have left it in gear there because otherwise it would have rolled backwards. And that just seemed to go on him. I just caught a quick sight of him, and Shea saw it as well, going slowly down the front straight. Oh, well, this is a more complicated recovery here because we've got the flatbed. Confirmed, by the way, that both the Lexus number 14 and the 25 came in after the yellow, so that's interesting. Lexus,
the yellow was out. Okay, when it came, it was as the yellow was coming out.
Yeah, they must have thought they didn't. They must have thought that they didn't, because they didn't stop for fuel and service. That's very, very odd. Very, very odd. All right, well, let's see how we go. Obviously don't want to, one of our Porsche keys to the race was no penalties, so they were being very careful there. This is a boon, Jeremy, for Wayne Taylor Racing and for Ricky Taylor on the cusp of going a lap down to the leaders. He's now going to get back onto the lead lap. Yeah,
indeed so. And also for the number 31 car that made that stop but way earlier than everybody else, with this eventuality in mind, if there was a full caution,
and
he's already made his stop.
Second.
He can stay out, so he's in second position, yes.
Yeah, cycled up to second position. 9 hours and 25 minutes to go at IMSA Radio. If you'd like to get in touch with us, many of you have already. Fairly hectic opening to the race. And our first full course caution of the day. Beautiful day here. We're looking at temperatures in the late teens Celsius, early 70s Fahrenheit. Barely a cloud in the sky now. A little bit of Simpsons cotton wool cloud in the sky as I look up towards the top of the hill, Vendor Row there at the midway. Good crowd here this weekend. I'm sure one or two people had to make the difficult decision not to travel, and thoughts very much with everyone who's been affected by hurricane and tropical storm Ian. One or two people might have changed their travel plans as well. A lot of debate about what was going to happen with this race, but it's not been affected at all. Beautiful day here. Still, if you're within an hour or so of here, maybe even a couple of hours drive, jump in the car, come on. You'll not regret it. McGuinness's car is rolling, but not with V10 power. It's just getting a tow, so they didn't need the roll back there. Wave around is, or the pass around is going on at the moment, so the pits are still closed. Explain the pass around, Jeremy.
Yeah, for those of you who are not regular watchers of IMSA or here for the first time, perhaps at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, any cars that are in between the safety car and its respective class leader can go past the safety car because it hasn't yet been lapped by its own class leader, can go past the safety car and run around to the back to catch up the back of the pack. Hasn't gained anything, it hasn't lost anything, it's just remains on the lead lap at the back of the pack, so in the same positions as it was beforehand. So there's a lot of cars that got that wave around there because well, just because of we're going to be seen at every single caution period here, or most caution periods during the race. We'll talk about as that happens out. But any of the class, it's in order to make sure that anybody in each of the other classes isn't disadvantaged purely by the incidental timing of the caution period.
Yeah, exactly so. So 9 hours and 21 minutes to go. Let's do a little bit of housekeeping because we'll get these questions all the way through. Drive times. Shea Adam, I'll come to you for this because I know you've had your nose buried in the supplementary regulations. Let's take classes first of all. Let's start with the Pro Class DPI cars.
DPI is the only one that's different from everybody else. That is 45 minutes only, which means the drive time for that is about to have been met.
Yeah, that's a good time for me to
the pits are open, by the way.
Pits are open. And everybody else, different drive times for the different grades of drivers.
2 hours and 30 minutes for everybody running in P2, P3, and the 2 GTD classes. So 2.5 hours. Guys, we had somebody saying 2 hours earlier on. Just making sure you get that extra 30 minutes in there.
It was for Brendan Arebe, wasn't it, before he nips off to Barcelona. There are no different drive times for the grades of drivers. It's 2 hours and 30 minutes for all of the drivers, minimum drive time. Pits are open. Here comes the slew of cars, led in by the number 5. That's the Mustang sampling machine. Why are they back in? And in has come the number 10, Connington Minolta Cadillac. We've got Ben Keating in from the leader PR of LMP2, Henrik Edman from second place. Let's go to Shea Adam first of all.
First off, I'm going to watch this number 5 stop because the Mustang sampling Cadillac, fuel only. They're just topping off Tristan Vautier. They do normally do this kind of a thing for the number 10 Acura, fuel and 4 tires for Ricky Taylor. Nick?
All happening down here. Most of the cars, I'm here with the 54 car. They're going for fuel only. I think that the 96 to my right are doing a driver change. As I'm waiting on Paul Miller to come in again at 25. All the P3s to come in, most of the GTD cars, and it's all chaos as they clear out again, mostly just for fuel and tyres.
Shouldn't be any GTD cars in at the moment, so if that really was the Liquid Moly car, they were out of 6, about to come out is as what Nick said. Sorry, I misheard that. Robert McGuinness has got into the pit lane. That was the car that caused the issue and our first full course caution. So this is going to reorder things slightly at the front of the field. Everybody in DPI has now made at least one stop. Tristan Vautier in the number 5 JDC Miller Motorsport Mustang sampling Cadillac having made 2, but as you heard Shea say there, no new Michelin tyres there, just an extra splash of fuel. And that will extend that pit window. Meantime, McGuinness actually rolled down the hill into the pit lane. He still hasn't got engine power on that number 39, and it's the team is being pushed. That is people power, not V10 power. Let's have a quick word with Jeff Westphal from the Carbon team and find out what's going on. Here's Nick.
Very bad luck, Jeff. What was the problem with the car?
Super bad luck. We lost the throttle potentiometer, so the pedal in the car does nothing for the engine. It basically shut off in the middle of 12. Rob did a great job saving it because it dumped all the weight forward and he was sideways through 12 and almost crashed, but he hung on to it. We have no one home on the gas pedal right now.
Obviously gone behind the wall. Is it a quick fix or is it like hours of electrical searching?
I think it's a fairly quick fix, call it quick-ish, but you know, at a track like this is so short, we're going to be down many, many laps.
Jeff, bad luck, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Pits are up for the GT cars. Shea Adam has a phalanx of them coming towards her.
First car into the pits is the Paul Miller Racing BMW. Madison Snow bringing that car in. He's followed in closely by the NTE Lamborghini. It's fuel and tires, no driver change for Paul Miller Racing. It looks like it is a driver change, though, for the NTE Sport Lamborghini. I believe that's Don Younts, black helmet, jumping aboard that car. In GTV Pro World, we have fuel and tires for the FAF Porsche, the number 9. Fuel and tires for the number 3 Corvette as well. And fuel tires and that driver change that I mentioned that they tried to do, but the yellow would come out. Kyle Kirkwood now climbing aboard the number 14 Lexus for Vassar Sullivan. It is fuel for the sister car because they made it in before the caution and did their tire change then. Still waiting on the changes for the Aston Martins. The number 23 is getting new tires for Alex Riveras, and it is a driver change for the number 27. Roman DeAngelis is out. Ian James has clambered aboard for his first stint of Petit Le Mans. 4 times a winner here before is Ian.
Yeah, 96 Motorsport has made a driver change, so I'll try and get Robbie Foley when he gets back out of the car again. Inception Motorsport stopped just to my left of the McLaren. I saw Magnus in the Aston Martin, and to add to the two, we also had a couple of Lamborghini stop as well. So it's been a complete set of top stops, most of them just for tyres and fuel, but a couple of drivers have got out to start working those cleverness and those minimum drive times which Shay was talking about.
I'd like to know what happened to number 11 car. That's the class leader, pole sitter in LMP2. That car came in right before the caution period came out, but I think it lost a lap by doing so. But I would have thought it should have got the wave around afterwards, although he might have been just trapped behind a number 02 because he was just on the verge of being lapped by that car when the caution came out. So we might just check on that one. Whether he'd just been lapped by the 02 or whether he failed to take the wave around. But he is a lap down then, significantly, to the other 3 only leaders now in LMP2. Number 52, number 81 and number 8 are a lap ahead of the number 11, 20 and 18. Of course, 20 had a drive-through penalty early on for
high class,
out of order on the start line, and number 18 car had a penalty for not starting from the...
Yes, that was a fuel leak. They weren't allowed to start from their grid spot. They had to start at the end of pit lane for the Dwight Merriman now driven Aero Motorsport machine. That nice bright blue Aero Motorsport car.
So at the front of the field then, it's the number 10 car back in the sequence then with everybody else. The tail still in 7th position, but at least now he's with all the other DPI cars.
Yeah, and that's a big break for them. They were about to go a lap down. We'll take a VP Racing Fuel in-race update in a moment or two after we've heard from some of the drivers who have just got out after that first stint. Here's Shay.
Yeah, for Jack Hawksworth, that was a bit of a confusing session there because you entered the pits, thought it was closed, kept going through. They're still looking at whether the pits were closed, but that would mean the penalty for the BMW. Very heads up for Master Sullivan to keep going through. The opening, though, of the race, is that just according to plan, to run away from everybody?
Yeah, initially everything was going, kind of smooth, really. I think everybody in the kind of lead pack was kind of on the same program, but everything felt okay, and then obviously a bit of confusion there with the yellow. I was committed to the pits at that point, but I could see I'm pretty sure the light was on, right? So then I come down pit lane and I looked in my mirror and I saw the BMW pull into its box, and then I was like, have I made a mistake here? But I don't think I did, so I assume they're going to get a penalty.
Thanks, Jack. We know you've got a good car for the heat of the day. What's it going to be like at night?
Yeah, to be honest, night should suit us a bit more, I think. We did some good work on the long runs there on Thursday, and felt pretty good. So we'll see. We don't really see what these other guys have got, I guess, once we get later into the race. But so far, so good.
Good luck the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Robbie Foley, fresh out of the 96 Turner BMW. It looks pretty crazy out there. How is it from the driver's seat?
Yeah, certainly crazy. We started towards the back, or almost last, but the car's good. It's just difficult to pass because everybody's so quick and the cars are so close. So you got to take your opportunities when you can get them, and we're sort of moving forward, but it's going to be difficult. We had a good pit stop. I think we're sort of 5th or 7th, somewhere in there. So just got to, 5th. So we got to keep the car up front all day and stay out of trouble. It's very easy to get into trouble, as we've already seen, but Turner's doing a great job. We'll see.
How rude are the DPIs being?
Rude is one way to say it, but you understand their position because they can't lose time. We can't lose time, and it's such a high-speed committed track that coexisting is difficult. But so far I've been okay, but yeah, it's sketchy.
Good enough keeping it clean.
Yeah.
Robbie Foley from the Turner BMW, the Molly car. So just reordering the field after the first full course yellow and appearance of the safety car as into the pit lane again. Now I'm guessing this is going to be the number 11. Yes, it is. Here's Stephen Thomas, former leader, coming back in as he's back on the lead lap now after that wave around. So they're going to take the opportunity to top off. Also coming in the number 42 of Lamborghini. and the 18 Era car doing exactly the same thing as well.
Yeah, so after the pits are initially open for everybody to have an opportunity to pit, after all those stops are completed and before we go back to caution, if again then there are any cars that are between the safety car and its respective class leaders, they can get the wave around. That's what happened there to number 11 car, also number 76 in LMP3. They can hustle around, and if they got time to come in and make a pit stop and get out again without being lapped, then they've made that lap back again. And that's what has, I think happened to those two. Where is number 11 car? Yeah, he has done so. Good strategy there.
So let's do a VP Racing Fuel in-race update, as I promised we would, and now we've reset the field. Earl Bamber as we do that, we're going to go back to green, but let's quickly go through. Cadillac Racing 02, Earl Bamber leads Pete Durrani as they'll come back to green this time around here. They come down the hill, then it's Paul Sitter, Tom Blomqvist for the 60 mile Shank Racing, then the Ally Cadillac 48 of Cameron Kobayashi is the charge down to turn one, then Vautier, then Ricky Taylor. Ben Keating has assumed the lead in the number 52 wins, PR1 Matheson at LMP2, Eric Edmond for Dragon Speed, the number 81 car, that's the Evil Knievel type coloured car. John Ferrano for Tower, the orange and black number 8 car is third in LMP3. Andretti Autosport, Jared Andretti in the black-white with a little bit of green, 36. Amantha Jacobson for Sean Creech Motorsport in the Stars and Stripes car, and Gar Robinson in third. A penalty for the 25 BMW, working on a car in a closed pit. So thanks to Lee Driggers for passing us that information through about the timings. Unable to get that, unfortunately, here in the booth at the moment. So that is going to be a call back to the pits for the RLL BMW, and that is the lead car in class, and it's a stop and 60-second hold. That's going to cost them a lap to the rest of the GT Pro field. WeatherTech Racing 79, that is EMG now, isn't it? In second place. Richie Highstand leads GTD for Vassar Sullivan, and Madison Snow Paul Sitter in second. That's your VP Racing Fuel in-race update.
Yeah, great, John. And that number 25 team, they've had no luck at all this season, but that's not luck. They followed, that car followed Jack Hawksworth into the pit lane. Jack Hawksworth thought that the light was on at pit lane entry as he came down the hill lane. You have to turn right, until you're committed to the pit lane, you don't see that light. So it was a little bit unfortunate there, but he realised it, went straight through the pit, so didn't take on service, so therefore gets no penalty. Loses a fair bit of track time, admittedly, but at least he doesn't get a penalty. Whereas in the number 25 BMW, they did make their pit stop, took on the service, and that, because the pit lane light had been red, is a penalty. So he now, after we go back to green, gets that drive-through penalty and the extra minute as well. So that's a very, very costly penalty.
There is, Jeremy,
Team RL.
There is, Jeremy, a camera that race control see in the pit lane. And if you have already committed to the pit lane but haven't entered the pit lane via the pylons, you do get some leeway on that, because obviously it would be more dangerous for you to try and drive out and possibly come across the grass or something like that into harm's way at turn 12. But clearly they've looked at all that. Jack Hawksworth made the right call with his team. Unfortunately, BMW did not.
Yeah, and there's a new fastest lap of the race by our race leader Earl Bamber, taking advantage of the fact he's got some clear track for
once.
A lap or maybe 3 or 4 now, because there isn't the split start like there was at the very beginning of the race. So he might have 4 or 5 laps of clear track ahead of him. He's taking advantage of that by pulling out a second and a half over the number 31 car, Pipo Durrani. The race lap record, by the way, is a 108.8. That was set back in 2019, actually, by Felipe Nasser, who also set the fastest lap last year, a 109.3. So 110.3 then for Earl Bamber, who comes across the line now to complete lap 36. That was quicker again by a chunk. 9.664 for our race leader Earl Bamber. Wow.
These are the fastest prototypes in the world right now. The DPIs, they've earned their corn over the lap. What did you say it was? 59 races this will be, Jeremy? Is it for, for these cars? It didn't quite get to the 60.
Yeah, the 59th race of DPI, of which Cadillac has won 27, Acura 16, Mazda 7, and Nissan on run 4, and there were also some P2 wins, 3 of them for Orica and 1 for Ligier.
Because it was a combined class, wasn't it? Here's the BMW, the Motul sponsored BMW for RLL, 25 car into the pit lane. That will be serving a stop and 60-second hold. That's a big penalty. Our Porsche keys to the race, no penalties. Try and keep your track position. Well, Wayne Taylor Racing with the cunning of an Minolta Cadillac just about did that, didn't they, in that opening stanza? Try and get to 1919. It's 20 minutes past 7 tonight, that's sunset. It's when the race will be won and lost. Don't forget those Michelin Endurance Cup points as well to be served through the race.
It's going to feel like about an hour.
Yes. Yeah. I'll get my Kindle out and read a couple of chapters. Thanks very much. Other e-readers are available. Stopwatch counting down. Counting up to the 1 minute. Standing still in a race car for 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds seems like a long time. A minute.
Particularly when you hear
everybody else is going back
fast.
Full bore. Yes, absolutely, Jeremy. Jeremy Shaw, John Hindhoff in the Haggerty Global Broadcast booth. We're over an hour in now, an hour and 6 minutes into this race.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they didn't have a spotter there to kind of confirm that. Teams have spotters all the way around the race, different points around the racetrack. Many of them are overlooking the chicane, so they can see what's going on there. But I'm surprised some of them, well, I know some of them do have one down at turn 12 there, or at least with a vantage point of turn 12 and the pit lane entrance.
Yeah.
So I hope Earl Bamber enjoyed those clear laps.
Because it's all over now. The affable Kiwi getting to go home for the first time in, I think, far too long for him. And Scott Dixon was telling us as well, he's heading home soon.
Yeah, he was in England last week, I think, wasn't he? He was
at Goodwood. Hasn't been able to get home with his wife Emma, Scott Dixon that is, for quite some time due to the global pandemic. So there is the lap lost then by the BMW, number 25. Through goes the Lexus. It's the Vassar Sullivan machine. Maxi Book then leads for WeatherTech Racing. Number 79 AMG. So Jesse Krohn coming through. Yeah, is a full lap off the lead, as you might imagine, having had that long stationary penalty. Robert McGuinness, by the way, that car bomb with Peregrine GTD number 39 Lamborghini still behind the wall. If you've just joined us, that was a throttle potentiometer caused the problem. It went bad, the car immediately shuts off for safety reasons. Fortunately, Robert was tearing down the hill and turning into turn 12. Lifting off the throttle there is not recommended. He did a great job with the engine off. That would have affected the power steering as well, I'm guessing, unless they've got an electric system in there, but even so, hairy moment for Robert, who then cruised dead stick and made it all the way up to the top of turn 2. But the car would not refire. no limp horn mode on that for obvious reasons. The car is behind the wall now, and they are working on changing that electrical component. Effectively, these cars are fly-by-wire, throttle-by-wire. There isn't an old-fashioned throttle cable. It's all done with electronic pulses. So, Earl Bamber, 2 seconds to the good. Meantime in GTD, Corvette, 3 in second position for Antonio Garcia, who remarkably has never won this race.
Yeah.
One of those crazy stats that you go, excuse me? Down through the years, the times that he's been in this race, he's been fighting for the championship. Perhaps that's taken precedence rather than necessarily going for the race win.
Yeah, and the core Autosport duo of John Bennett and Colin Brown, same story. I was speaking to Jeff Brown, who's Colin's father and the team technical director, talking to him about that the other day. The team has won here. They won it back in with Ryan Diel and Alex Popow, who was driving last weekend, and Mark Wilkins back in 2012, I think it was. But the other two haven't. And one of the reasons for that is the same thing. They'd be concentrating on winning a championship here, which is exactly what they're doing here today. That number 54 car for Core Autosport, they're running in the 5th position at the moment. They know that all they need to secure the championship at the end of the day in LMP3 will be a 4th place finish in that category. So they just want to keep themselves in contention for that rather than pushing full out for the overall win. But it is amazing that Antonio Garcia hasn't won here, you're right. There's some big gaps already developing there in the DPI ranks as they work their way through the traffic again. You know, very, very early stages in the race, so you just don't want to get yourself out of kilter here with an incident.
Here's a penalty coming through from the restart, and this is massive for the championship. The Team Kotov Motorsport AMG, Stephen McAleer, driven 32. Jump start on the restart. Now that's only been assessed as a drive-through penalty. So he's going to drop some positions. He's in the pits now with that silver, black and green car on the pit lane speed limiter.
Was it passing the yellow?
No, he jump start and the restart. Unusual for Stephen to do that. It is a weird one, of course, because back in the GTD field, you're way back around the circuit, probably not even down to turn 10 when the green flag is thrown, and that you can race from that point onwards. You don't have to wait to the start-finish line, do you? Pit lane exit always worries me as well. Rejoins. So Stephen McAleer losing ground there. Earl Bamber pulling out at the front of the field at 109.664 a few laps ago, but now he's in traffic. But he's got 3.5 seconds, Jeremy, on Pete Motorani, who's in full chase mode on a slightly different pit strategy, of course, that Whelan car, because they came in before the yellow.
Yeah, and did not come in again to top off during the yellow either. So that will be the first, the next car onto pit lane, assuming no other difficulties for anybody else during the next sequence of pit stops. It made it stop on lap 18. Everybody else came in on lap 25 or 26 in the case of the 02 car. And the DPI cars here, they can do around about 30, somewhere between 32 and 35 laps, sort of 37 to 43 minutes. depending on how much fuel save is going on inside the cockpit.
It's Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindhoff, in the Hackney Global Broadcast Centre. It's 25th Motul Petit Le Mans. Hello. Sound and vision.
Some big gaps developing.
Yeah, go on, Jeremy.
Excuse me,
Go
I
ahead.
beg your pardon. Just some big gaps are developing in the DPI ranks. Ricky Taylor at number 10 car is already 20 seconds behind Earl Bamber. You know, that's nothing to worry about, certainly assuming the car is handling okay. But that's a third of a lap, better part of a third of a lap. So again, it's early stages, so you just don't want to risk anything early on here. Just settle into the race. There are going to be more full course cautions, almost certainly. So that'll enable you to make up any of those deficits. The number 20 car holding off the number 11. So Stephen Thomas not quite able to get past Dennis Sanderson with that out of strategy pit stop for the number 11 car that proved fairly costly. He is back on the lead lap at least, that's the good news.
So welcome Andrew Marriott to the broadcast. He's down in the pit lane. Hello, Andrew.
Yes, I am. I always like to start with one of the big names, and here I am with Juan Pablo Montoya. When are you going to get in the car, Juan Pablo?
Still get a little bit of time, you know. I think Henrik will do this stint and then have to see if he does another one or if Sebastian gets in. We have to wait and see what's the plan.
And yesterday we saw your dad's here. It's great to have your father supporting you and, of course, his grandson.
Yeah, it's really cool to have all the, all the three of us here. It's been really cool, and it's a long race ahead of us.
After all your success, winning Grand Prix, winning the Indy 500, and your NASCAR success, you still love racing, still love doing it.
Yeah, I really enjoy driving, so I mean it's fun to be here, and we'll see what today brings, and we take it one at a time.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
If you were with us during the Michelin Countdown to Green, you would have heard Brian Sellers talking about the temperature effect and how it is warmer than we've experienced so far this weekend. Well, as far as that's concerned, we've now had one round of pit stops, so I just checked in with a couple of our LMP3 teams. They've been experiencing this massively. And for Sean Creech Motorsports, Malte Jakobsen fighting for the lead in his opening stint, they lowered the tire pressures when he came in to do that pit stop under the full course caution, and that's why Malte was able to jump to the lead of P3. Now he is marching away from Jared Andretti. It all comes down to tire pressures, and the tires being overpressured because the temperature is, well, over what we expected it to be.
Yeah, the idea is you want to get them up to operating temperature as quick as possible, and when you do that, you put a little bit more pressure in. If it's warmer, you put a bit less pressure in because they're going to come up naturally. The pressures and the temperatures are inextricably linked. In IMSA, you're only allowed to use normal air. You're not even allowed to use dried air. And one or two other championships allow various mixers. 2 or 3 gases often being used in the past, and the reason that you do that is to make the temperature change and therefore the pressure change a little more consistent. That's why some performance cars, even on the street, you fill your tyres with nitrogen. It's a more stable gas, although it does tend to leak a little more than air. And if you're not checking your tyres about every 10 days to 2 weeks, you should be, particularly with low-profile tyres nowadays on performance cars. That public service announcement coming to you from IMSA Radio and Michelin, of course. Got a big job on their hands, Michelin. Next year, the DPIs, the new hypercars, all having to run on a single tyre. 8 hours and 52 minutes still to go. We're right in the early part of this race. Starting to settle down, Jeremy, into a little bit of a pattern now, which is very pleasant. Starting to come towards a second set of pit stops. Brendan Hartley has his Bell helmet on. his hands device. He's ready to go. That doesn't mean he's jumping in the next couple or 3 laps, but Ricky Taylor's done a good job to stay on the lead lap and still in 7th position and is about 20 seconds, I think, off the lead. If that timing screen's correct, which I have zero confidence in at the moment, if I'm honest. Right, thank you.
That's about right. And just the GTD lead, or GTD Pro lead, is number 79, number 3 running together there at the head of the GT field. But right with them is number 25 car, but you talked about it earlier on. He's in right there with the 2 leaders, but he's a lap down. So for the number 25 team at the moment, it's Jesse Kron. You talked about that a while ago. If he can get past those 2, get himself back on the lead lap, he's certainly going to try to do so. Yikes, that was tight. He had to lift off a little bit there as the race leader came past him, barreling down into turn 12. So we've really got to pay attention here. It's phenomenal closing speeds.
So, out on the circuits, the Allied Cadillac of Kamui Kobayashi has caught up with Tom Blomqvist. That's the battle for 3rd in the overall right now. 6 seconds between Bamba and Durrani. Then that battle between Tom Blomqvist and Kamui Kobayashi. A bit further back, about 5.5. That's 7 seconds now as Bourdais held up in traffic, and now he's only ahead by about 1 second. From Vautier, JDC Miller Motorsport Cadillac. That's me trying to read a timing screen and read something else that's moving at the same time. You know how your eyes lead your brain. Sorry about that. JDC Miller Motorsport thing. Sorry, T. So Kobayashi diving down through turn number 12. Target acquired Blomqvist. Well, it's come out to about 1 second. Blomqvist closing on Durrani. Traffic gives and traffic takes away. 7 seconds now between Bamba, who's cleared that little group of traffic, and Durrani. Durrani being pushed back towards Blomqvist, who's also got Kobayashi right on him and closing in just a little bit. And this is just the ebb and flow, Jeremy, of traffic, isn't it, in this racing? This is why I love this. Don't get excited if somebody loses 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 seconds in a lap. If you're following a gaggle of GTD cars down through the S's and you're a prototype, you're going to lose time. That's just the way of it, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and that's 50 laps, by the way, completed in this race. And to your point there, on that lap, Ricky Taylor, who's running 7th in DPI, he made up about 2.5 seconds over the 2 cars ahead of him, 0-1 and the number 5, that are pretty close together. He's about equidistance now all of a sudden between those 2, whereas he had been as much as 5 seconds adrift just a lap or 2 ago.
1:12.2 last time around for Earl Bamba.
So the Corvette has got past the number 79 car. Antonio Garcia take the lead from Max Dubuque a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, again, I think traffic played a part in that, Jeremy, if I'm honest. Yeah. Felipe Nasr now aboard the FAF Motorsport Porsche. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
Still aboard then?
Still aboard, yeah. Not particularly known for his GT exploits, but great to see him here. Just hearing of a spin out on the circuit by Dan Goldberg, who's just pitted actually for Performance Tech. So what if he's done a little bit of damage in that car? It's the LMP3 car that we're talking about here. He's right there, right in front of us with that orange and silver car. And the team are pushing him back. Good news is that's right in front of me. So, well, I think that's going behind the wall. I'm pretty certain it's going behind the wall, actually. They're pushing it back. Looks okay on the... There's a little bit of damage just in front of the rear fender. And coming out of turn 7 it was. And that horrible moment when you spin it up and put it in the wall. So that car going behind the wall, and Andrew Marriott can have a quick word with Alex Lynn before he goes racing.
Yeah, Alex just putting his balaclava on, helmet on in a second, but time for a quick word. So far, so good with your car.
Yeah, I think we're cruising along, and all seems to be going pretty well. So it's usually a good sign this early stage if the balance is working well and we're flowing nice. So yeah, strong start.
But the traffic is so bad, we've noticed already. Sometimes your car losing 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's one where you have to be patient at this time of day. You know, it'll be go time later tonight when everything starts packing up, and there'll be time to be slightly more aggressive. But right now it's about staying cool and keeping it in one piece.
Nice, well done. Psych yourself up for this session.
Thank you.
Adam is having a look at the damage on the Performance Tech car after that spin from turn 7. I think that might be radiator damage down the left-hand side of that bright orange number 20 car, Shay. Hello, Shay. Oh, maybe we just can't pick her up at that end of the pit lane.
Oh, I got it.
Hello, Shay, go ahead.
Hello. Sorry, I was just talking with Gwen O'Neill, the team owner, and who's got all the information on the car. She said that it just snapped on him as he was going through. They need a new rear wing, which is back in the garage. They're going to take this opportunity and maybe even do a driver change, but it shouldn't be long before that car is back out.
Yeah, that was turn 7, just rode up on the curb a little bit too much. Driver error there, I think. Hopefully nothing worse than that. I didn't see the rear wing damage, to be honest. I was looking at the hole in the bodywork on the left-hand side at the rear. A quarter of an hour racing gone, 8 hours and 45 minutes to go. Let's have a quick run through of the positions in a VP Racing Fuel in-race update. Madison Snow leads GTD, and he's the 4th best of all the GT cars, ahead of Richie Highstand, Vassar Sullivan in the bright yellow number 12 car. The one with the green number panels on it. The one with red is the Pro car, so you can tell those two apart. 3rd in the GTD category, Turner Motorsport, down in behind the wheel of the number 96 Liquid Molly red, white and blue car. Russell Ward for Winwood Racing in 4th. And Till Bechtolsheim has worked his way up from the back of the grid in the 66 Gradient car, and he's putting in some cracking times at the moment ahead of Brendan Arib for Inception in the Cadillac. We'll do the rest of the VP Racing update in a moment, because we've got another set of pit stops at the front of the field, and Pipo Derani is in. They, of course, are off strategy with everyone else, and this is full service. 4 new Michelin tyres and a new driver getting in there as well, Jeremy Shaw. Well, it's not Jeremy Shaw that's getting in there, because he's sitting next to me.
It was, I'm sorry, I was looking the other way. Who got in?
I think it's Olivier Pla. There was a bit of green on the helmet, and we'll see as he goes out of the pit lane. Indeed it was Olivier Pla. Gives the car a little wiggle as he comes off the pit lane speed limiter. So I'll quickly run through the rest of the classes in the rundown. Actually, let's go to Pipo Derani. He's just out of that car.
Yeah, literally out of the car by less than a minute, Pipo. How was that first session there? Pretty hectic at the beginning, I think.
Yeah, we had our qualifying tires weren't so good, so we decided to pit a little bit early, put new tires on, which allowed us to move a little bit forward.
Yeah, we wondered why you came in.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but maybe we were blistering the rear tires from the qualifying tires. So yeah, we got back up to 2nd, but you know, it hasn't been so easy. We think our car's a little bit better for the night. We hope. We'll see how that goes.
I think you went a lap down, did you?
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure.
You just have now, actually.
Oh.
Just coming out of the pits.
Oh, I did. I haven't seen it.
Because you've done 2 pit stops.
Okay.
Okay, car's feeling good, but the traffic's appalling.
Yeah, traffic's really unlucky there. I was kind of following Bamber and then got really unlucky with 2-3 laps in a row, which made the 60 get back right behind me. So part of the game, you know, that's how we go racing here in the States. Traffic is a big part of it, so yeah, still a long way to go.
Thanks very much.
1 minute and 59 seconds in the pit stop there for that full service, and that's why they dropped so much time. Earl Bamber nipping through, just going into turn 6 and 7. So that has put Ollie Pla down. Now, the point that Andrew was making there, and rightly so, was that that is their second scheduled pit stop to everyone else's one in the category. There are some people who've done 2. Ricky Taylor, of course, changed tyres early on as well, and Tristan Fortier has been through the pit lane a couple of times as well. That was a top-off at the end of the first yellow flag period. So in our VP Racing Fuels in-race updates, then LMP, GTD Pro, it's Corvette, WeatherTech, AMG and FAF Motorsports. That's the 379 and the 9. In LMP3, Matthew Jakobsen for Sean Creech Motorsport, the Stars and Stripes 33 ahead of Jared Andretti, so that's a change around there. Jared in the 36 car, it's the white grey car, and Gar Robinson in the 74, Riley. In LMP2, Ben Keating for PR1, Matheson's been in from the start in the 52 wins car ahead of Henrik Edmund for Dragon Speed, and John Ferrano for Tower Motorsport, the orange and black car. And at the top of the shop, 9 seconds the gap between the 02 Cadillac Racing, the Chip Ganassi run car, Tom Blomqvist Championship leader in Meershank Racing with Curb Agajanian, number 60 car in second. It's the pink and white car, Kami Kobayashi in the white, mainly white Ally Cadillac, can't miss that one. 48, of course, Johnson's number, and then the 01, the white fronted Cadillac racing car, is in 4th position, another second or so further back for Sebastian Bourdais. That's your VP Racing Fuels in race update with 8 hours and 40 minutes to go. Shea Adam and Andrew Murray in the pits, Nick Damon taking a break. Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindhaugh in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. There was a slight delay on that pit stop, spotted by, of course, Lanzarote Camel. The air gun hose was caught in the front left wheel arch, and he had to come back to release it. So slightly long on that as he was trying to pull the hose through. It got stuck between the front valance and the front left-hand wheel. So the mechanic had to come back through and flick it out in that deft motion that they have with their wrists. It cost a couple of seconds, but that's, well, all adds up, doesn't it?
Well, it does. I mean, he came into the pits only 10 seconds behind the leader, and he's now gone a lap down. You shouldn't lose a lap if you're that close to the leader when you're making a scheduled pit stop. So yeah, well spotted, Lanzarote Camel, great stuff, big help. And because I was wondering why he managed to go a lap down, but he's now going to tag on to the tail of Earl Bamber. He'll get that lap back again when the leaders come into the pits, and I would expect that to be fairly soon. So they can do 32, 35 laps, something like that.
1 minute 54, Jeremy, was pitting pit out for that number 31 Wheeler car.
Another 2 or 3 laps, we should see the DPI leaders at Pitwood.
Kami Kobayashi with a 13.9 last time around, 13.2 for Tom Blomqvist, so that gap's gone out again now, 3.5 seconds. And Bourdais lost a little more time as well, so 1.2 seconds back from Camwee to Seb. So this again is the effect of traffic. Ricky Taylor now, a second behind Tristan Vautier. So keep an eye on the pit lane. That's the next set of stops coming up for the DPIs. And I think, as Jeremy says, the leader will be... The leader came in 1 lap later, maybe 2 laps later than everybody. Was it 1? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but that's only
yellow,
because
they were waiting for the yellow. Oh, off down at the bottom of the hill. That is the era number 18, and that is in the gravel. Pits have been closed. We're going to go full course yellow. Oh my goodness. So pits are closed. In the pits, into a closed pit for the Ally Cadillac. Now, is he going to drive through? If he goes to his pit stall, this will be a big penalty. He might need a bit of fuel. This could be emergency service. Shea Adam is at the opposite end of the pit lane to that, but that's That's going to be Andrew, I think, down there. Sheer, what can you see?
I can see 3, 4, 5 seconds of fuel going into this car. Now, they've left the nozzle attached too long. This is not emergency service fuel. They need it to be shorter than that on the time that the fuel nozzle was in for it to be emergency service fuel. They took a little bit too much. That is going to be a further penalty.
And what's more, they didn't even do full service. So that was entering a closed pit for that car. And it's turn 6, by the way, that the Era car has gone off. Oh, now.
Did you get a help there?
Here comes High Class Racing in as well into a closed pit. This is the number 20 in LMP2 for Dennis Anderson. Oh, my goodness me. The Era car, by the way, was Dwight Merriman, and it was up at turn 6, and there was another car right there. He was coming through the GTD field and turns in at turn 6. No, he's on his own. He's, oh, sorry, looking at the wrong car. Was there a little, oh no, something broke. Maybe something broke at the back of that car for Dwight. Left rear, right rear, all of a sudden just sitting down on the road. Very odd indeed for Dwight. Looked like he was a passenger. Second in the championship. They could have won the championship if everything had gone their way this weekend. It's going to be a long road back from that. And was that a locked gearbox or something more? Well, it's running again. Car's running, and they pulled it out. That's very good, actually. Might not even have lost much more than a lap. Now, let me have a look at that right rear. Now, there's big chat going on down in the pit lane between the officials. I presume this is going to be about emergency service. This is down at the 48 Ally Cadillac, and the pit lane supervisor Johnny Knotts is there. Andrew Marriott is there.
Yeah, well, Jimmy Johnson's here all helmeted up, so we're going to see the car back here in a second, I reckon. So I was just walking down the back, John. Just tell me exactly what happened in the previous pit stop of the Ally.
Problem was, Andrew, they came into a closed pit. Now, you can do that and take what's called emergency service, so you can replace a failed item. So if you had a puncture, for example, you can replace that punctured tyre. If you're short on fuel, well, obviously it's better for you to come into the pits and get some fuel than to run out on track and exacerbate whatever the safety issue is. You relied 5 seconds of fuel, but it was way more than that, and that's been picked up by IMSA. It may be that Camry had no choice other than to come in the Ally Cadillac because he was tight on fuel. We're right on the pit stop window for the DPIs. But 5 seconds is the amount that's allowed, and I think they might have gone over that by possibly a couple or 3 seconds. And I think that's what the debate is going on down there between Johnny Knotts, our senior pit official, and the team.
I'm going to try and get in the middle of that if I can.
Let's find out what's going on from Andrew when he's had the look. The pits were closed. Shea shouted it in my ear. I looked at the pit closed light, and the Era car was in the gravel. We'll have someone check the timeline as well, which this screen doesn't have. So that's going to be the key. But I think the fact that there was a discussion going on, Jeremy, between pit officials and the team tells you all you need to know. The pits work, and by the way, if the team didn't think the pits were closed, why did they only put 8 seconds or 9 seconds of fuel? So they knew the pits were closed. So it's not about whether the pits were closed or not, it's about how much fuel was in and how long the nozzle was on there. Let's go down to Andrew for a little more. He's been speaking to the team and the officials.
Yeah, they didn't get a clean push of the pipe, so they say they definitely only had 5 seconds of fuel. They were completely out of fuel. They had to come in. They're going to do a stop now, do a full normal stop, and then they'll do 1 lap and they'll come back again and serve their penalty. You still have to serve the penalty, of course.
Yeah, and that I understand them arguing that. That's fine. Coming in for the 5 seconds of fuel is exactly right. That's what you're allowed to do, and they knew they were entering a closed pit, but clearly they were in 5 seconds after the yellow cut was called. Thanks, Lee, for that. But what the pit official will have seen is the hose on there, knowing that it's emergency service. The stopwatch would have been started, and it was about 8 or 9 seconds before it came off. What the team is saying is we did not get full contact, and fuel wasn't flowing for that first 2 or 3 seconds. Not sure how that is proved or disproved, to be honest. And whether there's a fuel flow or something like that that they can look at and see if that is actually the case, Andrew.
Yeah, well, they say that the officials have agreed with them. That's what I'm just being told.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
excellent.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that penalty then will be rescinded, as in comes all of the DPI fields.
But they will need to come in again at the end of the pit sequence, so they will fall to the back.
Correct, but that's way better than having to do that and do another drive-through as well. Let's go down to the far end of the pit lane. Earl Bamber leads in the DPI hordes, and Andrew Marriott is watching him come in.
Yes, indeed, John. I'm going to get a word with, I know we spoke to Earl just earlier in the day, but I think it's going to be worth an interview when he gets out of the car. Super run by him, wasn't it?
And what's going on down there, Andrew?
Well, Earl Bamber's right by me now. He's just taking his gloves off. I've let the Kiwi take his crash helmet off, and then I'll be straight in there. John, you know me. He's just having a look at the timing screen, putting his gloves up on the pit perch. And the helmet is coming off.
Who got in the car, Andrew?
Yeah. I'm just going to get Earl now. He's
Alex Lynn in the car.
Yeah, Alex Lynn definitely in the car. We spoke to Alex a few minutes ago, didn't we? And Earl just having a quick row. He's got his helmet off. Earl, phenomenal first stint from you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good stint. Managed to get into the lead early, and the car's really good at the moment. It's really difficult with the traffic, you know, it ebbs and flows, it goes back and forth. And, you know, it's still 8 hours, but no, so far car's really, really good. Like I said, we rolled off the truck well, and I think we got one of the cars to beat today, so let's see if we're still there with 2 hours to go.
Yeah, the first move on the Shank car was absolutely brilliant, mate.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really interesting. You know, I got a good draft on him, and then yeah, once it was done, we just sort of managed to manage the gap and pull away. So, but it's like I said, it's tough out there. It's really tough for the traffic. You know, there's stuff going everywhere, so it's going to be a long old 10-hour.
Yeah, you probably won't know this, but we're looking at the timing screen. Some laps you're losing 4 or 5 seconds in the traffic.
Oh, I can see it on the Delta. Don't worry. You know, but this is Road Atlanta, and that's what it is. You know, you just got to stay calm and relaxed, and you know, one lap it'll come, get away from you, and the next lap it'll come to you. So, you know, hey, that's what it is.
Very much the best from New Zealand.
In the LMP3 pit stops, we had a big change as far as the lead is concerned. Andretti getting their car turned around quicker than the 33 Sean Creech Motorsport. Sean Creech did do a driver change. Nico Pino took over for Malte Jakobsen. So after the GTD stops, I'll dive in and get an interview. But now we've got the GTD cars onto the pit lane, and the first 4 are all GTD Pro. They will head down to Andrews End. But then we have GTD normal as far as the pit stops are concerned. The number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW is in. That is Madison Snow. It's not yet staying aboard once again. Now we have a driver change. It is Eric Johansson taking over for his first stint during Petit Le Mans. Further up the pit lane, we've got fuel tires and a driver change for the 57 Windward Mercedes as well. Looks like it is Philip Ellis taking over for Russell Ward. Fuel and tires for Ryan Hardwick. No driver change for the Porsche, though, the Wright Motorsport Porsche. No driver change either, as Michael Dinan stays aboard for his second stint in the Turner Motorsport BMW. That car started by Robbie Foley. We've got the number 7 McLaren in. Brendan Arib for another stint as he tries to accomplish this 2.5 hours all in one go, but he did get fuel and new tires. And John Potter again staying aboard for the Magnus Racing Aston Martin. Fuel and 4 tires there. Fuel and 4 tires for the Hardpoint Porsche, and that is still Nick Boole aboard that one.
Tom Blomqvist, what an opening hour or so.
Yeah, it's well, it wasn't too bad. It's pretty tough out there with the traffic. It looks like the O2 car's got a hell of a pace today. So yeah, they look like going to be tough to beat. But yeah, we were just chipping in there, and not too many risks yet. It's a long way to go, but pretty happy with the car, working well. No big surprises. So yeah, we just gotta keep on it, keep chipping away, and yeah, keep the pressure on.
Tom, we saw in a heli shot, and it looks as if they got a bit more speed on the straight than you.
Yeah, I think yeah, they look really competitive. Out the corner as well. Also with the tires. I think they're going to be really tough to beat today. But yeah, the car seems to be working well. But yeah, we just got to do our job and keep chipping away.
Tom, thanks very much. Thank you. Up on the pit perch for a welcome rest, I think, for him.
A bit of bad news down here from the pit lane, as it has been confirmed now from Carbon by the team that the throttle potentiometer, that problem is too severe. They are our first retirement of this race.
That was the first of the safety cars when Robert McGuinness lost that potentiometer. The car went into safe mode, which was engine off, and he coasted to a halt. That electrical issue, a little more serious, I think, and that's been deemed enough to take that car out of the 2022 Motul Petit Le Mans. You're listening to us live around the track on 98.1 FM, Road Atlanta Radio, on Sirius XM 207 around the US and around the world, with no interruptions, of course, on any of our audio feeds on IMSARadio.com, where you will also find our international TV feed. If you look on the top left-hand side, there's a live video page. If you're outside the US, you'll be able to log on to that. Jeremy Shaw is in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre.
That number 39 Carbon Peregrine Racing Lamborghini, that was one of the cars that did have an outside shot at the championship, so that of course has now gone away. Here's number 48 car.
Yep, back in.
But going awfully slowly, is it?
Back into the pit lane presumably for its full service now, as they
came in with everybody else on lap 63, actually.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go to Shea Adam, who has Maltha Jakobsen.
Malta, that was a very exciting opening stint to the race. You had some really good battling out there, and then to retake the lead once the tire pressures dropped. How much of a difference did that make on the first pit stop?
Yeah, it made a huge difference, because I struggled quite a lot in the first half an hour before the first caution. And then, yeah, we boxed to go on another set, and the team managed to manage the tire pressures as well on the second set, and it was way better.
For this Sean Creech Motorsport team, it's a very long race to come, but has it been less aggressive than perhaps you guys were expecting?
I mean, yes and no. The race is so long now, for 10 hours. So I started in the car because I did the qualifying yesterday. So our main goal is just to keep the car in one piece without having any trouble with competitors on track. And then we'll see the last 2 hour or 1 hour if we'll be in the front still and be able to fight for the win.
Hey, good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
So, in for a splash of fuel for the Whelen Cadillac, Ollie Platt, who had gone a lap down and has just got the wave around, but he's coming for a splash of fuel. So effectively they are back on the same strategy now as everyone else. I think that Jimmy Johnson's car's done the same thing as well. Let's go into GTD Pro and to Corvette. Antonio Garcia is with Andrew.
Well, so far so good. It's looking as if the Corvette's suiting the track today.
Yeah, I mean, we felt like it was going the right direction. I mean, the start of the race was kind of easy, relaxed in a way, so kind of good pace for the 4 cars up there, and then managed to jump most of them in the pits, and yeah, and then the pace I think was really good, so I had to catch the 79, which seemed doable at least now, and got in the lead, and just, yeah, we're still kind of finding out or figuring out how the car behaves during the long stint, because we didn't get to do a full stint yet, so yeah, we'll see.
Good. And of course, as the commentator's been saying, it's one big race you never won. This one.
Yeah, I won many stints here, but never the whole race. So yeah, I mean, let's keep it calm. I mean, we've been in this position many times, but the one that matters is the last one.
Just the early stages. Gracias.
He's a lovely lad, Antonio Garcia. He really is. Been part of championship runs here many times before, and often not having to win the race. I liked his answer there from Andre's question. I've won many stints, but not the last one.
Yeah, great line, that one.
Back in for Era Motorsport.
Yep.
Getting full service.
It's a car that's a couple of
And a
laps
driver
down.
change.
Excuse me, John. A couple of laps down now in LMP2. Just looking down the GTD order. Interesting to see how the number 96 car has worked its way very much into contention. Michael Dinan at the wheel of the Turner Motorsport BMW right now, and it's running second in GTD. That's one of the cars that had the problems in qualifying, so starting right at the back. So brilliant job by them, initially by Robbie Foley, and now Michael Dinan to get that car very much in contention in GTD. In GTD. Also did the number 25 BMW get its lap back.
They were standing still for a very long time, wasn't it? It was a 60-second stop and hold. I think yes is the answer to that.
Yeah.
Jesse Cron still at the wheel.
Yeah, they got the
BMW
around,
team
they got
RLL. That was servicing a closed pit, remember, earlier on. Safety car is back in the pit, so it must be going back green. Yeah, green flags in the air. Dennis Paul waving it with some gusto. Dennis's last race for the foreseeable future as our start. He's been here for a very long time in ELMS and IMSA, splitting the starter duties when the two series came together with Tanny from the Grand Am series. Dennis off to change the world. He's been part of a team looking at an innovative cure for cancer for many years. Very clever lad, Dennis. Time spent talking to him about motorsport or his work, never time wasted. Into the area of some clinical trials, I think, so he needs to concentrate on that. Clearly, we wish him all the best for that. So just on the restart then, Bourdais now leads for the 0-1 Cadillac racing machine ahead of Helio Castro-Neves. Alex Lynn, whose car came in first position, now in third. From Brendan Hartley in the number 10 Connington and Alta Acura, they were needing a lap down earlier on, see how things can change quickly. Richard Westbrook now behind the wheel of the number 5 Mustang sampling car. Jimmy Johnson for Allied Cadillac in the 48, and Ollie Pla back on the lead lap in the number 31, and just going past Jimmy Johnson there as he goes across the line into sixth position rather. Jimmy Johnson into 7th. Andrew.
Yeah, I like this. I'm up here on the pit perch at Wayne Taylor Racing, on the top floor, sitting quietly with Ricky Taylor here. But Ricky, that was a hectic first stint. You really had to push, you know, to stay on the lead lap.
Yeah, it's nice you came out to join me. We're having a bit of a breather. But the first stint was very difficult to be fighting just to stay on the lead.
Look, the big shunt there.
We'll get back to Ricky in a moment. High class racing number 20 at the bottom of the hill at turn 10. We've also got the number 44 car in that, I think I saw as well. In fact, it's had 2 incidents. No, that's turn 1. There's 2 separate incidents. John Potter was off for Magnus Racing at turn 10. I mistakenly thought that the 20 car was involved in that, but that was a separate incident at turn 1 for high class. That car has pulled out. That was Dennis Anderson. And I think there was a Porsche involved at turn 10 as well.
Number 9, actually.
I think it was the hardpoint car. So the hardpoint car in behind. Right, there was a touch between the AF Corsa. The touch between the AF Corsa Ferrari and the Magnus number 44, which has broken the steering on the left-hand side on the Magnus Aston Martin. That car then unable to turn to the left and has ushered the hardpoint Porsche off. That car has continued, as has the AF Corsa Ferrari, and straight into the barriers at turn 1 for Dennis Anderson, the 20. We are at that car is rolling but damaged. We are under full course yellow. Let's go back to Andrew.
Fancy a bit of commentary. You could talk us through that.
It looks like mayhem out there. I feel bad for the Magnus car. It looked like the steering broke or something, but yeah, for us, a big fight to stay on the lead lap. We got a bit lucky that the yellow came out. because we were really struggling for pace on the first stint. Second stint, kind of working into getting the car more in the window, just kind of not taking any risks this early on. I think the car and the track are going to come to us as the wind dies down and the track cools off a bit. We're really happy with the car in night practice on, what was it, Thursday night?
Yeah, that was the only decision to take, to stop after a lap, wasn't it? And leave the tyres on to get those points.
Yes, we need the qualifying points. And there was the other alternative was stopping, taking the green, but there was a risk there with impeding somebody else's race or crossing the pit lane line before the leader crossed the line. So we wanted to avoid a penalty and play it as safely as we could. And it's all worked out well. So we're on the lead lap. We're in the race, P4. So Brendan's doing a great job.
And you still got your teeth in after those flat-spotted tyres, Viber.
Yeah, I feel like I might need to go to the dentist, but happy to be smooth sailing now for the rest of the 8 hours and 15 minutes.
That's Ricky. I still claim him as British because he was born in Surrey, and of course his brother was born in America, but they're British. Actually, he's got 3 passports, I think.
International man of mystery, and Andrew Marriott. They're down in the pit lane. It's RS2, IMSA Radio, live from trackside, and we're into our second full course yellow, Jeremy, yes, for this race, third, excuse me, as a multi-car incident down at turn 10 A and B. Contact between the Magnus Aston Martin, left front to right rear of the AF Corsa Ferrari, broke the steering on the number 44 Aston. That car then carrying straight on rather than turning right up the hill at turn 10B. The hard point Porsche, Rob Furriel at the wheel, ushered into the gravel but managed to come out. Meanwhile, down at turn 1, the number 20 prototype for high-class racing just went straight on at turn 1, and Dennis Anderson has been in and through the pits. So that must have been a pretty quick nose change. Either that or they just sent him and they are waiting for the pits to open so that they don't lose too much time. Shea Adam was watching that. That might have been some clever pit strategy there, so that they came in and through. That would have counted as emergency service because he's had...
But he didn't stop.
Oh, he didn't stop?
No.
Right, okay. So he went straight through the pits.
Correct. They waved him back almost as if they were waving him to go back to the garage, actually. I'm quite surprised to see that car continued around, but they are going to bring him back in when the pits are open so that they don't have to serve a drive-through penalty as a follow-up for any sort of emergency service. But that nose was pretty messed up. I would be a little bit worried about the suspension components underneath, and I think that's what they're going to want to take a longer look at when the pits are open. But this is a yellow off the back of another yellow, so the pits won't open.
Ah, right, yes, it's that close. You're right, this is what we call a quickie yellow, so there'll be no wave bys, pass-arounds, etc. That they are, at this stage, would be at the discretion of race control. This is not going to be a short time behind the safety car, because I'm seeing some quite heavy equipment moving to both turn 10 and to turn 1. I think there's a bit of wall rebuilding that needs doing on the outside of turn number 10. There's a bit of Aston Martin recovery to be done at turn 10B. So that is, well, we're going to do the prototype class split. That is definitely going to happen. But yes, this is being called as a short yellow. Now that's not short in time, because we could be behind the safety cars, I say, for quite some time. What it means, Jeremy, I think it's 15 minutes, isn't it, between the two? Thank you. Jeremy is nodding away. So at that point, the pits may not open. Race control will leave the pits closed, because we had an opportunity for everybody to be in the pits within the last 15 minutes. So, about to welcome Nick Damon back into the pit lane. Andrew Marriott's already there, thanks to Shea Adam for the Michelin Countdown of Green and for the first hour and 45 minutes of our 10-hour contest. Gone are the days when it was 1,000 miles or 10 hours time certain race now. has been for some time. Never actually went 10 hours in the days when it was 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles always came up first. About 9:50 or something like that, maybe 9:48. I've put my record book down somewhere now.
394 laps in that was, wasn't it? The 1,000k.
Yes, yeah, something like that. I have it all in a small notebook, which I brilliantly got out to put in my haversack when I came over earlier in the week, and then completely forgot to put it in my haversack before I came over. Did all my research, noted it all down, and then forgot to bring it. Ah, the joys of getting older. Radio Show Limited and IMSA Radio live from trackside, Sirius XM 207 here in the States, around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network. You can get that on IMSARadio.com, and if you're outside the US, you can also see the World Feed TV pictures with our trackside audio. That's on the live video page as well. If you're here in the States, if I look to my left, I can see that it is Townsend Bell, Calvin Fish and Lee Diffie who are in the TV booth for NBC Sports. Looking very relaxed at the moment. And if you're here at the trackside listening on the PA, have to nip back to the RV or to the car and sort yourself out. FM 98.1 is Road Atlanta Radio.
Oh, they have co-drivers next door too, don't they? There's a second.
Oh, there's a second shift
wave, yes.
Really. Let's go down to Andrew in the pit lane while we've got an opportunity with a little bit of quiet. The safety car bringing the field round to the double yellows right now. Andrew, where have you found yourself now?
Well, I've found myself at Ganassi Racing here. I've been looking at the face of a man that I have known since the 1970s. And that man is called Kenny Szymanski, who is now in the middle of discussion. Let me just tell you a bit about Kenny Szymanski is the ace tyre man. And Kenny, you have a huge career in Formula One because way back when Mario Andretti won the World Championship for Lotus in 1978, you handled all the tyres.
Oh, I didn't handle all of them. My mate Clive. Yeah, the tire department, which consisted of Clive Hicks and Kenny Szymanski, a Cockney and a New Yorker.
And you were doing double duty at the time because you were actually an American Airlines steward and you were flying back using those working flights to get to the races.
Yeah, most of the time when I was on the dolly trolley, as we call it, the boys affectionately in pit lane, yeah, I did that in between my races.
And then you moved to Ferrari.
Yeah, then I went to Ferrari with Nigel Stepney and did a bunch of races there because I sent them an application if they needed help at COTA, and that was I sent to all the teams, and the only team that responded was Ferrari. Imagine that.
But you had the most fantastic time with Clive, pulling all sorts of stunts.
Oh yeah, Clive and I, you know, like I said before, the Cockney and the New York mentality. And when we did the fancy dress in Monte Carlo for our 10th anniversary, and Leo Mel from Goodyear was kind enough to produce 400 t-shirts to pass out to all the boys in pit lane. It was wonderful.
The Kenny and Clive show, they got up to a lot of naughty tricks, I can tell you. I'm going to head off down the other end of the pit lane, see what's happening down there.
Thanks Andrew.
Kenny.
Your time to go to pit in. Nick Damon will be going, to pit out, Andrew. Nick Damon will be going to pit in. We'll take the opportunity to have a quick word with, sorry, go on, Jeremy, you can say what you were going to say first.
Yeah, just a quick note about Kenny Szymanski. It's great to see him around the paddock again, still these days, so many years later. And he spent many, many years with Newman Haas Racing, of course, in the Indy car and Champ Car days. It was always time off from his real job, which was with American Airlines. I presume he's retired from that by now. Hope he has, anyway.
I've got a guest in the show at a perfect time in the Hagerty Global broadcast booth. A perfect time while we can have a little bit of a chat with a champion who was crowned yesterday, perhaps in slightly unexpected circumstances in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America presented by Visit Cayman Islands. Congratulations to our 2022 Pro and therefore overall champion, Parker Thompson from JDX Racing. You knew what you had to do. You set it up on Thursday with the win there, and it came to you. Well done, fella.
Well, first and foremost, John, thanks for having me up here. Always cool to get to come to the broadcast group, see the top of the tower here at Road Atlanta. But yeah, pretty cool to win the championship. Pretty surreal. Great to get one for JDX. I mean, a one-car team in Carrera Cup up against one team that has a third of the grid is no easy feat.
Why does that make a difference? Tell the listeners and the viewers why that makes a difference.
Well, Carrera Cup, generally we're the track sweepers here for the IMSA events. So we go out when the track is dusted, and then generally as our season or our race weekend progresses, you get the IMSA GTD cars out there that lay down the rubber, of course, the big boys. And the track changes a lot. So when you're only on a one-car team, you don't have a lot of basis to know exactly how the car changes. But the other teams have got that. We didn't, but JDX Racing, great group of guys over there. I mean,
I presume less data as well. That's the problem. So even if you go testing, you only get one car. Of a weekend, you've only got one car, where some of the 2, 3, 4 car teams, they're all sharing their data.
100%. Yeah, I only had myself to learn from this year. So that was no easy feat either.
Did you teach yourself anything really important then?
Well, this year I actually learned how to do all of the Pi Cosworth data.
Ah.
So I will say on that front, I'll give my engineer credit, Luke at JDX Racing. We spent a lot of time in the off season so that I could do my own data, and that helped because I do a lot of coaching. I mean, this year I'll be on, this is I think weekend 18 of coaching. So I coach all the Sprint Challenge, which is obviously the 992s and the other categories, not on the IMSA weekends. And I get to learn a lot from a lot of other coaches. So somebody out there, I'll give a shout out to Spencer Pompelli.
Oh yeah.
Him and I have actually developed a pretty cool relationship. He'll probably be surprised I'm mentioning his name, but he coaches at ACI Motorsports as well. That was a team that I coached at. And watching him, he found me a 10.5 to 2/10 at just about every track we went to.
Really? Amazing. Now, you won the championship. Congratulations. So you have the honour of saying you are a Carrera Cup North America champion, only the second one, Sebastian Frio, last year. However, you were about 2 weeks too old to qualify for the junior shootout back in Europe. Anybody under 26 here is classed as a junior for Porsche Carrera Cup in terms of Porsche Motorsport North America, but to go to the shootout, it's 24, and you were literally a couple of weeks too old to be involved in that. Is that a disappointment, or is that just another opportunity?
You know, I'll say it's another opportunity. The way my careers went, things keep happening for a reason. So with where things are at, I think next year's looking really good. You know, the Porsche pyramid isn't just based on Porsche AG saying he's a good factory driver. It's also based on all their customer teams. And I think I've got a pretty good name here in North America. I've got a good relationship with a lot of the customer teams, and hopefully I keep that Stuttgart steed on my suit for a couple years to come.
Have you looked at the last 3 years of Porsche single make championship, the last 2 as Carrera Cup? Have you been looking to that as a career enhancement, or are you going to come back and defend your championship, or using it as a stepping stone, I suppose?
I'm pretty certain I'm using it as a stepping stone.
We're in that netherworld of end of season and start of season, aren't we?
Who knows? I don't want to lie to you. If somebody said, hey, we're going to pay you a bunch of money to come back to Carrera Cup and defend your championship, it's not like I'm turning down paid rides. But at the same time, my goal from the start, moving to sports car racing, is to be in what we're watching today, which is out there with the IMSA WeatherTech boys.
We're with Parker Thompson, 2022 Porsche Carrera Cup North America champion. You started in single-seaters, and you had a pretty good run in single-seaters. Maybe didn't get all of the championships that you deserved coming up on the single-seater ladder, but you were competitive. You were always in there with a shout. What was the catalyst to move you over to sports car and endurance racing?
Well, funny enough, the catalyst is sitting to my right over here. Jeremy Shaw, I'll never forget, 2019 St. Petersburg Grand Prix. He was the one that called me up and said, Parker, I think you're on a one-race deal like you mostly are every season I've talked to you. You should really look at sports cars, and I've got the perfect contact. Here's Jeremy Dale's phone number, the JD and JDX. You should give this guy a call. And me, never scared to give anybody a call, I called him up. And Jeremy said, yeah, we need a bunch of money to go racing this year. And I said, okay, well, I've already got this one race deal on the open wheel side of things. I think I'm going to stick on that. He lost his driver that he was supporting about a week and a half before the championship started at Barber Motorsports Park that year in Porsche Sprint or Porsche Challenge, Porsche Cup Challenge, and all of a sudden I was driving a car with the roof on my head. So what started as a bit of chance, I mean, I'd always liked sports car racing, I'd always loved watching Daytona, has really over the last 3 years formed into my love for motorsports. I mean, sports car racing I think is the pinnacle. We've talked about that, John. All these factory guys, I think the best race car drivers in the world are all competing to get paid by a factory.
Yeah, absolutely right. You described last night, I thought it was interesting, at the Porsche Night of Champions, you described here at turn 12 in qualifying in a 992 Cup car as one of the most gnarly things you've ever done. It's flat, completely flat down here.
Completely flat for about 2.5 laps.
Yeah.
Turning in over that sealer strip as well is not the easiest thing to do, and you can't lift off with those rear engine cars.
Unbelievable. And it's all judged by how good of a run you get out of 10B. Because obviously if you get a monster run out of 10B, all of a sudden you really have to hang on down into 12.
Stay with us, Parker. We're going to nip down to Andrew in just a second. We're coming down to 2 hours completed. Hello to Rob, who's taking over from Tim in London. Just remind everybody, you're listening to 98.1 FM around the circuit, Sirius XM 207 across the US, and our international TV and radio feed. IMSARadio.com. Obviously, if you're outside the US, you can watch our flag-to-flag uninterrupted coverage via the live video button on the top left-hand side of the page. If you're bandwidth compromised or you're traveling around, you shouldn't be watching the video when you're in the car, then click Listen Live and select RS2. 8 hours to go here at Road Atlanta. Parker Thompson is with us here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. I'm going to nip down to Andrew Marriott before we go back to green. Andrew has moved to the pit-in end of things. Good afternoon, Andrew, again.
Yeah, and I found the 2015-2016 overall champion of this series, of course, Carl Barbosa from Portugal, now living in Florida. I hope your house was safe.
Yeah, we got really lucky. Fortunately, the East Coast didn't get hit as hard as the West Coast. But definitely everybody's on our thoughts and prayers what they went through on the West Coast of Florida.
Your pit stop, you just had a pit stop there. I think you just put fuel in.
Yeah, that's the plan, to keep the car full and use these opportunities to get the car going and be in the best position possible. It's a long race, so we just need to keep doing what we're doing. So far, the car's running really good. Everybody's doing a great job, so still 8 hours to go. That's a long way.
I got a couple of young guys with you, probably old enough to be their father, but you can teach them a lot.
Not probably. I definitely am, but it's they're great kids. They have a really, really good head on their shoulders. They're very mature for their age, and they're obviously very quick, so that's a great mix there.
And Sean Creech put a great team together here.
Absolutely. I mean, the guys, they've been doing such a good job. The car is always fast, and it's very reliable. They put a lot of work on the shop, make sure everybody's happy and everybody is doing their job, and the car runs strong. So far, it's proving that they're doing a great job. Everybody's excited, and I think we have the speed to go for the wins. But like I said, anything can happen. You see how crazy it is out there with traffic and what's going on with the DPIs, GTs, and so it's going to be an interesting race all the way to the end.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Andrew down in the pit lane with Joao Barbosa. Welcome back, Nick Damon, to the pit lane. He's at the pit out end of things. Now, that yellow, I said it was going to go on a little bit, and in fact it went on long enough, Nick, to be upgraded from what was called a short yellow to a standard yellow. So we've had the pits open for prototypes and GT cars. Who have you seen at your end?
Well, effectively everyone has now come in those two stops. They've all decided to take the chance to top up fuel. The most recent one was Cadillac, and they hopped over the wall with the fuel, and then a little man came out with a tiny little piece of number 3 Corvette Racing. Sorry, I meant to say the Cadillac. The 3 Corvette Racing. Man came with a tiny little piece of cloth and just cleaned off the rear view camera. It was quite sweet, really. Mirrors just not good enough nowadays. So you can actually go home to your mum and say, "What do you do, son? I cleaned the rear view camera."
I'm sure he has more jobs
Probably
than
yes,
that.
yeah.
It is quite a sophisticated system on that, because it has big red arrows to tell you where the cars are coming, and how big the arrows are is how close they are. It's very, very impressive. Taking some road car tech, street car tech, you know, those sort of radar mirrors that you get that bleed when you've got a car alongside you. Taking that kind of tech and putting it into a race car scenario. Also, it auto dims in the night time as well. That came out of their Le Mans experience. Ian James into the pits with the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. We're just doing the wave bys now before we go back to Green. Parker Thompson still with us in the booth here. So I'm not letting you get away with this because you said this is your goal. So IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, that's where you want to be, is it?
Where I want to be.
Yeah. Definite?
Definite. Those
single-seat Formula cars, I mean, you know, you might. George Russell didn't get through into Q3 today, so obviously his career's over. So unless you get, according to the F1 press, it will be probably, unless you get a call from AMG Mercedes, you know, Formula cars are done with now.
John, I didn't spend the last 3 years busting my butt to learn how to drive a GT fast just to go back to the same thing I was doing. So this is where I'm at. You know what? And now, especially that I've got the championship in the bag, I've got a bunch of race wins under me. I've learned how to drive a GT is about as fast as anybody can in North America. Ready to make the next step.
I mean, look, you've always had a smile on your face right from when you first started out in open wheel cars. How big is this championship for you? I mean, you come so close so many times in USF 2000 and in Indy Pro 2000 as well, and finally now you've got that first championship under your belt.
Finally, and it makes it so much easier to go to the other paddock knowing that I have the championship under my belt. It mentally, I tell you what, last night was the best sleep I've ever had.
Yeah.
Yes.
But how much pressure did you feel going into yesterday morning?
Well, out of the 9 hours of sleep I spent in bed, I had under 2 hours of actual sleep time. So that pretty well explains that.
Don't go away. Stay with us. Watch a bit of the action. We'll have the benefit of your experience around here as we go back to green with 7 hours and 55 minutes to go. And it's Seb Bourdais who held on to the lead after all of those pit stops as he heads down towards the first corner. And Elio Castro-Neves in behind him in the number 60 cars. They go over the top. Nice jump with the black front and the light coloured rear down through the S's now for that Chip Ganassi run. Cadillac Racing DPI final, 59th and final race for the DPIs. It's the GTPs from next year, and we had all 4 of the manufacturers with a static display before the start of the race. 3 of those manufacturers are testing here Monday and Tuesday. Porsche on their way to Sebring to test there instead. So Bourdais, Castro-Neves, Hartley, Pla, Lynn, Westbrook and Jimmy Johnson are your top 7. That's not a bad lineup of drivers, is it? Let's be honest. In the sunshine with almost 20 degrees Celsius across the board on the track and in the air. 75 Fahrenheit. Here they come around again. Quick lap here. That's why we said in our Porsche keys to the race, no penalties. So easy to go a lap down here. Get the car to the darkness. That's when these cars will be set up to do their best work. Always do your best work in the dark at Sebring and at Petit Le Mans. That's when the race is decided. To a certain extent, the Rolex 24 Daytona as well. About 13 and a half hours of darkness in that Florida Classic at the end of January. LMP2 battle with Ben Keating and Sebastian Montoya battling at the front of the field. Ben Keating in the orange and purple wins car at turn 6, and Seb Montoya in second place as they go through turn 7 in that Evel Knievel, I always describe it as. It reminds me of Evel Knievel's race suit when he did the rocket bike jump.
That's right, and Montoya Jr. got past Stephen Thomas for second place in the class after the restart, so last time around, and now he's putting the pressure on Ben Keating as well, so he wants to get that Dragon Speed number 81 car into the lead of this race. His dad watches on.
Couple of penalties. Dennis Anderson, High Class Racing, ran the red light at the pit exit. That's a big one. That'll lose him a lap. Stopping 60 seconds for sorry, that's for the 47 car. My apologies. Anderson was in proper fire bottle procedure. That's a drive-through. And the 47 car will be the Roberto Lacourt Cetilar Racing. That's the blue Ferrari. They're back in the pits now for running the light at pit exit. That's a stop plus 60. Both safety related, those, of course. The crackling of the engines on the downshift, cracking through the early afternoon. Still a little bit breezy, right behind the cars down into turn 1. That's going to affect your braking point, particularly on the DPIs. Take away a little bit of the downforce, which is essential at that part of the track. So a little bit squeaky, I would have thought, on the turn-in for turn 1. Here's Bourdais down the back straight. Will go to driver's left, pulls out very, very late indeed, and I think Keating let him go there. That was a lift early from Ben Keating. Realises that's not the fight he's in. 2.5 hours, by the way, for all drivers. Their minimum drive time, except in the DPI category. A bit of damage on the right front. Oh, and off for the AWA car. Now, running with his hazard flashes on the back straight. 7 hours and 50 minutes to go. Can't see any damage on it at the moment. Now, which one is that? Heading back towards us very, very slowly. Cetilar goes through. And the NTE Lamborghini. Now that is another car that looks to be dead stick, Jeremy, and he might just get it over the top of the brow and be able to coast into the pit lane. Ben Keating then having just given up the lead for PR1 Matheson Motorsport. Let's keep an eye on that. We could be going yellow again if that AWA car doesn't pick up speed. It's Ori Fidani from turn 7, so he was already having a problem there. It is the 13, that's the Ori Fidani driven car. He's coasting down the hill, but I don't think he's picking up enough speed here. He's still got the lights on. Nah, he's not going to make it. He's decided, he's shortcutted onto the grass, so he didn't take the apex. Actually, that was quite sensible. Gets a nod of approval for Parker Thompson, who's sitting on my right here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Now, I think there's a little bit of damage on the right rear of that car, now that I've seen it from another angle. And he's made it over the top of the hill. Nicely done, Ori. So he'll get down into the pit lane, the yellow and black car. We've stayed green. Well done to race control as well, keeping an eye on that. Didn't just go for the big yellow flag button. He's lost his rear deck. That's what's happened to that car. I can see the 2 rear wheels. I shouldn't be able to see the Michelin tyres. Is there something missing from there, or is that... No, he's all right. Well, he seems to have power now, but he's coming to the pit stop. Let's go down to Andrew Marriott, who's been patiently waiting. Where are you? You're in the pit out, Andrew. What's going on down your end of things?
Yeah, well, I'm with the Wins PR Matheson team with Mikkel Jensen, former LMP3 champion in the European Le Mans series a couple of years ago, Mikkel, but really enjoying your season over here. You've had some great runs with the car.
Yeah, IMSA is a great championship. Running in these amazing circuits is very different to what I'm used to in Europe, so it's just amazing. This race provides a lot of action. You have a 1 minute 10 lap time for plus 40 cars, so it's a big traffic jam out there, and I really enjoy it.
Of course, Ben Keating always does a good job, doesn't he? Amazing for a guy that owns about 200 dealerships.
Yeah, you can always trust in Ben Keating. We put him in a car, he always does the job, he hands it over basically in P1 every time, and then we just have to do the finish. So yeah, big thanks to Ben, and we're really happy about his skill behind the wheel.
And what about next season?
It's not sure yet. I hope to do another season in IMSA. We have to see. I'm quite busy with my program in Europe with Peugeot and the WC, but I hope to return next year.
High-class racing, that's the 20 of Des Anton, Anders Fjordbach and Fabio Scher. Well, unfortunately, they've done another drive-through, so they've fallen foul of another rule at some point, as the LMP3, which was causing all those problems, the bright yellow number 13, is up and going again. And from my long-distance view, they just seem to lift up the rear deck, adjust a few things, and it's got going again. My guess is I think it always had some power, John, but I think it was like stuck either in a limp home mode or in first gear. So they've obviously managed to do something to solve either those two problems. They've sent him again, and I think for that has had a control alt delete or a big knock with a hammer.
I realise what it is now. I thought he had his four-way flashes on. It was the pit lane speed limiter. That's what it was. Did you say there was number 20 that came through the pit lane?
Yeah, the number 20.
Yes, that was for blowing the... no, that was for... What did I say that was? For improper pit lane procedure, that was. It was the 47 that needs to come in and do the stop at 60, which I think it has done now as well. Sirius XM 207, FM 98.1, Radio Road Atlanta, and of course around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It seems like 2 minutes ago, of course it wasn't, when the Cunningham and Alta Acura number 10, Jeremy, was in danger of going a lap down, and Meyershank Racing were leading the race. They lost the race lead to Earl Bamber, and then Earl Bamber started chasing down the number 10. Here we are, barely 2 hours on from that, and Brendan Hartley is hunting down Helio Castro Neves in the battle for second position in the race and the battle for the championship for 2022.
Yeah, fascinating, isn't it? And just amazing. That's one of the great things about this race, how quickly things can change. You're looking to, like a defensive line there from Ollie Pla, trying to keep Richard Westbrook behind him in number 5 car. And West is going to dive down the inside and make that pass at turn 7. Great move there by Richard Westbrook. So up into the 4th position then for Westy, who actually got past Alex Lynn on the previous lap, or a couple of laps ago as well. So Richard Westbrook is on the charge in at number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac.
At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us in the Haggerty Global Broadcast booth, Wicket Bill, one for you, Parker, or at least to you. Great run for Parker Thompson in Porsche Cup this year, given how competitive the series is. Several drivers in there I thought could win it. Porsche Cup incredibly competitive worldwide. Germany, Super Cup, F1 support, of course GP, and in the US, amazing depth of talent. One of the good things about that is that you can almost be judged against everybody else because you're all using the same equipment, and that's been the same for years in Porsche Carrera Cup. To sort of have that in the US now, it's really important for a young driver, and you are still a young driver, just 24 years old, a young driver making a career, carving a career, writing out a CV in the endurance racing world.
100%, John. And honestly, if you look at the foundation of the platform of how little we can change the cars, I mean, somebody made a comment yesterday that our cars were bouncing a lot through turn 3 and that we should soften up the dampening. And all I've got is really to fix that bars. Then we've got cambers, toes. You can look at some wing change and ride height change. And apart from that, the tire pressure is probably the most effective change on the car with those Michelin tires.
Yeah.
So it really puts the hands of the drivers, changing the bias throughout the race. That's our biggest tool. So it is truly a driver's championship.
Parker Thompson with us in the booth, the 2022 Porsche Carrera Cup champion for the IMSA series. Let's head down to another man with who's been around the IMSA championship for a very long time. Not Andrew Murray, it's Dirk Muller.
Yeah, I'm with Dirk Muller here. It's just confirming Stephen McAleer at the moment because Dirk's just arrived in the pits. Can I dive in? Dirk, great to see you back racing at IMSA, of course. 10 years a factory driver, BMW, and then Ford, and then Ford. You had that great win at Le Mans when the Ford GT debuted. That must have been the best moment of your career.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. That was definitely a very, very good day. 16 I will never forget, 19th of June 2016, that's for sure. That was a big win in Le Mans. But you know what? The eyes are on the prize here, and so we wanna achieve something really strong and good. We wanna, especially I wanna, help the team.
It's a new team, really, at this level, but they're doing such a great job with the Mercedes.
Exactly. Team God of Motorsport has his first year, and they're right in the mix. Steven and the team, they can become champion at the end of the race, and obviously that's our biggest goal. And so far, so good. Fingers crossed. I'm going next in the car, Stephen did a good job in the beginning, staying out of trouble. Mike is now in the car, and then I'm going in.
You're doing a lot of work with Multimatic, I believe.
Yeah.
He's doing driver training and all sorts of things, I think, about Multimatic. Let's turn to Stephen McAleer here. People forget you're a Glaswegian. You're probably going to knock me.
No, it's, we're excited here. It's, I got a drive-through penalty for passing on the restart. I mean, it was close. I had the GTD Pro Aston Martin run into the back of me and kind of pushed me by the Ferrari. So it's early stages. Car's actually quite good. We were a little concerned that it wasn't going to be. So I think we have some good pace. And this as it gets dark, this race is going to get much harder. So our goal is just to run around, and we're hoping to run in a good spot right now. We'll see what we can. We'll figure out the last hour or so.
Stephen, thanks very much. Came over here because he couldn't make his motor racing career work in the UK and has done a brilliant job.
Yeah, was stacking shelves in between winning championships over here and getting scholarship money. I think we worked out it was that we first had him on Midweek Motorsport, but he was doing that and probably driving as well as he ever has done now, and on with a chance of a championship this year. Parker Thompson with us in the Hackney Global Broadcast Centre here. Just a quick thought for you before I let you go and do some glad handing and some socialising and just take the adoration of the crowd. Just have Brian Till from NBC in here to congratulate you. We're all very happy for you. We really are, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really popular victory.
It was, exactly.
For that whole team, for Parker. Everybody knows how hard both sides of the operation have worked. You're absolutely right.
We had Lauren Heinrich come in, who won the junior category last year and is now on Porsche's books. And, all right, he had more new tyres than you guys this year, this weekend. My goodness me, he was quick, wasn't he? Was that as impressive as it looked, or was there something that we were missing there? Obviously, it's not in the championship, so that he didn't have any pressure.
So here's what I'll say is impressive, is for him to come in and learn ABS as quick as he did, I think is quite impressive, because it took me quite a long time to move from a non-ABS car to an ABS car. But, I mean, he is a Porsche Junior. He is one of the fastest Cup drivers in the world. I expected him to be right at the front. I was fairly happy that I beat him in practice one, because we were on about the same tires, and realistically, I was here during his two-day test. I was coaching another group.
Right.
I timed almost every lap he did. I knew how fast he was going to be. So I was pretty proud of myself to go out in first practice one and put it to him. He got great. What he did an amazing job of is he got space in qualifying. He used one set, and he put it together and put it on pole. Yeah. I had the laps. I mean, you guys can go look. Yeah. The sectors was right there. It's just I kept hitting traffic, and I think a number of guys kept hitting traffic in our qualifying. So the outright pace, I don't think, was going to be the difference of 3 to 5 tenths. I think in qualifying, at most, I was a tenth off. At best, I was probably right there for pole. The racing stuff, I'm going to say I'll give myself the driving excuse if I was fighting for a championship and he had nothing to lose.
Nice, very good.
So, yes, it was fast. I think there's stuff I can look at next year for tire prep in the races that I learned a little bit from him. But all in all, I'm pretty happy with how I stacked up.
And that second race yesterday, you were running second in the early stages. Riley Dickinson was right behind you. How difficult was it to let him pass?
Well, Jeremy, the whole concept of race 2 yesterday was I had to get fastest lap, and then it didn't matter where Kai finished. As long as I finished in second, I won the championship. So the first 5 laps, I drove as absolutely fast as I ever could have.
And did achieve that.
And we got the fastest lap. Yeah. So with that being said, as soon as they told me Kai was dropping back, I didn't believe them, because you don't. That's just racing. But once they said, do not battle, don't put it off. All we have to do is finish. I blinkered Riley by, let him go, and then it was the hardest 30 minutes of my life just to keep the car on the track for whatever reason.
Keeping that concentration in the closing stages when you're on cruise mode in terms of your actual driving, how hard you're driving.
Well, and they told me I wasn't allowed to hit any curbs, and if you haven't noticed around Road Atlanta,
that's going to affect your lap time, isn't it?
Well, there's a lot of curbs.
Yeah. Parker, well done. Good luck with the career going forward. I'll shake your hand. and enjoyed your company last night at the Night of Champions, and all of you fought at the front of the field, have given Jeremy and I, and Jeremy and me, and all of the viewers and listeners around the world great entertainment. Whatever you do, take the same attitude into it, because it'll stand you in good stead. Well done, fella.
John, Jeremy, can't thank you enough for getting me up here, and everybody part of the Haggerty Global Broadcast booth. You guys do an awesome job, and we hope to see you next year at Daytona. That's the
New for 2022 Porsche Carrera Cup champion at IMSA. Series presented by Visit Cayman Islands. Oh, that means you've got the holiday as well, haven't you? I forgot all about that. So he's going to Grand Cayman for a little while as well. And that's Parker Thompson, JDX Racing. At the front of the field, starting to get interesting again with this little battle between Helio Castroneves and Brendan Hartley. Now, we've still got 7.5 hours to go, so this is not necessarily championship defining, but we've got to keep an eye on this, because whilst the number 60 Meyershank Racing Acura is ahead of the number 10, and they're both in the top 5, then they're winning the championship. Brendan Hartley obviously knows this. That gap is fluctuating between 3-4 tenths and a second, and that's all traffic dependent.
Yeah, and for Brendan Hartley, he's not going to go for some bold pass here just for position, you know, in our whatever we are of the race, our 2 of the race, whatever it is. He's just there as a filler, basically. You need 3 drivers in this race. He just wants to bring that car back as close to the number 60 car as he can, and then carry on from there. For Helio Castroneves, same sort of thing. He's not going to put himself at risk, himself or the car at risk in that second position. He'd be super happy to maintain second place, and both of them at this stage in the game, that's all they're looking to do.
So the other categories, let's do a quick rundown of VP Racing Fuel's in-race update.
Having said that, Castroneves is losing a lot of time. He did a 70. Okay, the race leader there, Sebastian, put a nice clear lap on that last lap, but he pulled out 5 seconds on the second place car of Castroneves. All of a sudden, the second place car is 17 seconds off the lead at the moment. So they won't want to be hemorrhaging too much time.
No, indeed so. So Cadillac 0-1 by nearly 20 seconds from Helio Castroneves, who's now 2.6 seconds in that number 60 ahead of the black and blue number 10. That's the championship battle of Koenig Minolta Acura. Seb Montoya leading in LMP2 in the 81 Dragon Speed car from Rupin Pinto de Andrade. In Tower Motorsports number 8, the Tangerine and black car. Stephen Thomas in the number 11 PR1 Matheson Motorsport in 3rd position. Those 3 separated by just under 20 seconds. Colin Brown for Core Autosport, 20 seconds to the good on Jared Andretti. I think it's been in since the start of the race in that number 36 car. That's the black and white car with the little green pinstripes. Nino Pino for Sean Creech Motorsport, the number 33 car, is in 3rd position there in LMP3 GTD. In fact, the best of all of the GTs at the moment is Paul Miller Racing in the number 1 Motul BMW. Johansson in that car is ahead of Kyle Kirkwood in the leading GTD Pro Vassar Sullivan at Lexus, the number 14 car. Then it's Mike Dannon in the Turner Motorsports with the Molly 96 car. Marvin Dienst for Windward Racing in the 57, the blue and silver GTD car is 4th best in the GTDs, 2nd in the GDD Pros, 5th in that group is Jordan Taylor for Corvette Racing, and they're separated again by around about 20 seconds. But interesting to see that Paul Miller car ahead of the rest of the teams. And Madison Snow showed that car had potential. He was right up there, effectively started pretty much on the front row of the... he started on the 2nd row, didn't he? He was behind the pole sitter, but ahead of quite a lot of the GTD Pro cars.
Yeah, that's right. He was only behind Jack Hawksworth and Alex Ruberas in qualifying the Aston Martin. And of course, the Lexus that was on pole position. And Kyle Kirkwood now at the wheel of that number 14 Lexus. You should have talked about it in 2nd place. Well, 1st place in the class, 2nd of the GTD cars. Took him a while to find a way past Michael Dinan at the wheel of number 96 car. Again, we talked about that a little while ago. They've worked their way from the back of the field to 2nd position in GTD. Really good run in the early stages by that team. Carl Kirkwood and that Lexus team, they came into this race realizing that the car is fast. Tire degradation, however, for them on a long stint is a factor. So Kyle would have been wanting to make sure he didn't push that car and the tyres on that number 14 car too hard too early in the stint. So he's now up into second place of the GTD cars, leading in GTD Pro, exactly where he needs to be.
With Richard Hysender, the number 12 Bassett Sullivan Lexus, you started the race and then the race sort of stopped, didn't it?
It did a little bit, didn't it? We've had a few cautions. We just were, early on just taking care of the car, brakes, and that sort of thing, and expecting cautions, really, just saving fuel. We cycled to the front there, which is nice to do, but early in the race doesn't mean a whole lot. And we're just going to see how it goes. We're hoping to get a little bit more competitive as the sun goes down. Typical trend, as we've noticed,
So do you feel, if it was a straight fight, like another hour to go of the race, do you feel your car currently is uncompetitive?
Well, we're decent, but the typical trend is we look sporty in practice, and guys, let's just say, turn it up a bit in the race, and we're a little slow in the straights. So we're quite competitive from 1 through 5. We're slow in the straights. That makes us not the quickest car, and then some guys seem to be able to be fast on the straights when they want to be. So it's hard to pass for us. We're solid, but we're not the quickest car, and we're not the cleverest with the sort of things I'm talking about. So that doesn't mean that we don't have a chance, because we have a great pit crew. We have guys capable of calling really good strategy, and we obviously need a bit of luck. You need things to fall your way. So we know we'll be more competitive at night, probably take a little bit of wing out, and that won't make us, we'll still be slow in the straight, but that'll narrow the gap a bit. Hopefully it comes to us, and hopefully we make the right calls at the right time, and we might have a shot.
Richard, thanks a lot. Cheers.
Very interesting insight from Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Andrew is down with them there as well. We'll go back to those guys in a little while. Another half an hour of racing has ticked over, and here in the Hagerty Global broadcast booth, delighted to say that Andrew Davis has joined us. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Well, first of all, beautiful day. All the doom mongers have been proved wrong, and anybody who didn't come will be missing that. And what a cracking race we're having.
Wow, this is great. This race, I've been here since the very beginning. So the first one, I was here as a young racer, but just a spectator. Run the race 13 times myself. And just to see this crowd, of course the weather is beautiful. I called that last Monday, by the way, but not that I knew what I was talking about. But I just love to see this crowd, and the races, man, it's on. This is great.
Stay with us, Andrew. We go to our Andrew as well, down in the pit lane. Jan Halen from Porsche, from Wright Motorsports, with Mr. Marriott.
Well, Jan, what an incredible season we've been having here at Wright.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good, right? We've had, like you said, we have had a really good season with the whole team in GT4 and here in WeatherTech. So we're hoping that we can finish it off strong. It's going to be a long and a tough day. We're a little bit behind here on points, but we've got the best team to do it with.
Yeah, I remember many years ago, Tim Sugden telling me you were the fastest guy he'd ever seen in a car. Well, that was like Formula 3000 days.
Yeah, no, that's nice to hear. That's a long ways back, and it's always nice to run into Tim, in the paddock. But we're just it's love coming here to Atlanta. It's definitely the toughest race of the season, and
But your career sort of went away, and then you managed to resurrect it, didn't you?
Yeah, there's always been some ups and downs, but found a good home here with Wright Motorsports, and we're on a good roll, and we're going to keep the ball rolling.
Excellent, thanks very much. Originally from Belgium, you wouldn't know it now, would you?
No, you wouldn't, absolutely. Career ups and downs, that is that's the lot of a career racing driver, Andrew. you've done plenty of ups and sometimes a few downs as well. You got to roll with the punches, haven't you?
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, and just summed it up really quickly like that. I mean, it's just, you don't know. It's feast or famine sometimes. You'll get hooked up with teams and you'll have long runs and then it'll go dry and you're back on the market.
Tell me a little bit about where we are now in the race. What are we, 2.5 hours into this race? You know this race very well indeed. Inception, McLaren, by the way, just coming into the pit lane. It's the number 70 car. Brendan Arib needing to get his 2.5 hours in before he can go off to Europe and Barcelona and race there tomorrow. So that is now done. He can get out there. Matt Bell will do plenty of work for the team. Matt Bell originally from Newcastle. That car taking full service. So 2.5 hours in. What's good? We've had 3-4 yellow flags to break things up, but we're getting a nice little run here. What are the teams thinking? What are the drivers thinking? Where are they in their strategy? They've probably torn up about 3 pages of strategy already.
That's true. So this race is crazy. You get that first hour, the first stint, which is really exciting, and it almost feels like a sprint race at first, but then into that second and third hour now, this is settle-in time, right? Everybody realizes that this race is not going to be won now, but it can be lost now. So we got to get into the dark. So the drivers are all just maintaining their pace, doing what they're told, trying to stay clean, working the traffic, which is so difficult here. So yeah, this is now just hey, let's just knock out the laps.
Now, did you like to start the race, finish the race, get in 2 hours? I always think it's difficult for the guy who, if you do a big double or maybe a triple stint like Brendan's doing there, everybody else is sitting around for 2.5, nearly 3 hours. That must be pretty tough at the start of the race.
It is. I'll tell you, I've always liked to start the race. It's just, you get this anticipation leading up, and there, whether it's a morning start or an afternoon start for these long races, I like to get in, get stuck in early, do my single or a double early, and then be able to get out, kind of see how the race is unfolding, and then you get back in and do your job. It's great fun to finish too, but I never liked sitting around for 4 or 5 hours before I had to get in.
And in some of the longer races, of course, we go to Daytona and Sebring, and you're allowed even more than 3 drivers. So I always think it's dangerous to have racing drivers sitting around doing nothing. They can get themselves into trouble.
Yes, we can do that. Much like children, you don't want to leave us by ourselves for very long because we'll get into trouble.
Leaders will be coming in the next lap or so. So what will be happening now? The guys at the front of the field, Seb Bourdais, Elio Castro-Neves, Brendan Hartley, Richard Westbrook, Alex Lynn, Ollie Pla, Jimmy Johnson. They're all pretty much on the same strategy at the moment. So will they have been talking to their teams? The teams will be counting them down, looking at the fuel numbers. How does it work? How does the information flow work between the driver and the pit?
Yeah, there's a lot of information going on, and yes, sometimes we're running to a fuel number to try and stretch out the stint. You're going to have your strategist and your crew chief talking to you and letting you know how many laps are down or coming up before the pit, so we can prepare ourselves for the driver change, whether you're getting a driver change, whether you're staying in again, maybe asking you about tire life and how the car feels. Not sure there's going to be a lot of double stinting tires here for this particular race, but sometimes that comes into play. So you're going to get the information. Also, if you're the driver getting out, you're going to give a little information to give your teammate, let them know what's going on with maybe brake bias percentage and just how the balance of the car is, so they can be more prepared.
Brendan Arib has just done his 2.5 hours minimum drive time. Is that him done now, Andrew? As in comes Jimmy Johnson in the Ally Cadillac. We'll keep an eye on that as you speak to Brendan.
Well, Brendan, 2.5 hours, now you're off to the flight.
Yeah.
I don't want to hold you up, mate.
What's that?
I don't want to hold you up.
No, that was so much fun. This is the best team, best track, best fans out there in the world. This is really one of my favorite tracks. It's just an incredible experience. I feel so thankful for everybody. And now it's up to the pros to finish it out. So we can only hope for the best. That was a lot of fun.
So heading to Barcelona, another McLaren. Heading to Barcelona, another McLaren.
Yeah, we have a race in Barcelona in the GT World Challenge. So we're off to do that. And hopefully that can go as well as this. This is just a ton of fun. Really enjoyed it.
So what's the travel schedule? Are you going in a private jet or are you going?
Oh, we figured out a way to make it happen. So it's a little bit of both. But anyways, it's going to be a lot of fun over there.
Great. Well, have a great flight.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Down at the sharp end of the pit lane, we've had a number of DPI, as we've already seen the leader come in. That was, of course, the 01 Cadillac. That was a full service with driver change. So we actually saw Scott Dixon getting in and replacing Sebastian Bourdais. The other two cars that came with the Ally Cadillac and the 60 Acura, they both just did tyres and fuel, and we expect the other DPIs to be in the next lap or so.
And out on the circuit, we've got a problem at turn 1. Is that the Wins car? I think it might be. That is Ben Keating in the number 52 car. Everyone's diving for the pit lane. This is going to be another full course yellow. The yellows are out. Pits are closed. Pits are closed. And that is turn 1 again that's claimed another victim. And that's a heavy impact at turn 1. The car has gone in. It looks pretty bad as well because the tyres have all been moved, but they've done their job there, Andrew Davis, and they've dissipated some of the energy of that incident for Ben Keating in that number 52 PR1 Matheson car.
Yeah, these banded tires are the thing, right? This is what keeps us safe. None of us want to crash. We don't have these big impacts, and that's a high-speed corner, obviously. But with that set of tires that's banded and in the space in between the next wall, you see Ben hopping out. Luckily, it's because of these safety the measures that the tracks make.
It's old school in some respects, and people around the world will be watching our international TV feed and listening to us here and thinking, banded tyres, really, can we not do any better than that? But put together properly and in the way that we've learned down through the years, they are really very effective, aren't they?
They're so effective. I mean, it's the space between, it's the fact that they're all tied together. You can see some of them got knocked around and bounced around a little bit, but all that dissipates the energy from the driver. Right, so sometimes you'll have these big impacts, and I'm not saying they don't hurt and they're not severe, but you saw how quickly that Ben hopped out there, and I bet that it wasn't as bad inside the car as it looks right there.
And the other thing is how quickly the AMR, IMSA safety vehicles, both the Porsche Cayenne intervention and the Chevy safety truck, these guys have been around a very long time. I know they'll be listening on 98.1 or maybe on Sirius XM 207 here at the track. We always hope that they have a very quiet day and basically sit around having a chat, but these guys are some of the best in the business.
I'll tell you, I feel so safe racing here at IMSA because of this crowd and this crew. The AMR safety team, they know about us, they talk to us. If you've got a problem, whether you're overheated, I was very hot after the VIR Michelin Challenge race, and they came and helped and talked to me, and then one of them came by and talked to me the other day and said, hey, you look a lot better than you did at VIR the other week. So they know and they care.
They know racing, don't they?
Yes, actually the doctor that's in charge of the track here is actually a neighbor of mine, and he is a huge enthusiast.
Well, I think there's been an incident further back up the circuit as well, as there's been a problem down in the pit lane for the number 48 Ally Cadillac as well. Let's go down to Nick Damon, who's got Sebastian Bourdais, who came in out of the lead.
Fantastic first couple of hours for you, Sebastian, but of course now negated again by another yellow.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game, right? We all know that, so you got to keep your head cool and try and understand, what the car responds to and how it is. It's pretty free right now in the heat of the day, so definitely boats decent for us at night. I think we probably have a fairly balanced car. It's a little dodgy right now, wears out the rear tires quite a bit. But yeah, it's all about the end. So Ranger's going to be in charge of that, and he wanted a free car, he's got it.
I suppose really you built this big lead up. Is that pure pace or just better luck or better management of the traffic?
Yeah, it's just sheer luck with traffic, honestly. It all comes down to that. I think we're still a few tenths off of our sister car on pure pace. I think it kind of shows. But yeah, overall, I think the Cadillac racing team's done a really good job. We got two fast cars, and hopefully we're in the window when it matters at the end.
I mean, how helpful are the other cars being? Are you having to really force your way through, or have they now got used to you coming past them?
It all depends. I mean, you can never make a rule out of anything, because like you get behind someone in a situation is going to respond a certain way, sometimes another way, and then it's the same car, but then it's the different driver in the car, and so you just got to go by feel and what kind of signals they give you, and always kind of try and give a little margin. Although when you do that, you tend to lose a ton of time. So it's that's why it takes a few stints to kind of get in the groove and get the dynamic of the race at any given day, depending on the strengths and the weaknesses of your car. So we're just trying to learn and kind of fine tune
not take any chances right now, but at the same time, you still have to be aggressive because track position is key.
Sebastian, great start for the team. Thank you.
Sebastian Bourdais there. What a great early run for him. The concentration levels, Andrew Davis is with us. The concentration levels, Andrew, in a, what have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4 class race. All right, well, we could say 5 because there's GTD and GTD Pro, but effectively those cars are identical. It's the drivers that are graded. The concentration that is needed by everyone in those cars, because it's not as if like, oh, well, it's only the guys at the back who are getting past, so no one else have to concentrate, but making the passes in DPI, being in the middle of the field for the 2 LMP classes, 2 and 3, so you're doing passing and still getting passed by the DPIs, and then the GTDs are getting passed every 3 or 4 laps by the DPIs. I mean, when you're driving a GTD, it almost feels like you never get a clear lap in the race.
Absolutely. It's very, very rare for this race to ever get a clear lap. And the concentration levels, they have to be on all the time. And like you say, regardless of the class, you're either passing or being passed. When you're a GTD car, you've got to make sure you recognize, is it a DPI, is it an LMP2, is it LMP3? Because they come at you in different ways and they want to get by in different ways. And then of course you have your own class racing. It's you know, it's really a testament to how hard you have to train and how you know, focused you have to be.
Andrew Davis in the booth with us here at the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Andrew Marriott is down at PR1 Matheson and has this update on Ben Keating.
Well, Ben's fine. I was asked about the damage. They said significant, and I think that means that they haven't seen the car yet, but they're assuming they're out.
What a shame. Been a great season for Ben Keating, both in the WEC, in GT Le Mans, as we would call it, GTE is there. And that looked like a big incident. Can't, I'm afraid, tell you anything other than it was at turn 1 at half to 2/3 the way around the corner, and we can't tell you if there was another car involved at the moment.
Second incident of the week for that number 52 car as well, because Scott Huffaker had a big off at turn 3 on FP1, I think, wasn't that? Thursday, yeah. So a lot of damage there as well. That was just a simple mistake by Scott, unfortunately, which had fairly major consequences. But now, and that is the car that was leading the LMP2 team's points table coming into this final round. So, ouch.
Opens up a little bit of an opportunity. Cars coming in the pits. I will tell you that Ori Fidani for AWA in the 13 car came in for emergency service, but everybody now coming in from the prototype category, led in by Brendan Hartley, who was leading the category. That's Nick Damon's end of things. Nick, you've got the latest.
Yeah, they're all coming down to me. I'm in the middle of the gap between Whelan and Ali. I see the 02 Cadillac come in. Here comes the 31 Whelan engineering machine. So far, not seeing any movement on the driver front for any of these teams. It's tyres and fuel for the 02. It's tyres and fuel 31. Looking in a distance that the 60, the 10 was very tight on fuel from them, which is not surprising. There goes Mustang sampling car, the number 5, again, tyres only. And at the far end, the 10, which we said was literally running on fumes, as they say, is chuffed a bit. It's got a full slug and away they go again. But I'm pretty certain that none of those cars changed drivers, John.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, an hour and 14 minutes since last in the pits for the number 10 car. Some yellow in that. 44 laps they completed on the last stint, and just watching them going back out. Brendan Hartley, check. Richard Westbrook out in, I think, in second position there for JDC Miller in the Mustang sampling number 5. The 02 of Alex Lynn in third position. That's the car that was started by New Zealander Earl Bamber. Then Alex Lynn for Cadillac Race, then Ollie Platt for Whelan Engineering, the red and white number 31 car. So did Scott Dixon stay out there and try and get a lap back for the 01, Jeremy? Was the 01?
No, that had come in
just before
the caution, as did the number 60, interestingly, which has just come back on pit lane just for a splash. He was only in 2 or 3 laps ago, but just taken on a splash of fuel, whereas the 01 car team elected not to do that.
48 had a bit of a schmozzle at the, this is the Allied Cadillac I'm talking about, at its last stop. Looks like there will be a penalty assessed for that car, as once we go back to green. Won't get that assessed until we go back to green. Jimmy Johnson still in that car, but that car, well, where is it on the circuit? I think that has dropped off. The 48 Ally Cadillac did drop off the lead.
It did, but Jeremy, it didn't come in then with the other leaders.
No. It came into the pits for either some emergency service or just as the yellow came out. I caught a quick glimpse of it, and they seemed to be having trouble, and there was an awful lot of people over the wall. Might even have dropped it down without a wheel on that car, but I'm sure we'll get told by race control. Henrik Hedman stayed aboard the 81, Rio Printed Andrade, the Tower Motorsport number 8, Stephen Thomas, the other PR1 Matheson 11. Core Autosport from Andretti, from Sean Creech, from Riley in LMP3, and here come the GT cars. Nick Damon, you've got a few of those at your end as well.
A hatful, in fact. Right at my feet now is the 25 car, the BMW of Miller Motorsport Racing. I just the Ally Cadillac boys are sitting on the pit wall with their number board, waving. I think, hoping at any chance to see who's going to come in. Just getting out of the. Actually, Colin De Filippi, I thought he didn't get out of the 25. He just handed a drinks bottle. So whoever's in there has stayed in there. He wasn't suited and booted. I can see a couple of the Ferraris going past. But interestingly, as a WeatherTech Mercedes also had a full service. Interestingly,
Nick could have come back with that. Almost a huge incident for Sean Creech Motorsport on the front straight there. So many cars coming down to turn at number 12, with double yellows being waved, with track vehicles out there, and there's been a couple of close shaves, and the Sean Creech 33 very nearly running into the back of one of the trucks on the track. That was so close. I could see it for 2 or 3 cars before that happening, and I was sort of holding my breath here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, because we can see straight down to that. And the number 33 car trying to get back around onto the tail. It was Joao Barbosa, a very, very experienced driver. And that Andrew Davies was very close indeed. But there was at least 2 or 3 cars before that who was similarly close to those trucks on the track.
Yeah, that was pretty scary. I think sometimes maybe folks in general don't realize the difference between the speed of a street vehicle and these race cars. So even though we're under yellow here, and those cars were catching up, they weren't full song. Luckily, through turn 12, they were way off the pace. But still, compared to a couple of the safety vehicles that are driving out there, that was that's not what we want to see, because that's a bit sketchy.
I fear race control might have to take some action there, but we'll leave that to them. Sorry, Nick, I interrupted you there in full Damon flow.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, no, and every reason too. Yes, so the main point I'm making is that the 48, the Ally Cadillac, are still waiting for the car to come round again. They've been sitting on that pit wall for a good, 2.5 laps now. The tyres are there, the guns are there, the man with the wavy numbers there, but no car at the moment. So I assume they're waiting for the next lap round, but they didn't take their second chance to come in.
Well, he's in now. I think they were trying to get a lap back, Nick, as he came in. But I also think there's a potential penalty there, so you might want to hang by the team and find out what was going on at that last stop. They came in for either just before the yellow or for emergency service, and it must have been before the yellow.
It's at my feet now, and they are doing what you'd expect, which is a... they're currently... Oh yeah, they're doing a dance of the tyre changes, slightly different order. Everyone else is four tyres. The man behind the wall is doing a lot of passing and shoving of tyres, and a massive, exciting kind of lob of the air jack, which is quite impressive. The airline. Johnson's staying on board. No obvious problem. Having a bit of a route around, as they often do in the various air ducts for bits of detritus, which is obviously going to be building up very quickly now as we're pushing 3 hours into the race. And absolutely no urgency, but no indication of any particular problem. Just strange situation when they came in.
Thank you, Nick. And we'll keep an eye on that for a potential penalty. Our Porsche keys to the race. Track position is king. No penalties. Well, there's been so many penalties already. The proliferation of full course yellows has rather evened those out, and 1 or 2 people have been a bit lucky with that. Don't forget the Michelin Endurance Challenge points. We'll get the first tranche of that coming up in a wee while, so we might see some tricky strategy for those teams who are in the shout there. And the big thing, as you've heard many drivers saying, get to the dark. That's when our car comes alive. Let's get to the dark. Andrew Davis is alongside me, John Hindhaugh, and Jeremy Shaw's with us as well here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. End of a season, Andrew, so I've got to ask you this. You're a driver. What's on the horizon for 2023?
Well, you know, this time of year it's always can be a little tricky because, you know, you look into the off-season unemployed sometimes. So right now I'm not totally certain exactly what's going to happen.
You have to be like an actor and say that they say that they're between jobs. Well, you're between
that's right.
drives. Is that
yes,
what
that's right. I'm between drives right now. There's still some stuff up in the air, and I hope some of the programs I'm on now continue, but you know, nothing solid. So you know, I'm probably back out there on the market. So I'm hoping to also, I'd love to be able to get back in the WeatherTech series and back in the GTD class, which I've raced in so long. So working hard.
It's a competitive class, isn't it? And
It's
there's this
so
new
competitive.
Pro version as well that IMSA brought in last year. Really perfectly timed, took the temperature of what was going on
Yes.
in GT around the world.
I totally agree. It's such a competitive series. All these classes are, but GTD is just, I mean, it's so tight. And some of the best drivers and the best teams and the best manufacturers in the world here.
You've got a huge amount of GT experience that goes back a little way, shall I say that? I'm going to
Thank
be
you. Yes, thanks. That's very kind.
diplomatic.
That's very kind.
How much of these cars changed? Because I look at even, you know, I've driven a GT3 car, never raced one. I have raced a previous iteration GT4 car. And every time I see another one, I keep saying, heavens, how much more of a race car can they make these? And this new lot, have you seen the new Ferrari?
It's
It's
so
stunning,
awesome.
isn't
It is stunning.
So anybody who thinks these are street cars with a cage in, they're totally wrong, aren't they?
Totally wrong. It's the evolution of the GT class has been remarkable over the time I've had a career, you know, 2 decades. So I can say that, you know, you were being kind.
very young.
I did start young, but you know, when I first started racing GT cars in IMSA, you had to define the gear. You had to heel toe downshift, which is something that a lot of these drivers don't even know how to do now because they haven't had to. Some of these cars don't have a clutch pedal anymore. They are electronically controlled clutches. You know, you have paddle shifts, no more stick shifts, and it's gone through this elevation, this evolution through the years. And it's great to see that, but you can't stop the technology, and that's what's great because that trickles down to our street cars,
Yes.
and that's what we do out here. There's some R&D going on here that helps everyone in the automotive industry, and it's really cool to see, and the speeds just keep going faster and faster, and the lap times came down. I looked at qualifying times and remembering last year what we qualified at, and when I was on I think I was up near the front row in 2020 here for Petit Le Mans, and my time in that Audi on that year would have been way down from yesterday's qualifying.
Sad to see the demise of Audi. They don't seem to be supporting the motorsport here in the US in GT4. Still got the TCRs. Really like to see the R8s. Andrew, thank you very much for coming along. You know, you're welcome anytime. Have a good off season and do some resting as the actors do as well. But hopefully we'll see you back at the Raw in January and you'll have a race suit on. Don't take this the wrong way, but if you're not able to come and join us in the booth because you're too busy driving, I would think that's a plus for everybody.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right,
I
my friend.
appreciate it. Thanks so much, guys. I really appreciate it. You guys do a great job, and thanks for supporting our sport.
And brought his biggest supporter along with him, Lane, as well, who's been watching.
Cool to see.
Yeah, very nice. Next generation. Shea Adam has joined us in the pit lane just time before the green flag, Shea, to give us a little bit of a catch-up. Go ahead, Shea.
An early vote for the team of the race so far, Inception Racing with their McLaren. Brendan Reed met minimum drive time by 47 seconds. How impressive was that?
Yeah, he was held up more by Andrew asking him about his travel, to be honest. An interesting conundrum or factoid, call it what you will. The way things have worked out, Jeremy Shaw, have we got the whole GTD field ahead of the whole, well, almost the whole GTD field, ahead of the whole GTD Pro field?
We have, yes. And it's kind of an anomaly.
Anomaly was the word I was looking for, thank you.
I mean, it shouldn't be the case because all the GTD cars should be treated the same. That was what we were told beginning of the season. Well, what happened, I think, is that when the safety car came out, the number 1 car, which was a GTD non-pro car, was ahead of the pack, and I think the safety car came out in between him and a number 14 car, which had not yet gone a lap down and was leading in GTD Pro at the time. So when they did the waiver rounds, those cars that were on the same lap as the class leader were able to cycle past the safety car. That, therefore, with the safety car in between the GTD and the GTD Pro car, that means the GTD Pro cars did not get the wave around. So now all the GTD non-pros have been waved past the GTD Pro. I think it's, well, yeah. So now all the GTD Pro cars are a lap down to the GTD non-pro cars.
Right, okie dokie. But they are in front of them, I think, actually. Seb Montoya with Nick, the long caution for the rebuild of the wall coming to an end. The wall at turn 1 after that hit by Ben Keating in the 52. Nick?
Sebastian Montoya, plenty of time in the car, but not much time under green. Is that very frustrating?
Not really. I think it's way too early in the race still to be thinking about the end result. I think right now the most important part is just do the laps and make sure we're at the front, maybe try something with the pressures and see what we can do to further make the car even better for the night.
I'm sure you get asked this a lot, but what's it like driving with your father?
It's really cool, especially because since day one I've always seen him as my hero. He's done so much in Formula 1, IndyCar, NASCAR, IMSA, whatever he races, he always wins. So to be next to him and be his teammate and be able to share this experience with him is honestly incredible.
Thanks, Sebastian.
Perfect timing, Nick Damon, as we went back to green flag racing. The prototypes leading through. Scott Dixon is our leader from Richard Westbrook. So Cadillac 01 from Cadillac number 5. That's the Mustang sampling car. Michelin Racing is the best of the Acuras, therefore he's winning the championship at the moment if the checkered flag was to come out now, but it's not going to. That's 7 hours away. And then Alex Lynn for Cadillac 02. That's the car with the maroon on it, maroon and black. With 7 hours to go now. That's 3 hours down. Adam, Michelin Endurance Cup points around this time?
I think so. I think it was 3-6 in the end.
Yeah, 3-6 in the end. I tend to agree with you. Gradient now up into second position in class with the 66 NSX. They were last in class. That's good strategy and good pace. Good work in the pits too. Improperly attired and properly serviced emergency service, stop plus 10 for some more penalties in the pits again. It's just giving up time, isn't it? And that's for the number 13. It's the AWA Matt Bell, Newcastle Matt Bell, and there is that wheel rotation while elevated. That was the 48 car. Jimmy Johnson is serving that now. That is just a drive-through penalty. Corvette back into the pit lane as well, Jeremy. It's a problem. It's a problem for that car.
Oh, wow.
Shea is down there.
It's left front damage, John. The headlight is actually deranged. The bumper is weird as well. As the car comes into its box, the crew was expecting it because that's what you get with Corvette racing. We've got the Fat Porsche slow on the track as well. They are doing full and sticker Michelin tires while they've got the opportunity, but this car has damage.
With Ben Keating. Ben, first of all, how are you?
I'm doing well. I mean, obviously I could be better, but physically, health-wise, I'm doing well.
Next question I have to ask, what happened?
I was in a bunch of GT traffic, and you try to be patient, you try to wait for the right opportunity to pass. You know, I went to make a pass in turn 12. They jumped out to go side by side, so I ended up on the really far inside, which I think got some dirt, trash on my front tires, on all the tires, but then I went to make the pass again in turn 1, going down early, and I just didn't have any front grip. And, you know, there's just not much margin for error in turn 1. Yeah, I kept on hoping that when the track goes uphill there, you know, the compression would create a little bit of grip, but I just went straight off in turn 1 with just no front grip.
That's great. I take it looking at the overhead picture that the car's done.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just talking to Bobby. You know, it was straight on, which is nice, and there are 3 rows of tires there, and so all those rows of tires move along with the car to try to basically catch it. I don't know if you put a new nose on it and keep going, or if the car's done. We don't know. I'm going to let the team make that decision.
Thanks, Ben.
I'm waiting for the Pfaff Porsche. It does have a tire down as well, and it was just an optical illusion, thank goodness. So Corvette racing fans all around the world breathe easily. The nose was not damaged, just that right rear tire, but that's why they decided to come in and change all 4 rather than just do the 1, because when you're putting new tires on, you do it in a set.
Well, yes, normally, unless you're just doing side-by-side. A result of a side-by-side coming together at turn 10A and 10B, the difference being the Corvette seemed to realise that they had the problem earlier and came straight into the pit lane, whereas the Pfaff car didn't realise that they had a left rear tyre issue. It was side-by-side. I'm not sure how you call that one, Jeremy. Room was given to start with, and then it wasn't. And who's going to get responsibility for that? But it seems all a bit unnecessary. Sure, the Pfaff car's been in and out.
It has, and the left rear tire was the only tire that Pfaff changed. But the thing that I would be concerned about, John, when the car came in, it was dragging badly on the floor on the left rear, and the diffuser makes a big difference on these cars.
Carcass of the tyre has made its bid for freedom and is to driver's left just before the pylons on the entrance to pit in. Hello to Marcel Duc. He says, I understand it depends how long the last full course worship and how big the incident is. Long FCY, etc., etc. It's 15 minutes. I'm right in saying, isn't it, between cautions to get the quick caution? Short caution, thank you. And that doesn't depend. What happened in that last one was that started off as a short caution, but because they were out so long, it was upgraded to a standard caution. And the reason it was so long was the work that had to be done to rebuild the wall. Thank you, Marcel, for that. Hello, Blur Fiend, also asking the same question. And didn't notice, I think it was Chris Humphreys. There we are, just back from Little Hill. He's got his pizza ordered. Can you tell me what happened with the 44 Magnus and the 39 Carbon Peregrine? 44 Magnus had the side-by-side contact with the EF Corsa Ferrari in the middle of 10A and 10B. It broke the left-hand front steering arm. That then cannoned into the hardpoint Porsche and pushed the hardpoint car off the track, but continued. The Aston was recovered back to the pit lane. The 39 car actually caused the first yellow flag. That was Robert McGuinness in the car, coming down through 12, flat out in the Peregrine Lamborghini, Carbon Peregrine Lamborghini. The potentiometer field between the throttle pedal and the engine, and in that situation the car immediately shuts down as a safety implication. That was a bit scary for Robert because he was just turning into turn 12 flat out. He managed to hold on to a huge slide and coursed the car as far up the pit straight as he could. In fact, he got to the top of the hill at turns 2 and 3, but the car of course would go no further. That car went behind the wall. They were hoping it would be a quick fix. Short answer is it wasn't. Further electrical issues have taken that car out of the race, and we've not yet seen the 44 car back out as well. Ben Keating, the latest car to go behind the wall, that one on a flatbed with substantial damage to that car. Chris, thanks for your service today at Midland Hill, one of the Orange Army back back in the UK. It's 8:15 there, 9:15 in the UK. We're just under 7 hours to go. Let's have a VP Racing Fuel in-race update. Scott Dixon leads by about 1.5 seconds from Richard Westbrook. That's the 01 Cadillac from the 5 Cadillac. 01 is the white and black Chip Ganassi run car, and the 5 is the Mustang Sangling, the dark grey and gold car. Then it's Helio Castroneves in the white and pink Meishank Racing Acura, racing for the championship, and at the moment winning the championship if he stays there, because he's got Alex Lynn behind him for Cadillac Racing the 02. That's the dark magenta, dark red and black car, and then Brendan Hartley for Konica Minolta Acura in the number 1 car, number 10 car. Nearly went a lap down that car early on, and they have fought back. They've used the yellow as well, as have the 31 Whelen Engineering Ollie Pla driven car, the red and white number 31. They were struggling for pace early on. Pete Matarani had to come in for an early stop, and that pretty much put them a lap down as well. It's Josh Pearson behind the wheel of the leading LMP2 car, 7th overall. It's number 11 Bjorn Matt's Motorsport car, and this Fjord battling him, but 8.5 seconds further back in the red and white high class, and Henrik Edmund now behind the wheel of the number 81 Dragon Spade car. In LMP3, Andretti Autosport back to the top there. Gabby Chavez behind the wheel of the white, black and grey number 36 from Gar Robinson. That's a 12.5 second gap. Gar has got the number 74 Riley Motorsports mirrors full of Junior 3 racing, and that number 30 car, as well as Joao Barbosa coming back for Sean Creech Motorsport in GTD, and all the GTDs are ahead, as Jeremy was explaining earlier on. It's Gradient Racing who leads the number 66 NSX Mario Farnbacher by just 0.2 of a second from the pole. Started from dead last on the grid. Eric Johansson, Paul Miller Racing in second place in the number 1 Motul car, and Russell Ward's just gone through into third. Windward Racing number 57 overtaking Mike Skeen, the Team Courtnov car. They had a penalty earlier on for a jump restart in that number 32 car. And finally in GTD Pro, it's Ben Barnicott for Vassar Sullivan. Racing competition in second for the Ferrari, so that's bright yellow number 14, then the 62, then John Edwards for BMW Team RLL, who came back from a huge penalty, 60 seconds penalty earlier on. Jonathan Edwards in third. The Michel Grenier for WeatherTech Racing, that car has led, and Ross Good for Heart of Racing, the FAF car, dropping off the pace after that incident. That's your VP Racing Fuel in race update. Some good runs there, Jeremy, and a particularly good run by Gradient Racing. Till Beckelsheimer doing his job early on, and Mario Farnbacher doing what Mario Farnbacher does now, being given the opportunity to drive at the front of the field, and he says, thanks very much, I'll have that.
Indeed so, and both of those two got past Mike Skeen, who did lead at the restart in car number 32 for Team Courthoff Motorsport. So he's now fallen down to 4th place, with Russell Ward also getting past on that last lap. So that is, of course, one of the cars that is well in contention for the championship in GTD, and it's slipping back at the moment, even with Mike Skeen at the wheel. So that's not what the team would have anticipated.
Not at all, not at all. Still
just lost another place to Tony Vielander, actually.
There's a problem for that car then. Shea Adam, end of the thing. Was his lap time 22.7 last time around,
including being passed, but still.
Yeah, that's a second off, isn't it? At least of what the other teams are doing. At IMSA Radio, by the way, if you want to get in touch. Chris Humphrey says, thanks for the update. Daytona's great, but this is my favourite IMSA Enduro. A few people can say that. Hello to Justin Henderson there at 10A, 10B Complex. Under the shade in the afternoon. Hello, Justin, and the rest of the team here on site, listening on 98.1, I'm sure, as well. At IMSA Radio, if you're here or further, a beautiful afternoon. Now, mid-70s, 75 Celsius. What's that, 20 degrees Celsius? 75 Fahrenheit, rather. 75 Celsius. And a little bit of cloud, just starting to bubble up, but nothing to worry about. Through turn 5 then for the number 60, and just held up for a moment. Here's an opportunity for Alex Lynn as they go down into turn 6. Helio Castroneves for Meishank Racing, 3rd position, under threat at the moment. Got to remind myself not to get too excited every time I see two cars battling for position, because we have got so much time left in this race.
Yeah, you'll have plenty of time to get excited later on.
Well, probably right to the last corner, Jeremy, if history repeats. I should mention the third driver as well in the number 66 gradient car, which leads, because Kevin Simpson did jump in between Till and before Mario Farnbacher got in to the car. So all three of their drivers have now cycled through that NSX. Mario.
It's been a particularly quick pit stop because they vaulted up a lot of positions during that around the pit stop. I mean, they came in basically pretty much at the tail of that train of cars, but left in the lead. I'm not sure how they managed that, to be honest.
Coming under pressure at the moment from Paul Miller Racing. Coming down the hill now. There they go, across the line. Shea Adam has been down to now, which pit were we talking about? We were talking about Team Courthoff, weren't we? Shea Adam, what's the situation with Mike Ski and the number 32 AMG?
They are in a fuel save right now. That's why Mike is dropping back, because the people around him are clearly pushing.
Right, okay. Well, that's an interesting strategy at this point in the race. But a valid one. They're realising there's still a lot of time to go. And it's not as if they're going to drop a lap away. Mike has dropped at 6 or 7 seconds from the restart. So still well in contention there. And of course, any further intervention by one of the two BMW safety cars that we've got here would mean that they'd be back on it.
We've had our last full course caution, haven't we?
Shush. I'm just having a little bit of giggle as a Penske truck is pulled up on the far side. I think it's coming to pick up the Porsche. That was the 63. Oh no, they're unloading, not loading. Let's go down to the gradient pit at the moment. Nick Damon is there, and Till Bechtelsheimer is with him. He started the race and started it very nicely indeed, although it was all the way from the back, Nick.
Well, Till all the way to the back to all the way to the front in about 3 hours. It's a pretty good story so far, isn't it?
Yeah, not too bad, right?
So how?
Well, you know, we were out of sequence because we had a problem with our turbo in qualifying. So I think on pace we shouldn't have been. We obviously wouldn't have started from the back. Yeah, I had a pretty good stint there, going I think from last to fifth. And Kiffin had a great stint after that, and then a bit of clever strategy from the team, and here we are at the front of the pack. So pretty good.
I understand it's been an ongoing problem with the turbo. Have you finally got the bottom of it, and is it fixed?
Yeah, actually, just before I got in the car, Andrus told me that they finally found the problem that had plagued us at Watkins Glen and here. So we feel comfortable that that's behind us.
When do you get back in the car again?
Probably next up, after Mario gets out.
And how do you mentally prepare for that? Because this is an interesting race, isn't it? Because you don't know whether you're going to get in with, and you have to go hell for leather for an entire stint. It's going to go green, it's going to go yellow. How do you mentally prepare for that stint?
I try not to worry about it until I'm in the car.
Thanks, Till. Good stuff. Cheers, man.
Something as simple as a pipe rubbing, actually, was one of the issues with that turbo. And the gradient team, Andrus, the boss of that team, scratching their heads. It was doing their minds, apparently. And eventually they've worked out what it is and slightly rerouted things. But the carbon fibre was rubbing on it. Let's pick up some of the battles at the very front of the field as Richard Westbrook has hunted down Scott Dixon. They're going over the top of turns 2 and 3 now in traffic. Scott Dixon with the dark grey front and the white rear of that Cadillac. Richard Westbrook is the next Cadillac back. That's the Mustang sampling, the black and white gold car coming up to the Era Motorsport blue machine through turn number 5. Then it's BMWs. And this is the battle for the lead as it stands, but are we due pits? We can't be due pit stops already, Jeremy, are we? For the lead runners?
No, it'll be a while yet.
23, 24 laps for Scott Dixon, 20 laps for Richard Westbrook. And we've been getting what, Jeremy, for the...
of which...
plenty were under yellow.
Yeah, well, 6 were under yellow, I guess, since the pit stops. We're getting around about 32 laps or so on a stint for the prototype cars. They can do a bit more than that, I think, if they're on fuel save.
Cross the line again. Richard Westbrook with the Dragon Speed car right ahead of them in this battle for the lead. Henrik Hedman, fourth in his class in the 81, gets between those two for a moment. Westy has to lift off, and that loses him probably 10 cars length. But now the leader has got traffic and is sitting in behind the Paul Miller Racing BMW. Through turn 5, both of them back together again now. Flick to the left. Set yourself up for turn number 6. Will they both get through the next bit of traffic? That is your GTD leader that they've just gone by. Smart move there by Mario Farnbacher, but it has cost him a little bit of pace, and the BMW in second is now right with him. Those DPIs, honestly, they've just gone past the Aston Martin of Heart of Racing there. I thought that car had a problem, Jeremy. The DPIs go past the GTD so quickly on that back straight. They are very, very quick machines.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? And as you were fond of saying, they are the fastest sports cars on the planet at the moment, and they put on some fantastic competition. And these two waving their way through the traffic. Really nice job this week by the number 5 team, Mustang Sampling, JDC Miller Motorsports Cadillac. They've had some struggles this season, but that car has been pretty stout throughout the practice sessions. It started qualified in 4th position by Tristan Vautier, but well in the mix there. And that's one of the, it's made some, this car, particularly Westy at the wheel, during this stint, has made up several positions. He passed the number 02 car, then passed the 31 during this this sort of first part of his double stint that he's running right now. So the number 5 car is working very, very well, at least in this time of the day. Hopefully for that team, it'll be working just as well when we get into the much cooler nighttime hours.
Yeah, is that good? Is it good or
well,
bad?
quite.
Do you want it to be working better than everybody else right now? It's a bit of a conundrum, that one, isn't it? Yeah. You've got a situation where when you want the speed is at the end of the race, that will be in the darkness. They've got a bit of a gap now between themselves and the number 48 Jimmy Johnson car, which has dropped a couple of laps away from the lead now in DPI. Penalties for that car not helping their issues with rotation while it was wheel rotation while it was on the internal jacks of that car at the last pit stop, and that's cost them a wee bit of time. Plus they had to do the drive through on that one. So now let's see the relative performance of these two leading cars. Scott Dixon, hats off to the Kiwi. We know all about him, Jeremy, in IndyCar, and the great relationship that he's got with Chip Ganassi and has had for 127 years. He's out in front there, and he's holding off, and more than holding his own against Richard Westbrook, one of the quickest sports car drivers ever, a former teammate of Dixon's, of course. They shared the Ford number 67 at Le Mans and Daytona and Sebring, etc. I'll tell you, immeasurably more sports car experience for Westy, and Scott Dixon just dropped in as if this was his day job. Remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah, he is. I mean,
he's quite specialised, this.
Yeah, and he's pretty special. Whatever he drives, he's capable of getting in it right away. Even though he hasn't driven the car for 6 months, isn't it, since Sebring? And he just hops in, does a few laps in practice. He might have been part of the test they had here a while ago. Not honestly sure. Ooh, there's a tight moment there. That's
another
number
tight
30.
moment.
Yeah, another tight moment. That's number 36 car. It's leads the LMP3 car, trying to keep the number 74 of Felipe Fraga a lap down, because that number 74 car's made a pit stop a little while ago. Fraga's come out probably on fresh tyres, and he's driven there toward the grass by Gabby Chavez.
That was very tight indeed, and a bit of Georgia Clear being thrown up by the right-hand side.
I think 74 is probably on fresh tyres.
Yeah, the Michelin's throwing up. It's been exceptionally dry here over the last month or so. Talking to a couple of the volunteers on the early morning runs in, parking the car, etc. Well over a month without any significant rain here. That's bad news in some respect, great news for the racing drivers, because it means that if they're on the track, they've still got a wee bit of traction. Now, side by side, down towards turn 10, and Fraga has got the job done well before the braking area down the inside from absolutely nowhere. An extraordinary run from one of the DPIs. I think that was...
I think it was it the number 20 car?
Was it?
I'm not sure.
That was a P2 car.
I think so.
That was the high-class racing car. I'll check it out if I can. Yes, you're right. Absolutely right, Jeremy. That was Anders Fjordbach in second. He's 7 seconds away from Josh Pearson, and he's trying to make that up. He came from, I thought that was a surefire incident there. He came from so far back, but braked so much later than the P3 cars. That was extraordinary. Appears on the left-hand side from nowhere, makes it 3 wide, as the other two actually have a little bit of a kerfuffle, and the Team Korthoff car that was tracking them all and being our camera car, see, that was rather more stout contact than I thought it was to start off with the number 74 Riley car, who is now then back on the lead lap, just in LMP3. Let's go down into the pit lane. Richard Westbrook is in the pits, and that is early, Shea Adam.
It is, but it means we're going to get an opportunity to talk to Rich Westbrook, because he's also vacated the number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac. 4 new tires going onto this car, and Loic Duval in style behind the wheel while they give the windshield tear off. Whereas a couple pit boxes further up, the number 31 is in. Olivier Pla jumps out. Mike Conway getting aboard the Cadillac for his last outing in a DPI car. That was the 32-second stop. The fuel nozzle came out just before, so they didn't need to pit for fuel, as full course caution is now out, John, and that means that the Whelen Engineering Cadillac and the Mustang sampling one are going to jump to the front of the field.
And the full course caution, Shea, is for the number 74 Felipe Fraga driven machine. No, excuse me, it's the core car. Saw the flash of orange there.
Championship
That's
leader
the championship
in
leader
P3.
in P3,
Wow.
and that car's not coming out on
Who's
its
driving
own.
that? George Kurtz is driving that car
Turn
at the
6
moment.
again. Turn 6. What's happened there? Oh, George just dropped the rear Michelins into the gravel there at turn 6, and that is going to cause a huge dash for the pit lane. Let me quickly, sorry, can you just remind me why that Westy car came in, please?
It was fuel and tires, but it didn't need to come in that early. I don't know if they saw an opportunity, but they got up on the wall, and so did the Whelen Engineering car. Both of the DPIs pitted at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
I think they're planning forward toward the first tranche
which
of points.
is 4 hours.
For the which is, I think so, yeah, 4 hours, isn't it?
They're third in that championship. Meantime, Nick Damon has been waiting patiently with Simon Mann, with Simon Mann down at AF Corsa.
Oh, just fell off the ladder. That's all right. I'm not as good as Andrew climbing ladders, obviously. Simon, quite a lively first session for you, including punted off by one of the DPIs.
Yeah, obviously wasn't ideal. The traffic is really difficult to manage. Very narrow and short racetrack, so that doesn't make it easy. Yeah, it was in my blind spot, and I wasn't expecting him to be there, so I just turned in because I have to do my corner. And unfortunately, we had some contact, but we tried to recover and tried to have a clean race from here on till the end.
I think you hit your wheels, so you got no damage, is that right?
Yeah, we were really lucky, and we survived the contact, but yeah, it was lucky.
So now a team recovery drive. I mean, what are the tactics moving forward?
I mean, we're trying to have a clean race, obviously trying to avoid contact, and just trying to do our pace, and we'll see where we are at the end.
Was it also your car that got involved with the Magnus 44 later on? Not the 21, not necessarily you.
I don't believe so, but
a different one.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, we'll say it wasn't theirs, John. Thanks, Simon.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, the drive back, as Nick says, goes on. So another bit of drama, Jeremy, in the LMP3 category, Core Autosport. George Kurtz in the gravel, needing recovery, and brings out the full course caution again for the... How many times is this now, Jeremy?
This is number 5, I reckon.
Okay.
And I don't think the number 74 car quite got its lap back. So Felipe Fraga, I think, is still just a lap down to Gabby Chavez, although that was awfully tight. Did he get his lap back?
No, he overtook him.
He did get
Yeah,
past
down
him,
at turn 10 in that little schmozzle.
Oh, yeah, he did, yeah.
He's
Okay,
going
fine.
down there. Debris on the track at turn 6 as well, while George has gone off. Get a tour hitch on him. I think that will be a relatively easy recovery for our hard-working track services team. Another half an hour gone. VP Racing Fuel update. Shall we do that? We will, but after we've heard from Richard Westbrook, who's with Shea.
Richard, what a stint. I mean, good grief. There was nothing that was going to stop you from getting to the front of the field, but what was it like battling with your former teammate, Scott Dixon, out there for the lead?
Yeah, well, there was one thing stopping me, and that was Scott. So, yeah, I honestly had a smile on my face when I knew it was Scott, and yeah, he knows I'm not going to do anything stupid, but put him under a little bit of pressure, and we took a gamble in the stop before. We've got to gain some track position, and we're putting ourselves in a situation where we're creating luck for ourselves now, whereas all year we've been in a situation where you're never going to pick up the luck. So doing the early stop then, caught the yellow. It's about time that's our first this year. Yeah.
This is a team that's very good at winning the endurance races, winning the Sebring 12-hour last year. Is it just something that seems to be magic coming together? Do you feel like there's a different vibe within the team this weekend?
Well, it's an easy answer. We started off the year with an amazing car, and we managed to detune it. We did a good job of slowing it down, and now towards the end of the year, we've found our mojo back, and the car feels amazing. It feels like it did at Daytona and Sebring, and those 3 tracks happen to be the long distance ones. I mean, Watkins Glen we sucked, and that was part of the NAEC. So yeah, we're back fighting for the win. That's all we want.
There's a difference, though. Daytona and Sebring have running at night. So does here. We know your car's good in the day. What's going to be like when the sun goes down?
It's been good in every condition. Honestly, I feel what I've seen with the prototypes, it's more of a GT thing where you can set the car up for the night. And what I'm finding in the prototype, if you've got a good car in the day, it's going to be good in every condition, including the wet. So yeah, I think we're good.
Good luck rest of the way.
Thank you. Cheers, Shane.
It's good to hear that, isn't
Yeah,
it? Because they've had some ups and downs, as Richard was saying there, but now we're going to have scheduled pit stops for everybody except number 5 and number 31 that made those stops just a few laps ago, as Richard was saying.
So head down to Nick David.
Yeah, just seen the right at the far end. It's quite fun actually watching the cars moving the other way. I've just seen the 20 P2 machine, high-class car. That's again first in, just tyres and fuel. But next to me, the JR3 P3, Junior 3. Yeah, Junior 3. I say JR. Perhaps I'm thinking of Dallas from the 80s. So anyway, so that's coming for a tyre and fuel. So there's not many driver changes. Again, it's interesting. It seems that they're not changing drivers based on flags. They're just changing drivers based on time. So they obviously have a much more fixed concept of when your driver gets out than when you actually do the fuel of the tyres, which is very reactive to track conditions.
We did have more pit stops down at this end, but there is one pit stop that is still ongoing. That's the number 48 Ally Racing Cadillac. That has now been a driver change. Mike Rockenfeller installed behind the wheel for the first time. And we did have the 02 Cadillac in as well. I saw fuel and old tires being lifted over the wall.
And the Riley Motorsports Felipe Fraga driven car, which did get its lap back, has been in for what, Nick?
It's had a nose change. Yeah, they've scalped off the old one before I get in front of it, so I can't see if this is a set-up nose change or I've pranged it, so my dive planes are missing. But they are taking a little while to put back on the inspection. But actually, they haven't got 2 inspection panels, so they've taken the inspection panel off the other nose and put on the new one. That inspection panel also contains the actual number of the car on the front. And now, of course, we wait with bated breath all the GT cars coming in.
At Felipe Fraga driven Riley Motorsports number 74, the orange and blue car was having a bit of argy-bargy with Gabi Chavez and the Andretti Motorsport car trying to get its lap back. It did get its lap back, actually. Joao Barbosa for Sean Creech in second. Third is that Junior 3 Racing number 15. We'll reset this for you once everybody comes round for the prototypes. Ricci Ferrari staying out for the GT cars, so they are led in by the number 66, which is up by Shea Adam. Oh, sorry, that's Nick Damon's head, the gradient.
It is, yes. I was actually looking at the Paul Miller Racing number 1 car coming in. That's fuel only ahead of them. The Turner Motorsport car, that is doing a driver change with the BMW. I can see the helmet flipping about. To the left, there's a Lamborghini, the 42 car, that's just doing service, and I can see that the Gradient car is leaving now on the 66. Very quick stop. Don't think they did the driver. Quite difficult with my vantage, but it's quite useful. Someone's gone home, and then suddenly a gap I can jump over quite safely onto the pit lane. Normally it's been completely impossible. It's an incredibly packed pit lane with 43 cars.
It's Tealit's time up at the number 12 Vassar Sullivan Racing Lexus. There was a driver change for the GTD car as well as fuel and 4 new tires. For the Corvette, this one is important to pay attention to because they thought that they had a right rear toe link that was going bad. They were talking about potentially changing it under caution, and they feel like they would lose too many spaces. They have not done that service, but they are still the last GTD Pro car off the lane. Everybody in GTD Pro who came into the pits, John, and you'll see which ones stayed out. All the ones who came in, fuel and 4 new Michelin tires.
Tony Vielander for AF Corsa and Jordan Pepper for Inception Racing stayed out. And I reckon Paul Miller Racing and Eric Johansson got out ahead. So from having great pit work and getting them to the lead for Gradient Racing, they did do a driver change. That cost them a little bit of time because they put 4 tyres on that Gradient Racing NSX. So Till Bechtolsheimer doesn't take the car over in the lead. He's right at the back of, down in 11th position. And that's not where he left it, and I think he'll be a bit upset about that. A couple of close calls in the pit lane. The FAF number 9 car back out after that contact and issue further on, screaming, just about making it through the RFID. I think that was all right, Jeremy, don't you, ahead of the cut-off AMG?
I hope so. Difficult to say from that angle, but I think you're right, John. Yeah, I'll go with that one. Couple of notes here. The number 20 car got out in the lead in LMP2, so Anders Fjordback in car number 20, that high-class racing car that had at least one penalty early on in this race. That's fought back to the lead now from Josh Pearson, who's driving the number 11 PR1 Matheson Motorsports car, the car that wasn't involved in the accident. Third place in the class and still on the lead lap now is Dwight Merriman in car number 18. And also Henrik Hedman back aboard number 81 car. Says about the 81 car. He's done most of the race so far, though certainly Sebastian Montoya has had a stint. I don't think JPM has it yet, has he? And John Ferrano is making another splash and go now. Number 33 car leads LMP3 because it didn't come in during the regular rotation, but is coming in now. So Sean Creech Motorsports is going to give up the lead in LMP3.
I was sort of in the middle of a in-race update there. 6.5 hours to go, 6:24 actually. So we did the DPI class in LMP2. Jeremy's just mentioned what's going on there. LMP3, Joao Barbosa's just left for Sean Creech Motorsport. Gabi Chavez, excuse me. Gabi Chavez for Andretti in second in the number 36, and the Junior 3 racing car. Tony Vielander, I reckon, now for AF Corsa, the number 21 Ferrari, leads GTD.
Because he did not stop.
Correct, and neither did Jordan Pepper in the number 70 Inception McLaren. The first of the pit stoppers out was Paul Miller Racing and Eric Johansson. I did get right. Ahead of Turner's 96, that's the Liquid Molly car. And I rather did gradient down there, apologies. Again, recalcitrant timing. 5th position for Till Bechtolsheimer. Talking about that number 96 car of Turner Motorsports, that's where Nick Damon is, and he's with Bill Oberlin.
Well, Bill, it's a typical sort of Petit, isn't it? You get a bit of green, a lot of yellow, more green, and it's in between it's all action.
Isn't that crazy? We're on a little bit of a strategy right now. Michael, who is our silver driver, or bronze or silver, I don't know what he is, but we're getting his drive time in now. So as we head into the later part of the races, then Robbie and I will take over. So we didn't take advantage of that last one of the yellows a few back, so we had to put more fuel in. It dropped us back. Now, these guys are doing such amazing pit stops. They keep bringing us back to the front. We set this car up to go good at night. So during the day, it's a little skittery, but when we get to the night, hopefully things tightens up and we got a rocket ship.
It's an interesting point, though, isn't it? It really is a game of chess, this race. It's not really that important. As long as you're on the lead lap with a couple of hours to go, that's what's really the matter, isn't it?
Yeah, our strategist, his name is Don Salama. He's really amazing at this stuff. Once we get to about this point in the race, we start counting from the end backwards. Then they know what driver is going to go and win and what we got to do to set yourself up to be exactly in the perfect position to go to the end.
So how is the car driving now that makes it difficult compared to how it's going to be nice in the night? So, I mean, what is it feeling like now?
So if you imagine with colder air, the air becomes more dense, and with that you get more aerodynamics. The wing becomes more efficient, the front splitter, the under trays, the diffusers, they'll pull the car harder to the track. Right now, we got a car that's a little bit loose because it's not being pulled to the track quite as hard as when we get to the nighttime. So you enter turn one and you're like, you got the counter steer in it, you're in fifth gear and you're like, wow, this thing is right on the edge. You go through the S's, you come out of 5, you feel the rears wanting to take off. We got to get to when that sun sort of starts heading down and this thing will tighten up. Also, the engineer, one of our engineers asked me, should we make a change? I said, let's just hang in there a little bit longer. We're at the peak of the day of the heat. And once 5 o'clock rolls around, we'll reevaluate, see if we have to do some bar changes, tire pressure changes, and see if we can make a perfect car.
Normally when you run less downforce, which is effectively what you're doing, you actually add more tyre wear. So is that a worry?
That's exactly what. So essentially when you've got less downforce, you're just scrubbing the tires, you're causing a bunch of heat, you're wearing them out excessively. So that's exactly what's going on essentially. So just get yourself through here. No scratching this car. Keep this car in perfect shape. We won this thing a few years ago. We were in position to win it last year and got caught up in that huge wreck. Clean to the end with about 3 hours to go. We put our head down. We would just start firing that M4 right into this thing.
Sounds really easy to say that way, Bill. Thank you very much. And good news, safety car lights are out.
They are, Nick. Well done.
So just quickly then, before we go back to grid, number 5 and number 31 cycle back to the front because they had made their pit stops right before the caution, didn't come in again. They lead the pack. Of the remaining cars, the big gainer there was number 10 car, which leapfrogged a couple to come out, crucially, ahead of number 60 car for the first time in this race. So 10 ahead of 60, they are third and fourth, the 2 Acuras, and then the 2 Cadillac racing entries, 01 and 02.
And if that was the end of the race, that would be the championship for the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura. Whichever one of the 10 and 60 finishes ahead at the end of the 10 hours, provided they're in the top 5, takes the championship. After that, we'll have to go into a bit more detail for you. Loic Duval, GNEC Miller Motorsport, Peugeot driver, still wants to come and race here next year, although he's going to be busy in the World Endurance Championship. High-class racing, leaving with equipment attached. That's a drive-through for the car that has worked its way to the lead of LMP2. Anders Fjordbach will have to come back down pit lane. Another penalty. No penalties. That's one of our Porsche keys to the race, guys. Really? Real end-of-term feel here in some respects. A lot of pit lane penalties. It's not as if this is the first race of the season. Everyone seems to have forgotten how to do clean pit stops. My goodness me. So Loic Duval by 1.232 seconds. As I say, he'll be racing for Peugeot in that radical looking 9X8. Think back to, 11 years ago, Loic Duval in the Peugeot here, and the big 908. Well, it's 9X8 now with a hybrid car. That just happens to make 72, which is the Sarthe department of France's code. Sarthe department, of course, is where you find a racing circuit next to the town of Le Mans. I cannot believe that is a coincidence. at all. But like saying to us earlier on this week, yeah, look, I'm busy for Peugeot, but if I could get in an LMP2 car at Daytona, I'd be very happy with that. Maybe Sebring as well, I'll be there anyway. A few clashes this year between WEC and IMSA, which I find slightly disappointing. I understand the difficulty for the ACO with their World Championship, trying to fit around everything. They've managed to schedule an ELMS race.
So many F1 races now, you can't,
well, I know,
you can't work
24
yourself around those.
Well, there'll be 23 F1 races next year, because as we all know, China won't happen. But scheduling an ELMS finale, which they've brought forward in the year to the same weekend as Petit Le Mans next year, plus 2 WEC races, one that will clash. The early season is very packed for ACO racing. I think there's 4 weekends with either WEC or ELMS on it. Long Beach is a clash with the WEC, and then after Le Mans, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park clashes with Monza, I believe. And I find that a bit disappointing, if I'm honest. I understand how difficult it is, but particularly the ELMS clash here in October next year, I think is frankly unnecessary, if I'm honest. Particularly as they've moved it forward from where it normally is. So we're back to a more traditional time actually next year, so it's a week later. Petit Le Mans, get it in your diary, all the details. All your deets for the season, IMSA.com. High class racing then, still with that penalty hanging over it and hasn't come in. Now Nick Damon, Shea Adam, has just asked me, why is there a guy hanging over the pit wall? Is that something to do with why Anders Fjordbach hasn't come into the pit lane?
That's exactly what it is. Lack of radio communication. So in America, we take the pit board out to the wall and wave it around until the driver notices and then realizes, oh, I need to come in the pit lane now. So yeah, perhaps Sanders' radio is not fully plugged in as it should be.
Well, he's only got 3 laps, and he has to come in at the end. This is the 3rd lap that he's on at the moment, so that 20 car will come in, or it will have additional penalties to have to serve. And although it's a reasonable excuse, maybe I should say it's a reasonable reason, it's not an excuse not to come in. That will be extended, and this is the car that's leading by about a second at the moment. Fjordbach from the young Josh Pearson, the young British driver. PR1 Matheson Motorsport, he's already been a WEC class winner with United Autosport back at Sebring in March. Good news, here comes Fjordbach with the black nose now on that red and white car. Actually looks quite tasty with that unwrapped nose. He comes down the pit lane. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us. A lot of people saying thank you for the interview with Bill Oberlin, so interesting about the downforce levels at night. Wicker Bill saying the same thing. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us. 6 hours and 15 minutes still to run. Also coming in, Dwight Merriman. It's the blue number 18 car. Nick Damon is watching that car. Does that look standard?
It's a full service, including driver change. Dwight's got out, and he's got out like I look after I've gone for one of my irregular runs on a Saturday morning. He's kind of walking out, holding all his parts of his muscle, going, honestly, I didn't feel that way when I got in. I completely empathise with him. Now, interestingly, they've taken the rear deck off as well, so perhaps this is a driver change because they need to do something to the car as well. So they are with the rear deck off. We have significant penalties coming in here, and it's gone back on again. So they lifted up, put that down again, the rear deck. But yeah, so they shouldn't have come in. So that's the
car hasn't been out that long, Nick. So that's a question. I've got news of a significant penalty here, and this is one again of those that we kind of need to follow up, because what we see on the timing screen doesn't really fully explain. We can make a guess on it. As you know, all of the cars have got to drive out through the Michelin signs at the end of the pit lane. They are RFID, radio frequency ID, chip readers at the end of pit lane. And back in the old days when Jeremy and I were lads, you would have a bit of yellow chalk on the side of the tyres with the car number and what set it was, and the officials would check that before the car went out, maybe put a check mark on it with a different coloured marker or something like that. Well, Scott Dixon is having to do a drive-through now because of tyre requirements. So something's gone wrong with the set of tyres that they put on the 01 car. We'll find out a little bit more from that once we've heard from Dwight Merriman with Nick Damon.
Dwight, I completely empathise with you. Got out of the car because you're like me when I've been for a run on a Saturday morning. Everything's not quite working as it should do. Why the kind of out of sequence stop?
Why the what?
Why did you stop sort of out of sequence?
Oh, well, I've got the min drive time in, and the cooling system wasn't working, so it was hotter than normal for my first 2 stints earlier. So. We did it. Yeah, I think it'll work out okay. I think we're a little off strategy with everyone else on fuel, so I think the guys just decided it would work okay.
Great stuff. Thank you, Dwight.
And yeah, we're at the drive time, and we started from pit lane, so I had to, at the very beginning of the race, pass all the GT and P3 cars like one extra time compared to everybody else. So it's been very mentally busy day for me. So that's it.
Thanks, Dwight. Thank you very much indeed.
Cheers.
Nice to hear from Dwight Merriman. Now, I need to know, because I am of this type of mind, what was the problem in terms of the tyre requirements that Scott Dixon's Cadillac Racing 01 did not fulfil? Did they put tyres on from another car? Did they put the wrong set on? What has happened? So that was just a drive-through, but they didn't have to take the tyres off, Shea Adam. So what was all that about?
There are minimum pressures that are mandated by the manufacturer. Everybody gets one warning, but the fact is that it takes a little while to get the tires up to a pressure because you need to set them so that they're not going to be overpressured by the time the drivers get in the stint. And each driver has a different manner of doing it within the Chip Ganassi Racing organization. They used up their warning earlier on when a different driver was in the car. Scott went out. That was his first time, except he doesn't get a warning because it's one warning per car, not driver.
Yeah, okay. So that would be probably under pressure, is what we're talking about there. Minimum pressures, as we were mentioning. 6 hours and 10 minutes to go.
Just looking in LMP3, if Gabby Chavez looks in his mirrors in that class leading Andretti Autosport car number 36, he's going to see a car that looks ominously familiar, that being number 74. Riley Motorsports car of Felipe Fraga. You might remember, wasn't too long ago, they had an incident down the chicane where Fraga was trying to get his lap back. Did so, and now after that full course caution, he's closed pretty much up onto the tail of Gabby Chavez. So that's going to be a battle that's quite likely to be developing for the lead in LMP3 within 2 or 3 laps, I would think.
Yeah, very interesting. So made me giggle there. Oh, that looks rather familiar. Yes. And 6 hours and 9 minutes, as I was saying, to go. Like Duval, looking away quite nicely. An 11.2 last time around with a bit of clear track. Next best, Mike Conway, who's in second, about a second and a half behind as they go across the line. So the dark red and black number 5 heading up the hill as in comes the number 81, that's the Dragon Speed car. That's Henrik Edmund, who was well up in LMP2. And he's getting out of that car. I think it's at Nick's end.
He's probably done as well, actually. In that
yeah, pretty good.
Time-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. At IMSA Radio.
QPM getting aboard.
Dwight Merriman at 2 hours, 31 minutes and 18 seconds. So they were spot on with that one, as Shea wants to ask Jeremy a question about Michelin Endurance challenge points.
Jeremy, I realized that the battle for DPI is very close. I can't remember exactly what the point spread was, and I didn't write that down in my notebook, unfortunately. But in the LMP2 class, the reason that Ben Keating, Mikkel Jensen, and Scott Huffaker were in this race was to win the Michelin Endurance Cup. I don't think they have enough of a lead, do they, to be able to clinch it with 6 points earned on the day if somebody else earns max points, correct?
In second place in the points prior to this weekend was the number 29 team, Racing Team Netherlands. They were only 4 points behind PR1. Of course, that car is not here this weekend. Dragon Speed USA in car number 81 and number 20 of High Class Racing were 10 points behind PR1. If you get maximum points here, that's 5 at each point junction of the race. That's 15. The minimum you can get is 6. So that's 9, isn't it? So I think you're right. I think the number 52 car is going to win it come what may. They've got a big enough gap that they can't lose it, because even if they're not running, they will still get those minimum points, which is 2. The scoring system for each juncture of the race is 5 for the win, 4 for second, 3 for third. Everybody else, however many people there are in the class, gets 2, Shay. So, yeah, great point, well done. And in overall, by the way, in the DPI class, the number 60 car came in here with a 1-point lead over number 10, which in turn was 1 point ahead of number 5, which in turn was 2 points ahead of number 31. So very, very tight there in DPI in the team's championship.
Jeremy Shaw, John Hindhaugh in the booth. The Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre in full effect. We've had to pull the blind down a little bit because the sun is beginning to shine in here and make it difficult for us to read our notes and see the screens. Beautiful day, sunshine all day. Not a hint of even a shower. Wind now still actually blowing behind the cars into turn 1, so making things a little bit difficult into turn 1. We've got 5 minutes, call it 6 minutes to the end of another race hour. Time to welcome back Andrew Marriott, who's down at the Corvette end of pit lane.
Yes, I am, and actually Nicky Katzberg just walked out, so I can grab a word with him. Nicky, I gather the car's maybe not running quite true, or the steering's out a bit after that earlier incident.
Yeah, it seems like we do have a bit of a, I would say, a small damage sustained from that touch earlier on, but so far Jordan seems to be handling it just fine, so let's see. I don't think we have to come in for any repairs.
Gary Pratt just confirmed that to me. So, enjoying being back in America and racing?
Oh yeah, definitely. I love it here. So, it was a long time since Sebring. There we won, so hopefully we can do it here again, but it's always great to be back here.
Yeah, Nicky, maybe you're the lucky mascot.
Maybe I am. I'm not so sure about that, but I'll give it my best.
Thanks.
Thank
so
you,
well, first of all, in GTD Pro, Davide Rigon still leads the way, as he has done since the restart in car number 62. That's racing Ferrari, just a second or so ahead of Ross Gunn. Ben Barnick at about 3.5 seconds further back, with Connor De Filippi in number 25 BMW right on his tail. So the Lexus number 14 being chased by number 25 BMW. And then Maxi Goetz in the WeatherTech number 79 Mercedes is running next in 5th, ahead of Jordan Taylor in that Corvette. And there's a big, well, I would say grassy moment, but clayey moment for number 70 car, which is still second position in GTD and chasing Tony Vilander. Vilander leads in the red, white and green number 21 AF Corsa Ferrari, but the Jordan Pepper McLaren right there with him in second position. A little bit of a gap back to Eric Johansson in third. Who's that being pushed off the road? It's
high class car again.
Oh, what an eventful day. They're still second in class, by the way, with all of that.
I know, they've gone through a bit of bodywork though.
And I was going to say something else. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, in LMP3, target acquired there for Felipe Fraga. He's now right with Gabby Chavez. Not sure where they are on the racetrack, probably towards the end of the lap, I think, by now. It was a while ago, of the window. But that is a battle for the lead in LMP3, with number 36 car being chased by number 74.
Hello to Lawrence Vanto. Nice to hear that you're tuned in to us, presumably watching as well on www.imsaradio.com. For those of you outside of the States, no ad breaks, straight through for another 6 hours and 3 minutes and beyond that as well. Go to imsaradio.com to the top left of the page, and streaming video is there where it says watch live, listen live on the other side. Lawrence, we're missing you. It would be great to have you back. And thank you for supporting our broadcast as well, as you have done. Into the pit lane for Mike Rockenfeller for Ally Cadillac. Doesn't seem like a million years since that car went out again. I think only 17 or 18 laps there, so that's going to have to be investigated by Andrew Marriott, as Rocky brings the car to a halt. Hasn't been a clean run for that car, say that of a few, including retirement confirmed for Car Barn with Peregrine earlier on. That was a potentiometer on the fly-by-wire, the drive-by-wire throttle area of the car, which turned into something a little bit bigger. The car has been able to be fixed. The other car that had a problem early on was the Magnus Racing number 44, broken left steering arm after contact with one of the Ferraris at turn 10A and 10B, and then it pushed off the Rob Ferriol-driven 99 hardpoint car. Shea Adam has been digging around there. That car's been missing for a long time, Shea.
Yeah, and it's not a telltale sign that a team is done until they start packing up their pit box. Unfortunately, that's what's going on with Magnus Racing. So clearly that steering issue that was caused by the contact was too great to overcome.
Let's go down to Andrew and pick up another quick interview. Well, actually, let's stay with this for a moment, because we've got a battle for first and second in the prototype 3 category. Gabby Chavez versus Felipe Fraga in traffic and heading down the back straight to turn 10A and 10B. We've seen positions changing here before. The Riley car, that's where it got the lap back, Jeremy, wasn't it? It seems only moments ago that was a raced back lap. That wasn't a handed back lap. They did actually race back through the field. As through comes the number 60 Meyershank Racing car as well. All right, that's settled down for a moment. And we're coming down to 6 hours remaining. That's 4 hours gone. Michelin Endurance Cup points to be awarded, the first tranche of them at the end of the lap that the leader completes after 4 hours. Well, that's going to be the end of the lap that the leader is on right now. You're listening to Sirius XM 207 FM 98.1 here at Road Atlanta and around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Also, of course, in sound and vision on the international stream as well for TV and audio at IMSARadio.com. This is the 2022 Motul Petit Le Mans. Jeremy Shaw, quick word before we go down to Andrew.
Yeah, look, we're talking about this battle in LMP3 between number 36 and number 74. Sneaking up behind, actually roaring up behind, is Nolan Siegel in the number 30 car for Junior 3 Motorsports. That's the Airbnb car that he shares with Ari Balog and Garrett Grist. Nolan's been absolutely flying. He pulled in 3 seconds on that pair in the last lap. And he's getting, well, obviously he's getting closer and closer and closer. That leading battle is coming now down past us in turn 12. There he goes. There goes number 30 car. So Nolan Siegel a little bit closer again on that lap. He just went a best final sector time as well, that youngster at the wheel of that number 30 car. Very impressive. He's been racing on the road to Indy for the last several years, made his Indy Lights debut in the final round of this year's Indy Lights Championship at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca a few weeks ago.
Yeah, down at Ally, the Action Express team, right rear puncture was that stop, and the wheel came off, the other one popped on, and Rocky continued on his way. So nothing's going right for that car, is it? Absolutely nothing.
No, indeed not, Andrew. Thank you for that. That's cleared up that one. There's a number of punctures, but there's been a lot of side-by-side action as well, and I suspect those two things may be somehow connected.
Yeah, not entirely unrelated.
Yes,
yeah.
indeed so. Like Duval being out now for 25 laps, Mike Conway for 24, Brendan Hartley for 20. Ollie Jarvis on his 21st as well. Sort of.
Oh, so Fraga has made the move.
Ah, has he? And he's gone through then. Our leader just heading around turn 5. Our Ollie Jarvis now in behind the wheel of the Meyershank. That's the number 60 car. Now in chase mode in terms of the championship. As we can head down to the pit lane. It's that middle part of the race, so pretty much all of the drivers have been through. Shea Adam, who have you got to talk to?
Garrett Grist, fellow Canadian down here in the pit lane. Now, you know Petit Le Mans, you've won it back in 2017, but the race feels like it's different than it was then. This P3 class is so hotly contested. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I love it. I love the P3 class. Obviously happy IMSA's keeping it for another year when you have teams like Riley, Core, ourselves. The level's really high, and I think it's going to keep improving, and the lineup's going to get better, the team's going to get better. So yeah, a lot of fun so far.
You guys have been the team that's been clawing the way back up to the front of this battle. Is your car going to be even stronger at night?
I hope so. I mean, it was a lot stronger at night in practice than it was during the day. So we're hoping for that for sure. Last year, I think we struggled a bit in the night compared to the day, so we've really been working on that for this year.
Have you even been in the car yet in the race?
No, I haven't been in the car yet. So next stop, I'll be in for a bit, out, and then back in for the end.
Hey, good luck.
Awesome, thank you.
And we'll take one more for the drivers here. Christian Nunez, I've just renamed him, Andrew. Sorry, Tristan Nunez is with Andrew down in the pit lane.
Yeah, he is, and Tristan having a very good run here. Having a very good run at the moment.
Yeah, so far so good. Stephen did an amazing job. I think he did a quad stint right from the start to get his drive time out of the way. So now it's just Josh and I to the end doing doubles. So yeah, Josh doing a great job in there right now. We've got a good car, good team. Looking forward to the end.
It blows my mind that a 16-year-old can do that.
I know, I remember when I was 16. It feels like ages ago. I mean, God, it's 10 years now. 26. I feel like it was just yesterday. I'm sure John and Jeremy remember those days. So, yeah, it's been a while, but I remember what it was like to be in his shoes.
It's a relatively new place for you here, fitting in nicely.
Yeah, definitely. It's feeling in right at home. So excited to see what it's like out there and get back behind the wheel.
You're hoping to stay with this team for next year? Have you got plans for next year?
Still trying to figure it out, keep my options open, but I'm definitely free and on the market, so looking for anything. But yeah, we'll keep pushing for it. I'm not done yet. I'm still young, still 26 and ready to go.
Very good. I'll get your phone number later.
Thank you.
Andrew Marriott with Tristan Nunez.
Tristan Nunez, yeah. I mean, he joined the Action Express team at the beginning of this year, and for some reason was dumped out. I can't understand it. He seemed to me, from everything that I looked at, lap time-wise, race-wise, racecraft-wise, everything else seemed to be doing a pretty good job. He was replaced by Olivier Pla, who doesn't seem to have been much better. I mean, that's been a bit of a struggle for that team this season. But anyhow, he's found a home back again with PR1 Matheson Motorsports and with Stephen Thomas. Well, with Stephen Thomas at least, with whom he drove a year or so ago. He's showing his capabilities again. I mean, the kid is fast.
One of the things that we have been doing this year in a few of the championships that we cover is working with Valkyrie AI out of Austin, our full season partner for our WEC coverage, and partner with United Autosports. And Shadam and I have been getting reams of statistics from that. And it's easy for us to say one thing and what our eyes say, Shea, but that can be backed up now with with solid data. And in terms of what Tristan did in the first part of the season as to what Ollie Pla's done now, there's a story to be told there by the numbers.
Yeah, it's not actually something that Valkyrie sent. It's something I compiled over the course of the season, but Tristan's numbers were closer to the pace of not only his teammate, but the fastest lap overall than what Ollie's been able to replicate. Neither have been given a great deal of time in the car, do have to say that. So the balance there was one thing, but Tristan definitely did not warrant being dropped by the team based on his performance. All right, we've got teams scrambling up onto the wall now. Inception Racing has just come on the wall, John. 4 new tires and a Sep Frio getting ready to be installed. So that means Jordan Pep will be getting out, and I will grab him once he has his helmet off, John.
Well, Davide, very strong stint there in the heat of the day.
Yes, I was very happy. The car feels great. Of course, we need to think about that at the end of the race, but we have a good car, good pace. Unfortunately, we are not so fast on the straight line, so it's very difficult to overtake the other. But on the corner, we are quite fine, so happy for my car now. We need to keep concentrating, still very long.
And what about the traffic for you in a GT car? It's a bit difficult. You have to look at your mirrors, but you've got much slower people in front of you as well.
Yes, we have a good spotter, Brian, that is really helpful for us. But yes, especially if we find the B45 is a mess. And of course, everybody are losing, so you just need to stay concentrated, don't get dirty on the tires, and do your best. The traffic is the same for everybody.
Thanks very much, Davide Rigaud there in the Risi Ferrari. And I remember him winning in Super Formula. I think he won the championship 3 years running.
He was very, very quick. Great to have Risi back. A couple of questions about the tyre irregularity penalty for, what's the name, number 48, Ally Cadillac, wasn't it? Tyre pressure monitoring is an IMSA data stream. So that comes out of race control effectively. They get notified. And then they can call that drive-through as they did about the minimum starting pressures of tyres. Huge amount of data available, of course, nowadays. And IMSA are very good at collecting it. They have their own sensors on the cars. They don't rely on manufacturers or teams. To give you another quick rundown before the next pit stop sequence starts, 5 hours and 50 to go. Lloyd Duval by 1.6 seconds, JDC Miller, the Mustang sampling number 5 car, leading Mike Conway for Wheel and Engineering in the 31 red and white car, and Brendan Hartley for Cunningham and Alta. Then it's Ollie Jarvis for Meyer Shank Racing, another 4 seconds further back. Those two, the 10 and the 60 Acuras, those are the 2 cars that are only in the hunt for the championship, and as it stands at the moment, whoever finishes highest of those 2, if they're in the top 5, wins the championship. Josh Pearson, 16-year-old in the PR1 Matheson Motorsport number 11, is leading from Anders Fjordbach by a handy 42 seconds. In LMP3, Felipe Fraga, from fighting his way back, Felipe Fraga, in this stint, from a lap down to leading the class, and leading the class by 5.6 seconds from Gabby Chavez. In second for Andretti. GTD, it's Paul Miller Racing from Vassar Sullivan, that's the number 1 BMW from Aaron Thielitz in the number 12. That's the Lexus team caught off Mike Ski in the hunt for the championship in that number 32 car. Did a big fuel save earlier on in his stint. And in the Pro category, it is Ben Barnican for Vassar Sullivan in the number 14 car. It's a car with the red numbers, mirrors and rear wing end plates. From Connor de Felipe, they're coming back from a long penalty as well. BMW Team RLO number 25. Nancy Gertz for WeatherTech Racing, white car with the red and blue stripes down the side. That's your VP Racing Fuel in-race update. Jeremy's done the arithmetic on the first tranche of points for Michelin Endurance and could give us a little bit of an update. How are we standing?
Yeah, so there's been various changes actually to the orders. In DPI, these are unofficial, by the way, because the IMSA issues the unofficial points, results, I should say, at the 4-hour mark. So it's not official yet, but unofficially, 5 points went to the number 5 car, 4 points to the number 31 car, 3 points to number 10, and 2 to number 60. Now, the upshot of all this is that, by my reckoning, the number 5 team will leap from 3rd to 1st on 33 points, then tied together on 32 will be both of the Acura teams, number 60 and number 10. And then 2 points behind them is the Wheel and Engineering Racing Cadillac, car number 31. In LMP2, we've already talked about that. When the PR1 Matheson Motorsports team, pretty much whatever happens, they can, well, I think whatever does happen, they can hang on to, in fact, they can hang on to the win in the LMP2 Cup class. That car, I think, is still out of the race. Yeah, it's still stopped. The maximum points was taken in this 4-hour mark point by the sister car, the number 11 car. That was, it's out of contention. That's way down the order in LMP2 in any case. So that fact helps the other team, helps number 52 car. So 52 cars already wrapped up that title chase. In LMP3, the leading car coming into this weekend at the Michelin Endurance Cup was the number 74, which again took maximum points to extends its lead now from 3 points as it was over the number 33 car to now, it doubles it to 6 points in LMP3. In GTD Pro, we now, the Corvette team comes into this race with a 2-point edge over Risi Competizione Ferrari. However, the Risi car took maximum points at the 4-hour mark, so we'll now move on to 30 points to the 29 of Corvette, and 27 for the Heart of Racing Team Aston Martin, which was second at the 4-hour mark. Finally, in GTD, the Inception Racing arrived here with a 5-point edge over AF Corsa. Those two cars were first and second at the 4-hour mark, the other way around. The AF Corsa car scored maximum 5 points to Inception's 4 points for second position, so that gap has gone from 5 points to 4, with 2 iterations of points still to come.
I just delivered that news to Jordan Pepper, who got out of the Inception Racing McLaren shortly after that mark. Jordan, you came into this race with 2 objectives: win the Michelin Endurance Cup for yourself and Brendan Reid, and win the race for, again, Brendan and Seb Priou. Well, after your first stint, do you feel like you have the car to do both?
We definitely have the car to do it. We were quite incredible. Brendan did a marathon 2.5-hour stint, and I think he's on a jet now, already on his way to Barcelona for a race over there tomorrow. And yeah, we took an incredible, really good call, and unfortunately, it's not nice to see incidents, but as it happens when there's incidents, there's full course yellows, and we got kind of caught 2 seconds behind being a lap down. So we cycled through to the back, and then we went on a marathon fuel save run, which then would have put us in the lead at the 4-hour mark, but another caution came out, and in the end, we took a hard charge to the end, chasing Tony down in the 21, which is our main competition and main rivals. And sometimes he was probably a bit naughty at points, but I mean, if I got ahead of him, championship is done. So I fully understand it. We left each other just enough room, and yeah, it was a good fight. Unfortunately, we were on the wrong side of the points there, but still, we only lost 1 point to them, which is going to hopefully pay dividends towards the end of the race. And going for the overall win now, I'm sure there's going to be a million cautions to come or something, and we're going to be able to get ourselves back on strategy for that. So we have the car to do it. This track's amazing. This championship's amazing. I'm loving driving my Inception Racing McLaren, and yeah, just grateful to be out here.
Thanks, Jordan. Good luck.
Thank you.
Come with me. It's been a bit of a challenging race so far.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
How do you change your mindset? How do you change your mindset from going from the Toyota hypercar into this? Is it relatively easy?
Well, I think it's still racing, so it's never easy, to be honest. So we try to always push very hard, and as you see, IMSA is very competitive as well. So we still coming here kind of just gear up learning myself, and we always try to push as much as I can.
What about next season with Toyota? The car is being upgraded in a major way for next season with all this new competition?
No, we're not. Yeah.
Staying the same.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a pretty incredible fight, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, it's all about BOP, but I think to having more manufacturer, it will be great for this championship.
And will you be able to fit in any races over here? Will you be able to race Rolex 24?
No, I think for not next year. I just take the break and because I have quite many things to do, and yeah, actually I'm working quite hard for the kind of management stuff. So as driver, definitely I want to do, but take break for focusing things for the management, and we see in the future if I have available, definitely I want to come back here.
Well, we hope to see you back in the future. Hopefully the car will move forward a bit.
Thank you, Andrew. And Shea Kamui Kobayashi there talking. He's wears several hats, of course, because he's part of the management team now. In and out for Ollie Jarvis in the number 60, as in comes the leader, Brendan Hartley. Lights very bright, John de Geese, SportsCar 365, alongside us at the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Good afternoon, John. How are you?
Doing pretty well. How about yourself, John?
How good is this?
Yeah.
How good is this? Not a drop of rain. All that worry we had. Look, people have been hurt by it. They've had horrible times, but we've been very fortunate here. Full course yellows just come out. Impact at turn 4, I'm hearing. So that's going to make everybody scramble, and that might be a very good bit of timing for the cars who have just come in the pit lane, including Brendan Hartley, who is already out of the number 10 Cunningham and Nolter. Yet more drama, John de Geese, in this race that has seen plenty so far. We had a feisty opening as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A great battle up front. I think this is turning into a really spectacular race so far.
Very spectacular race. It could be a classic. Really good weather for us. Full course yellow. Turn 4 is where and it's the Mustang sampling car is involved, and that has also taken out the number 12 Lexus. And that's a big hit for that Lexus. It's missing front suspension down through the S's super quick, and it looked like perhaps the Lexus ran into the back of the prototype, which has gone into the wall pretty hard. There's a wheel gone off as well, and the whole front end of the Lexus has been demolished. The Lexus driver is Aaron Thielitz, and he's out of the car. At least he's getting some assistance to get out of the car. He's all right. Maggie's all right. He's out of the car, and he needed a little bit of help just to get the window net down, but the rest of it, he's fine, and he's annoyed with the other driver. That's a good sign in some respect, isn't it? So, where has the Mustang sampling gone? The Loic Duval is out of the car as well, and that car's heavily into the wall.
It looks like it maybe stopped at 8.
There's a timing glitch, actually, John. Sorry, I should have told you that.
Look,
big swipe down the inside.
The number
by
5 car
Duval.
just dived down the inside. You can't pass anybody there, Lloyd. You should know that.
He does know that. He knows that. And both of them hit the interim tyre bale. That's what's done the damage, but it did slow them down. The Lexus is out, that number 12 car, and the number 5, well, Loic Duval's exited to the concrete wall as well. This is going to be a very, very long clean-up. Right down the inside through turn 4 and a side swipe. If you're going to go past there in a prototype, you have to have the help of the driver that you're going by. The right front steering arm was broken in the initial contact, I'd say, on the Lexus, and at that point, Aaron Thielitz is a passenger in that car. All of the safety systems have worked for both drivers. They have both exited their cars under their own steam, and now the cleanup begins. All right, we'll just take a little breath as that starts to happen. take some interviews from down in the pit lane. Andrew is down there and is with Brendan Hartley, who's just got out of his racing car.
He's just stepped away now.
Sorry,
John,
Andrew.
So, yeah, not a problem. I know it's really hectic up there in the booth. So I might be able to trace Brendan. I'm going to sort of go down to JDC Miller and maybe they'll bring Loic back.
Okay. Well,
yeah, I think that's probably the best plan, John. I think Brendan's definitely... But just let me have a quick look.
They'll have to go to the infield care centre. Shout up, Andrew, if you get him. We've got John de Geese here. An extension of what we've seen here, John. Very fast, very furious racing. Conditions pretty much perfect, and yet another. Once again, the team caught off motorsport car, providing the camera view. But the racing, when we have had it, has been absolutely superb, punctuated by these incidents here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Yeah, and this one by far the most serious of the race so far, and I don't really understand why these drivers are that aggressive this early in the race. It's just like, we're just barely reaching halfway right now, and there's a lot of racing still to come.
Talk to you about this season and next year in a moment, but we have now got Brendan Hartley with Andrew Marriott down in pit lane.
Yeah, Brendan had climbed up onto the pit perch here, it's on the top row. Just talking to Wayne over the radio, actually, at the moment, and let him just finish that conversation. And that's still going on a moment. Yeah, he's still discussing with the team. I'm sitting up on the bench, actually, so let them get the conversation over with. John, shall I shout you up when they're ready?
All right, Andrew. What a season, John de Geese, this year, particularly for DPI competition. 59th and final race for this iteration of the DPIs. You've covered it all. You've seen all of those races, as have I. It's been a really interesting ride as these cars have been developed, as they've got faster. They end as the fastest endurance racing prototypes in the world, and it's been brilliant.
Yeah, extreme racing. I look back at some of these races, and it's amazing what we've gone through these last couple of years. 6 seasons, like you said. And really setting the bar for what's to come. I think everybody's talking about this being the end of the era, but it's really beginning what's to come with LMDH. And I think it's really, if we didn't have DPI, we wouldn't have LMDH. That's pretty clear.
Totally agree, and I want to explore that with you a moment after we've heard from Brendan Hartley.
Brendan, well, that actor just proves how difficult it is around here with these slower cars.
Yeah, I've just hopped out of the car. I haven't seen exactly what happened. It looks like a pretty big shunt. Hope everyone's okay.
They are okay. Loic was trying to get past in a very tricky spot, and obviously collected the Lexus. But what about your stint then?
Yeah, happy. I did 3 stints in the car. First stint was great. I was right behind Kester Neves. I knew the 60 car was the target, so I tried to put him under a lot of pressure. I was right on his tail the whole stint. Felt good out there. I think we were both suffering with rear tie deck, so I think everyone set the car up knowing that it's going to get colder in the night. The rears are going to get better, more under control. Second stint I struggled. I think there was a small mistake on tire pressure, so I was having a tough time out there. And third stint I had the 60 behind and managed to pull out the gap a little bit, save a lap of fuel, and yeah, no, I was really happy with the stint. And now we've got Ricky and Philippe to hopefully try and bring it home.
Over in the other championship, we've been having a great season.
Yeah, it's been really good. Particularly the last 3 races, we've pulled to first equal in the WEC. So we're going to Bahrain tied, and actually a similar situation to here with Wayne Taylor Racing. We just have to beat the Alpine, the same as Wayne Taylor Racing, just having to beat the 60 car. So yeah, the last 2 races of the season are quite spicy for me.
Thanks very much.
Great to hear from Brendan Hartley. The pits will be open this time around for the prototype, so we'll expect plenty of action. Just coming through turn 10 now. And let's see who's staying out. Well, of course, the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing car is going to stay out because they had just pitted before that incident. Sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the windscreen. So in comes now that's interesting. Mike Rockenfeller's come back in again in the 48. I might have thought, well, he might as well pit actually, because if the leader's not pitting, he's not going to get a lap back. So that's 2 17-lap stints. He had a puncture at the end of his first 17 laps in the car, but this is them just fueling up and going further into the race. Also the 0-1 of Scott Dixon coming into the pit lane as well. And also the P2 leader coming into the pit lane and heading for Shea Adam.
That's car number 11 with Tristan Nunez behind the wheel. Now let's see if they are going to do the full service stop that they had planned. No, they are doing fuel only for the number 11. Back in the LMP3 world though, we've got the 74 Riley car, and this is fuel and 4 tires for them. Fuel and 4 tires for the number 30 as well. We heard from the Junior 3 driver Garrett Gisbron. Now he's behind the wheel. He said he hasn't driven yet. We also have full service for the 0-1. That means that Renger van de Zand has been installed behind the wheel because it's a bright yellow helmet. Fuel, 4 tires, and a Josh Vernon behind the wheel for car number 36 of Andretti. And fuel and 4 tires, but I don't think, oh no, there was a driver change for the number 33 Sean Creech Motorsport. I think that's Nico Pino behind the wheel of that car now.
And Mike Rockenfeller got a new set, or another set of Michelin slicks and a full tank of VP Racing fuel. Big damage on that Mustang sampling. Number 5 there, John, right rear corner. Car stood up amazingly well there, but it's probably a good job that that's the last race for that car, because I think
it was supposed to go to a collector, I think, to do some historic racing. So.
Oh, really? Oh dear. They might have to find another chassis for that one. You made the point, John, and it was very valid, about without DPI there would be no GTP, no LMDH. Ultimately, really, and I was talking to John Doonan about this last night at the Porsche Carrera Cup Night of Champions. Ultimately, the GTP regulations, LMDH, were DPI 2.0. That had been planned from a ways back to replace this. COVID sort of got in the way, and then convergence made it actually make even more sense. But ultimately, the LMDH regulations were IMSA's replacement for this class from way back.
Exactly. You know, minus the hybrid component, I think that was a big push by the ACO. But at the same time, you know, this was being worked on for years and years and years. And, you know, what we see now on the grid, you know, on the grid we saw the couple cars, you know, from each, one car from each manufacturer earlier on before the start of the race. That is the culmination of all of this hard work from IMSA.
And they all look good. They all look distinctively different. I'm told they sound distinctively different. We'll find out on Monday when we're trackside. You staying on?
Yep,
for
I'll
that?
be there too.
Okay, so I'll see you there. Don't go away, because the GTDs are coming in, and Shea Adam is on. Shea, you've got everybody coming in now.
Oh, thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. I feel ganged up on. All right, we've got Paul Miller Racing BMW in, Brian Sellers climbing aboard, Eric Johansson getting out, fuel and 4 new tires. 4 new tires for Sep Frio. Even though he hasn't been out in that Inception McLaren for very long, they are treating him nicely. We've got fuel and 4 tires for the Gradient Racing Acura as well. It's fuel only for the 21 Ferrari they, of course, and the number 96 Turner Motorsports BMW. Fuel, 4 tires, and a driver change for Russell Ward getting out as he gets a little bit startled at Turner leaving its pit box, and it is now Phil Ellis aboard the 57. Fuel and tires for the number 16. That is the Wright Motorsport Porsche. The first of the cars to get going again after taking full service was the Paul Miller Racing BMW. And second in line, hello, Team Cawthorpe. What a great stop from them. Fuel and 4 tires.
Jesse, just getting your crash helmet off there. How was that stint for you? Pretty hot at the moment.
No, actually, I just changed a drinks bottle for Connor. He's doing a great job at the moment. He's in for a double. So.
Oh, you had your crash helmet on. You got me fooled.
Yeah. No, I just changed the drinks bottle for him. He ran out of drinks, so yeah, I just wasn't driving.
What about the car at the moment? Did you talk to Connor?
I've been hearing on the radio the car seems to be really good. He's happy with the pace of the car. The balance seems good. Yeah, I think we're in the mix at least. So yeah.
In the mix, long way to go.
Yeah, still a long way to go.
There's going to be a penalty for one of our title contenders in GTD when leaving the pit box. The number 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin hit the tire that was left on the left rear side of its sister car, the number 23. That is a penalty in this sport. So that means that Roman DeAngelis' championship contending car will be coming back down the lane.
Our Michelin keys to the race get to the dock, well, that's still 20 past 7, 19:19 actually, is the sunset time tonight. Easy one to remember. Track position we've talked about, but no penalties. And I've said that more times than anything else today. There's been more penalties than the quarterfinals of the European Football Championships. Absolutely extraordinary. John, I want to go back to the GTPs. And one of the things that excites me is the variety of how the cars look, and we've talked about the sound. That is because the regulations have allowed the manufacturers to either plunder their back catalogue or do something completely different. Engine-wise, we've got a really interesting mix of philosophies from the 4 manufacturers who will be racing here next year.
Yeah, we have a twin turbocharged V8 in the Porsche, which actually is originated from the RS Spider, went to the 918 in the middle and did a full circle. A V6 twin turbo for the Acura,
which is brand new engine. I'm here. There's some parts and some commonality of thinking with an IndyCar engine, but that's brand new.
Yeah, and it's very high revving. I think it goes up to 11,000 RPM.
Oh wow, that's going to sound good.
It sounded really great when I saw it at Daytona a couple weeks ago. So that was really, it was pretty incredible to see 3 of the 4 there.
BMW have gone the V8 route as well.
Yes, that's a V8 as well. That's an old engine from their DTM P66 motor, I believe. So that's another uniquely proportionated engine, obviously, as well.
And Cadillac?
Cadillac normally aspirated 5.5 liter V8 dual overhead cam. So sounds like similar to this, but almost on steroids.
So 3 V8s and a V6 so far. Porsche won't be here. They're going down to Sebring. That was their test schedule. But the other 3 manufacturers are here. If the weather is like this, we're going to see plenty of laps. Important for the teams, but also important for Michelin, because they've got to put a tyre together for 2023 that will work on all of those 4 cars, and the same tyre will work on all of the LMH cars as well. That's extraordinary.
I believe all of the LMH. Yeah, you're correct on that. Yeah. It's a huge task right now that they're working with. I know there was a large staff at Michelin when I was invited by Porsche at the Daytona test a few weeks ago, and they're certainly putting a lot of effort into the tire development program.
You reported what we were talking about earlier in the week, and thank you for the credit on that. When Andrew was talking to Giuseppe Risi, Giuseppe Risi, as we all know who've been in this sport, is a man of few words. So if he says something, you listen to it. And when he says something, he's a man of his word. And he was quite bullish about the prospect of Risi getting their hands on a Ferrari prototype to race here in IMSA. That set everybody's antenna flapping, didn't it?
Absolutely. And when I think the whole idea of convergence is seen an LMH car race in the WeatherTech Championship as well. And we know Glickenhaus probably won't be here. We know Toyota won't be here, at least for the first year. Now all of a sudden a possibility of a Ferrari, I think that certainly raises a lot of excitement. Not for next year, to be for 24 at the earliest, but certainly I think Risi would be the perfect team to do that.
Risi, Daytona, Ferrari, Petit Le Mans. Yeah, we're at the 25th anniversary here, and we think back to the 333 SP that won here. You were probably too young to be here back then, weren't you?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I saw the race on TV, but that was it. So.
Well, I'm old enough to have been here. 1 or 2 stragglers coming in to the pits, including Core, the number 54 car, and the number 66 Gradient, and Hardpoint coming in. Shea is with the Core number 54 car after that incident that left them stranded in the turn 6 gravel earlier on.
And something actually got my gander up a little bit earlier, John, because a mechanic right before the caution asked one of the IMSA officials if he could go out to the pit wall to check for damage. There is damage to the left rear of this car. The cheese wedge, if you will, that hangs out here is missing, and there are bits holding what should be the cheese wedge up, holding nothing up. But the crew has looked at that and decided that the damage is not substantial enough for them to want to fix it. So it's basically a standard stop, but they do have one crew guy at the rear of the right of the car, so the opposite side to where the damage was, who is trying to fasten on a grate more securely to the back of this LMP3 machine.
Thank you, Shea. James Collado also, by the way, said there would be a bit of politics for recently get the car. Politics at Ferrari, said Jeremy earlier on.
A couple of cars in LMP3 have just got the one lap that they were behind the other cars back again due to the timing of that caution period. So now number 54, championship leader, after the incident earlier on stuck in the gravel, is back on the lead lap, as is Kyle Marcelli in number 76 car. That's the second of the AWA entries. So we've now got 6 cars on the lead lap in LMP3, 36, 74, 30, 33, 54 and 76. In GTD, the number 99 car is back on the lead lap. That's Catherine Legg, the hardpoint Porsche, back on the lead lap in GTD. And as before, all of the GTD cars are a lap ahead of all the GTD pros. However, the number 9 car that was involved in that incident with the Corvette a while ago is back on the lead lap in GTD pros. We go back to green. 178 laps completed.
The number 99 hardpoint car still sitting in the pit lane, I'm afraid, Jeremy. They didn't make it back out on. That's had to stop at the pit closed light, so everybody's going to go through. By the way, thank you to Declan Brennan. Till Bechtolsheimer has made his drive time, so he is out of the 66 NSX from Gradient with that was that stuff. Stop and Kevin Simpson back in that car. Right, back to racing. Let's take some action from out on the circuit. 5 hours and 22 minutes to go. John de Geese along with Jeremy Shaw, me, John Hindhoff, in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre at the front of the field. Philippe Albuquerque is now behind the wheel of the leading number 10. That's a championship winning position there for the Konica Minolta Acura. Mike Conway, second place for the red, white Whelen Engineering 31 Cadillac. Cadillac have looked so strong here, but the Acuras have stayed there or thereabouts, and we know they'll get quick as the night comes in. The turbocharged engine, loving the cooler air. Ollie Jarvis now doing his job in the middle of this race in the number 60. In LMP2, Tristan Nunez and PR1 Matheson is ahead of Fabio Scherer for high-class racing. What a day they've had. And then Tower Motorsport, well, they've been off the track as well, haven't they? That number 8. LMP3, Josh Burden for Andretti Autosport. They're still leading from Riley Motorsport. And Felipe Fraga, who drove from a lap down to the lead in that class. Incident responsibility has been adjudged to Loic de Waal for that incident in the S's. Now the car's not coming back out, but it's very important that everybody sees this and hears it. A stop plus 60, so that's quite a serious penalty there, and confirmed for the number 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Run over a hose, a tool, a part or a person in someone's or other pit box is what it says. It was a tyre. In fact, Max Martin has already been in and out of the pit box. Continuing through the rundown, Robbie Foley, Turner Motorsport lead, Seb Priault, Inception Racing, McLaren in GTD with Simon Mann for AF Corsa in third position. And the GTD pros, Daniel Serra for Risi, ahead of Kyle Kirkwood in the 14 now for Vassar Sullivan. Maxi Goetz for the WeatherTech Racing Mercedes in third position. That's your VP Racing Fuels in race update. As through comes the GTD Pro Battle. In fact, unusually, of course, we've got all of the GTD Pros behind the GTD Amps after that pit stop rotation. Daniel Serra then trying to hold off Kyle Kirkwood and Maxi Goetz as they've gone down towards the first corner and through it. John de Geese with us in the booth at the moment. One thing I do want to talk to you about is the calendars for next year. IMSA always set theirs early.
Yep.
SRO tried to do the same thing. Poor Stefan and his team have been moving things around like pieces on a chessboard, and because everybody else is moving around, Formula One has 24 races next year, as well as we have a problem on the front straight for an Aston Martin going slow. That's the championship leader, the Heart of Racing car. Now, where is that car? Has it got across the front straight? There's a bit that I can't see here. Yes, it has gone through, and has he continued on. Was that just a mistake coming out the final corner? Yes, I think so. He's coming up to turn 6 now and seems to be running okay. Just being passed by some of the prototypes that might have had some bearing on what was going on. Allied Cadillac, number 48, Mike Rockenfeller. A couple of laps down now from the lead. Just 1 lap down from the lead, should I say. Thank you, Jeremy. As he's trying to fight his way through. I'll finish my point is that on the calendars, Formula 1 with 24 events, clearly that's going to affect WEC, and I feel for everybody who's trying to fit around that. It also moved the spot at 24, but there's 4 ACO rounds on the bounce going in the early part of the year if you count ELMS and WEC. ELMS clashing with this race next year, they've both moved a little bit, and 2 WEC clashes with IMSA events, Long Beach and CTMP. That doesn't do much for the convergence side of things, does it?
No, I'm actually quite disappointed by having that development, because this is the first year of this will be the first year of convergence. We've seen all of the hype and build up to build this common platform that's going to be racing in North America and IMSA and in the WEC, and it's not materializing that way in terms of having some clashes. So it's very unfortunate. The Long Beach Portimao clash, I think, was not really that avoidable because WEC is adding a 7th round to their season. There's no space between that and getting them the sea freight back from Sebring and then having a short turnaround to Spa. But the second clash between Monza and CTMP, I think that probably could have been avoided. I don't really know the specifics on F1. I know Formula E is ending their season around that time too, and I know WEC takes a big priority in not clashing with Formula E, but nonetheless, pretty disappointing to see 2 of the, I think, 4 other races, 2 of the 5 of their other races in WEC have a clash with IMSA.
Absolutely. Whilst John was talking, the Aston Martin Heart of Racing came in, and Andrew Marriott is at the pits. That doesn't sound healthy, Andrew.
No, it's just gone out again. I was just talking to the engineer. He said, no, they think the car's fine, and then the next thing we know, it's arriving at the pits, and it's only just gone out. I'm going to try and get an update there.
What you don't want, Andrew, is an intermittent problem, is it? And it seems like it's coming and going, maybe a misfire or something.
Yeah, there have been a lot of staring at computer screens, I can tell you. I'll try and track that one down.
John, you used the word disappointed there. That's exactly what I said earlier on. I mean, it's hellish difficult for the teams. For the fans, it's great, you know, particularly for Petit Le Mans weekend, because you're likely to have the ELMS race on the Sunday.
Sure,
but trying to cover that, you can't be in 2 places at once. And private jet, all right for Brendan Aree, but I don't think you and I are going to. Can I borrow some of your NetJets account? Is that all right?
No. I don't have that, unfortunately. I have a lot of frequent flyer miles on United, but that can't take me over there quick enough.
Not quick enough. Down to Andrew with more news on that Heart of Racing Aston.
No, not yet, but I got Ben Barneycoat down here. Ben?
From the
getting towards halfway through. What do you think? You're lying in 2nd place?
Yeah, it's going good. We're on a slightly different strategy to the Ferrari. I think it's all kind of, after that yellow there, it's kind of come back together. But it's been good. We were, obviously, Jack got the pole yesterday, which was amazing. Our Lexus RCF GT3 we got really strong pace, you know, it's flying. We're just unfortunately a bit slower than our competitors in a straight line. So it's quite difficult to race, quite difficult to pass for us, but we've definitely got the speed. So if we have the track position, I'm confident we can come out on top of this thing. It's just a little hard to move forward right now.
It looks so quick in qualifying, didn't it?
Yeah, qualifying spec, you know, Jack did a mega lap and we got the same kind of feeling in the race. We're really good in the quick corners, so turn 1 through to turn 5, we're flying. And then we struggle a little bit on the last half of the lap, but yeah, we're making it work. Everyone's doing a great job so far, just a long way to go. So we'll see how we're looking with a couple of hours left.
You wrote a very nice article about you and your relationship that you formed with Jack.
Yeah, you know, it was quite a funny story, really. So we've done a lot of the similar things as in our junior years, especially karting in the UK. So. But we never met each other, and then last year, September time, he gave me a call, and you know, here we are going for Petit Le Mans together. So it's a pretty cool story. Really enjoying it. It's been a great year, and you know, learned a lot from him. He's a great driver, very high level, and hopefully that relationship will continue for a few more.
The man from Chesterfield, the town with a church with a twisted spire.
Yeah, that's it, good old crooked spire. So long way from home here, but we're flying the flag proudly.
Thanks very much.
Been a cracking season of racing here this year, Jeremy, and it continues now. Plenty of battles all the way through the field.
Indeed. So the two Cadillac racing entries, number 01 and number 02, just exchanged positions. Renger van der Zande moving ahead of Ryan Hunter-Reay, so the 01 now ahead of the 02. They are currently in the 5th and 6th positions. It's Philip Albuquerque who leads, and in at number 10 car. That's exactly what they need to do to win the championship. That's the car that started on the back foot. They had to come in and change the tyres. They've been flat spotted in qualifying, so it was at the back for all the first few stints, but now it's at the front, and Albuquerque is looking pretty comfortable there, although he's got the number 31 car, Mike Conway, hot on his heels.
Just want to finish off the thoughts on the calendars. The other thing that strikes me about the ACO calendars, particularly the WEC calendar, is the huge gap there is after Monza before Fuji. Now that's because of shipping deadlines, which in some ways affects the date of Monza, where that has to be. But why aren't they flying the cars? Is that just a cost-saving measure?
I believe it's a cost-saving measure. Before the pandemic, when they launched the initial calendar, I think it's for 2019-2020, the plan was to sea freight everything around the world. And that never materialized because the calendar got reshuffled because of the pandemic lockdown and everything.
Yeah.
And I think fast forward a year later, they ended up having to air freight cars to some of the races last year. But they're trying.
They used to, didn't they? Because that was what made the grid sizes were dependent on how much they could get on. I think it was two
747s.
Yeah, two 747 cargoes.
Yeah, exactly. And it seems like they're trying to do away with that again by having it all be sea freight. And they're citing the increased costs, obviously.
Well, that's gone up massively, hasn't it?
Well, I was talking to a team the other day that
costs.
said the shipping costs and air freight are not that much different now, and for the time you save, it's almost worth putting stuff on a plane. For the time you save, the shipping costs have gone up so much that it's almost worth putting on.
Yeah, but the flying costs have gone up even more. Yeah.
And then who knows what it is next year, because we're talking about this in almost 12 months' time.
You wouldn't want to be somebody setting calendars, in fairness.
No. And you wouldn't really want to be doing logistics either, quite frankly.
Well, it's bad enough, as you know, John, just getting reporters around the world and a few people in a team. Imagine what it's like for 25, 30 people and a whole load of freight and 2 race cars.
Exactly. I don't envy what the WEC is doing, but yeah, it is. Like I said, I think it's disappointing with what at least one of the clashes.
I don't understand the ELMS one.
Yeah, that too.
I understand that both of those have moved and they've moved together. That's a bit like two people looking for the same lane going round the one person turning left.
And you would think there'd be some communication between the higher ups to help alleviate that.
It may not affect either of them. There'll be teams and drivers that want to do various bits and pieces. What are you hearing on the closed season, John? We're right in silly season now, so come on, give us a juicy bit of gossip.
Oh, you're putting me on the
drivers
pressure
moving
right
around.
now.
What's going on here? We've had some driver announcements for GTP here, but not all of them. You know,
there's going to be a surprise driver at Porsche, I would say, in the GTP.
Okay.
That's all I could say.
As a full
full season, yeah.
Full season.
There's 2 more seats they have to fill. There's 10 drivers, I'm told, for the full slate of GTP factory Porsche Penske Motorsport drivers. There's 8 of them already announced, and I believe there's 2 more seats that are still earmarked for the WeatherTech Championship. It looks like Matthew Jaminet and Matt Campbell will be appearing for the other seat in IMSA. I think that makes a lot of sense. Not official, but it appears that it's heading that way.
So you think they'll race together?
Yes.
All right, so Jam Cam stays together.
That's my prediction, at least.
Right,
yeah.
Okay. They were being very, very cautious about everything they said when I was talking to them last night at the night. So you think a surprise IMSA GTP driver here for Porsche?
Yes.
Okay. When you say surprise, from outside the sports car world?
No, inside the sports car world, but currently not driving for Porsche.
Ooh, right. That would be a surprise because Porsche do like to promote from within, generally speaking.
Correct.
And guess what? We just had. We mentioned Porsche enough and click our heels together, and you were right. And it's after the end of this race, John. It's 112 days before we're on track for the Raw. So actually, that's not a short. That is not. That's quite a short time.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot of teams testing drivers, finalizing lineups in the next couple of weeks because it has to be done. There's still a couple empty seats in some of the other lineups as well, including what we believe is the number 60 Meyer-Shank car. It's still unknown who Tom Blomqvist's co-driver will be for the full season next year over there.
John, thank you very much. I know you've got a lot to do this weekend. Keep turning out all the good stuff, you and the team. It's fantastic, the amount of original stories that you guys come up with. Always a pleasure to have you here. You can see us anytime.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
I'll see you on Monday or Tuesday, but tell the guys that I won't see happy Christmas, good holidays.
All right, will
Cheers,
do.
man. John DeGeese from SportsCar 365. Nick Damon back in the pit lane. Well, not quite. He hasn't quite made it there. He's at the back of the Mustang sampling paddock area and looking at a slightly broken, quite broken.
Very broken, but I think good news the guy who's bought it. I think actually the tub's okay. It looks like there is a question. The rear end smashed a bit on the right-hand side specifically. The front, yeah, suspension not good. No, actually looking at it now, yeah, there's a problem in the front suspension upright. The front left suspension upright's been punched through the chassis, but that could get repaired. I'll just see if I can grab a quick word with Loic. He's sitting here. Loic, first of all, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you very much for asking.
What happened?
I mean, you all know this corner, and when I exit off turn 3, I had the momentum on the car in front of me, and I was sure it was fine. I mean, we all know, we saw in the past that it can be tricky over there. It was early in the race, so I felt it was okay, and unfortunately, I mean, almost the whole car was inside, but it touched me a little bit on the rear right. I mean, I'm not going to say it's his fault or whatever. We know that it can happen in this corner. I didn't see the video yet, so I don't know really. I just felt as a driver that was really on the inside, like almost the full car, and you can see that there is no contact on the left, so it was really on the rear that there was the contact, but. That's it. At the end, we are out of the race, and that's it. It's a shame for the guys. I mean, and we were competitive, so it's difficult to swallow.
Yeah, I'm not sure you know this, but actually, IMSA have adjudged the fault for the accident to be with you and the car. If you carried on going, you'd have got to stop in 1 minute hold. I mean, I know it's difficult to say. It's a difficult situation, but do you think that's fair in what, in many ways, can be seen as almost a racing incident?
Sorry, can you?
The IMSA has adjudged that you were to blame majority responsible driver for it. I mean, and you would have got a stop and a 60-second hold. So they're saying, but do you think that's it, particularly at that corner, particularly with where you are in the race, that they should be looking more at that being a 50-50 racing incident?
Bo, the race director, made a point during the driver's briefing that basically if something was happening in this corner between a DPI and a GT, the responsibility will be on the DPI. So I mean that's it. I mean, then again, I'm not blaming the GT driver on the Lexus. I didn't see the video. I'm not judging what he said. I just felt being in the car. I've been here for a while. I felt that it was by far enough, to be safe. Unfortunately, I was wrong.
That's your bad luck. That's going back to him. So hopefully back next year. I know it has to be in P2, but hopefully you get to run around these tracks again.
Hope to, and have a good race.
Thank you.
Well, just diving in here with Chip Ganassi has just come back to check out the progress of your two cars. The sun's shining and they're right in the hunt.
Well, at the moment, Andrew, we're beating ourselves. We had a little drive-through penalty for something, and we can't have that.
That's not like Ganassi, is it?
No, it's not. It's unlike us, but a long way to go in the race. We'll overcome it. We'll be fine.
You must be excited about the new era of sports car racing.
I don't think there's anybody on the planet more excited than me about it. I'll tell you. I mean, it's, but you see it everywhere. It's great. We have, I think there are 19 different manufacturers here this weekend. Hopefully we can have Cadillac leading the way.
Absolutely.
So it's an exciting time for sports cars, obviously. The fans know it. The car companies know it. And, with the pandemic in our rear view mirror now, we're on the precipice of something great, I think.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, IndyCar racing is going back on the up, I think.
No, same thing. I mean, all the, you know, the water brings all boats up, and so it's good. I think motor racing is in a beginning of a renaissance period right now, for sure.
Are you going to run 2 cars next year? Presumably you will.
Yeah, you know, the plan's not solidified yet, but we'll certainly be here and we'll be in WEC, so we're excited.
And you got all your drivers signed up yet?
Oh yeah, of course we have all the drivers signed up.
Jim, always great to talk to you.
I'm sorry?
Always great to talk to you, Jim.
Thanks, Andrew. Great to see you.
He's got all his drivers signed up, possibly. He hasn't told everybody yet, though, I don't think, for the full programme. Andrew Marriott with the irrepressible and irreplaceable Chip Ganassi down there in the pit lane. Another incident for the guys to look at in a couple of incidents the guys to look at in race control. The Philip Ellis driven Winwood car given instant responsibility for that contact with Dirk Muller, but just a warning for that one. Now we're also looking at the more recent incident. Is it in race control? Between Maxi Gertz for WeatherTech, 25 BMW, currently in the hands of Connor Di Filippi. Maxi was slow after that for a little while down at turn 11. Meantime, at the front of the field,
good point.
Mike Conway has closed back up with Philippe Albuquerque.
Yeah, those two had been battling for, excuse me, 3rd place on the restart there in GTD Pro, number 79 and number 25. But the 79 car now is no, it's not quite like that. It's on the same lap, but a long way back. So yeah, clearly some sort of a contretemps there. So that's under review. Meanwhile, out front,
I can show you exactly what happened, Jeremy. There was a bit of weaving around with the number 60 and the 01. That's the Ollie Jarvis driven Acura and the 01 of Renger van der Zande. Coming out of 5, Ollie Jarvis sweeps across in front. Oh, there was a little touch there actually to the inside, defending at turn number 6.
There's a feisty little battle going on there, isn't it?
Yeah, and that is for position.
Oh, yeah.
Side by side into turn 10A and 10B. And Ollie staying ahead that time. That was a little more conventional in terms of the defence. The Acura still holds that position. As I say, at the front of the field, Philippe Albuquerque and Mike Conway. Well, actually, it got down to about 7/10. It's gone out to about twice that now, as traffic has intervened. Also, looking at the battle between 1st and 2nd in LMP2, Tristan Nunes and Fabio Scherer. That's Piawa Matheson, number 11, in the 20 high-class racing red and white car. That's only about a second apart as well.
Yeah, and those two, they're not losing much ground to the number 48 car, the DPI car of Mike Rockefeller. They're losing maybe a second a lap at the very most to the DPI car. So they're running good lap times, those two. Fabio Scherer in number 20 car, and just ahead of him, leading the class, Tristan Nunez in car number 11. Meanwhile, in LMP3, that battle between the Andretti Autosport team and Riley Motorsport has now been resolved, at least for now, in favour of Riley Motorsport's Felipe Fraga finally finding a way past Josh Burton. He did that a couple of laps ago after a lengthy battle, pretty much since the restart. Burton had managed to keep him behind, and finally Fraga found a way past. And Garrett Grist is only another couple of seconds back in that Junior 3 racing car number 30. In GTD, it is still number 96 car that leads, has done since the restart. Robbie Foley driving the Turner Motorsport BMW. That's the car that started right at the back. Or one of the 2 cars that started right at the back. Seb Prio in the Inception Racing McLaren. That's had a really good run, hasn't it? And that car remains in 2nd place, just a couple of seconds back. And an increasing gap back to the number 21 car. It's Simon Mann who's driving the AF Corsa number 21 Ferrari at the moment. Brian Sellers Paul Miller Racing BMW in the 4th position. And he's right on the tail of Simon Mann, has been for quite some time, with Philip Ellis in number 57 Windward Racing Mercedes. That's the car that's won each of the last 2 races in GTD, not too far behind either. GTD Pro, number 62 Rizzi Composizione Ferrari leads by, just coming across the line now, that gap seems to be stretching out over Carl Kirkwood, 3.5 seconds now back to Carl Kirkwood. Nicky Katzberg in the Corvette up into 3rd position, about 8 seconds farther back.
VP Racing Fuels in race update from Jeremy there. We've just gone through another racing hour, under 5 hours to go now, so we're halfway there. I'm not singing it before anybody asks. Let's go down to Andrew in the pit lane. He's down at Junior 3. Who've you got, Andrew?
Down in Junior 3. Well, they're very much a Junior. Nolan Siegel down here. Well, we're in 3rd place at the moment. Car's going really well.
Yeah. I ran in the top 3 for my whole stint, and Garrett Grist seems to be doing the same right now. So car's feeling good, and I think that it's going to come to us even more when the night comes. So really looking forward to it.
Why do you think it'll come to in the night?
I think that we were a bit stronger in night practice than we were in the daytime. So.
The setup.
Yep. Just car setup. So I think that we'll be really good at the end.
You're obviously learning all the time when you're here.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot just with the format of this race and getting a lot of seat time. So really enjoying it.
Presumably, we want to stay in single seater, so as your main effort, but of course, in the future, you learn so much for the future.
Yes, learning a lot for the future in sports cars and learning a lot actually for the open wheel side as well. So great experience here in IMSA.
Lola, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, really fine young man is Nolan Siegel.
Very good.
And he talks well as well. He's a young man on the rise and driving as many different cars as he can. As Sergio on Pablo Montoya weaving his way through some GT traffic, and he is inching closer to the number 8 car that's next in line. All 5 of the surviving LMP2 cars are on the lead lap. They're separated by around about 20, a little bit less than half a minute covers all of them, and Montoya is lapping considerably quicker than Rui Pinto de Andrade in the Tower Motorsport number 8 car at the moment, catching him quite rapid. That gap was 20 seconds about a dozen laps ago, and it's now down to 5.6 seconds last time around. 200 laps now completed by a race leader, which is the number 10 car.
Into the second half, as I mentioned, on Sirius XM 207 around the US, here at Road Atlanta Radio on 98.1 FM and around the world in sound and vision at IMSARadio.com. You can select either the video stream or the audio. So long as you're outside the US, you can have the audio if you're in the US, but of course it's NBC here. And at the moment, it's Dave Burns, Brian Till, and James Hinchcliffe. Who are on duty. We'll have Matthew Bell from Newcastle upon Tyne in a moment or two after we've heard from the heart of racing, Ian James, and the number 27 car. Came in leading the championship, Nick, and they've had a few problems.
Ian, it was all going so well, then it wasn't. What's happened?
Well, we had a few technical issues. We had to change the steering wheel out. And we didn't get it on quite right, so we had to come back in. So that's really what's put us down here. So I don't know, long way to go.
How much is on an Aston GT3? How much is on that steering wheel? How many things are controlled by it?
Well, everything is on there. So it was cutting the car out because it had a fault in the steering wheel. So it had an intermittent, pit lane speed limiter was activating out there, so it was dangerous. So we definitely had to change it.
But obviously you have got plenty of time to make it up, so you need a couple of yellows, yeah?
Yeah, need a couple of yellows to get back in the game here.
Sure you will. Thanks, Ian.
Thanks.
Yeah, Matt Bell down here, as you said, from Newcastle upon Tyne. And we talked earlier about something on the back of your crash helmet, Matt. Let's get that out of the way first. The only racing driver with a bridge painted on the back of his crash helmet.
Well, it's a proud Geordie from the northeast of England. Yeah, I got the Tyne Bridge on the back of my helmet, the symbol of my hometown, Newcastle. So
yeah, always like to carry a reminder of home with me everywhere I go.
How's it going here?
It was looking phenomenal. Teammate Ori Vidani did a fantastic job in the first 2 hours of the race. Ran fourth for most of it, got up to second, cycled up to second in the second caution. And then, unfortunately, we had an oil pressure sensor failure. So I put the car in limp mode. We had to come back, unplug the sensor and carry on again. So
Yeah, I remember seeing.
yeah, that lost us 5 laps. We managed to get one back. So yeah, we're just waiting for cautions and seeing if we can get back to the lead lap. It's a shame because our pace is good. I think we're in the mix. The LMP3 is extremely competitive. There's 5 cars that I think can win this race, but I think we're one of them. So if we can get back to that lead lap, we'll certainly give it a go.
Yeah, I'm just halfway there.
Yeah, plenty more to go in this race.
I think his brother Bob has the, Robert Bell has the time bridge on his helmet as well, designed by Motul Petit Le Mans and built by Dorman Long and Company in Middlesbrough. Motul Petit Le Mans designed the North Road Bridge as well, for those of you who need a bit of bridge trivia in your life.
Pit stop for the number 31 car, came out of second position. Also a change with, I think, did Renger van der Zande get past Oliver Jarvis finally?
Nick Damon was at that
No, he
stop
didn't.
for the 31 wheeler car.
Yeah.
Fairly standard, Nick.
Well, full stop, yeah, driver change. Peter Durrani got in. I think it was Mike Conway got out, wasn't it? So Durrani got in, Conway got out, and somebody's just thrown up about 1,400 tons of Georgian clay as he went very, very wide. Coming towards me is another one of the P cars. It's the 01 Cadillac who's wandering around. Oh, no, he's serving a penalty. This is a penalty for the 01. Stop and hold. Are we aware what this one is, John?
This is another tyre pressure issue. Stop at 10 and a drive-through for the 62 Reese and for the number 57 for the same issues. So these are all these tyre requirements, which tends to mean under-pressured tyres at the start of a run. So Phil Ellis for Winward will have to come in as well. The 01, Renger van der Zande, then out of 4th position in that category. In fact, he was a little bit further up, wasn't he, before he came in to the pit lane. So we've put Pipo Tirani in the 31 car. Take a step back from the edge of the track, ladies and gentlemen. People tends to make that thing go very, very quickly indeed. Ryan Hunter in the 02 has just come into the pit lane. That's the other Cadillac from Chip Ganassi Racing, and that's heading its way down to, I suppose, you, Nick Damon?
It is, but I think there's a problem with the PR Matsunak, or is it a new era car that's on the jack? So one of the blue, I think it is the era P2 car, is coming down, about to go behind the wall as the 02 hits its marks. And this is going to be a full change as well, so driver getting into that one too. It is, in fact, it is the 18, yeah, the Era Motorsport car. That is on the dollies and being pushed down towards the back of it. You've got to wait for a while because their path is blocked by the 02 Cadillac. So, not totally sure who has taken over there, to be honest. I can make a guess. Probably Earl Bamber on rotation, shouldn't it? It should be.
Yeah, I think so.
Fuel still going in.
They
are holding the 18 up, but this is just a standard stop. It took a long time to get a full slug of fuel, and they removed the old rear left tyre, which allows the 18 PR the new era car, to get back behind the fence.
Expect to see the number 10 car in probably next time around. The race leader. Good fuel save there for Philip Albuquerque. And number 10 going a little bit longer than number 31 car, though of course at the last round of pit stops he actually came in 1, 2, 3 laps later actually, so maybe, yeah, I would imagine next time around we'll see the number 10 car heading for the pits.
Daniel Serra out of second in GTD Pro has come in for Risi Competizione, and reports from the paddock, and thanks to Lee Driggers for this, that the PR1 Matheson Motorsport number 52 team, it's the Ben Keating car that was crashed at turn 1. It looks like they're packing all of their stuff, so we'll not see that car back. Ben was semi-hopeful, if that makes sense, that they could maybe throw some bodywork at that car and straighten it up and get it back out. So that is a championship contending car, Jeremy, that has gone completely now from the race after that nasty looking incident at turn 1 where it displaced an awful lot of tyres, which took a long time to rebuild. Had to be done properly there at that part of the track, of course, because of the speed that people arrived there.
That was a team that was leading in the LMP2 regular season teams championship. That hope will go down the drain. However, the consolation prize is, and it's a pretty good consolation prize, they've already done enough this season, I reckon, to claim the Michelin Endurance Cup for LMP2 teams. 10 cars stayed out in the middle. That's interesting.
Yeah, Tyler, we've got a bit of awning between us. Tyler, how's it going? You know, this is a long race, a lot of strategy.
Yeah, very long race. We're just trying to make it to the end now after the unfortunate incident, but we got the car back together. It's running really good, and the team's doing as much as we can, just trying to run as many laps and log some time.
And for you to learn more and more about this racetrack and this kind of race.
Yeah, exactly. This is a very long race, and it's good to just keep on logging laps, getting some experience behind the wheel of the LMP3 car.
Oh, it's my memory. You were at Barcelona 24, weren't you?
I was not.
No, you were not. I got a big shot of another you had. Sorry about that. So how's it fitting in with this team and the other drivers?
Yeah, it's been absolutely awesome. The team's been super welcoming, and it's been awesome to work with them this weekend.
Tyler, thanks very much. I expect Jeremy probably can add a little bit more about this young man's career.
Tyler Maxson, that was, by the way, from the other PR1 Matheson car, one that's still in the race, Jeremy.
Yeah, and Tyler, he's been doing double duty this weekend, driving also in the Michelin Pilot Challenge for Brian Herder's team. This is his second LMP2 race of the season here, so just again gaining experience in different cars. You see now the second place car onto pit lane. There's the second of the Acuras that was on the pole earlier on today.
Down here, actually, 2 mics, Mike Conway and Mike Rockefeller. May as well do 2 for the price of 1. Mike from the Ally, the 48. I mean, how is your program going so far?
Not good. We had 2 laps down. We had an issue early on in the race. But, you know, we got a penalty. Yeah, it's hard to recover, but it's still a long race, and, you know, we need some yellows at the right time. So far, we never managed to get back. I had a flat tire early on in my run, so I had to come in extra stop. That was also not great. But anyway, I was happy, you know, got a good rhythm, and it's still a long race, like I said.
I mean, you just need a couple more yellows, don't you, really?
Yeah, but we had yellows, and we never could make it back because always the leader was in front of us and stayed out. So let's see. I think the pace is not too bad, but ultimate on 1 lap, we don't have it.
Mike, thank you very much. And now Mike. Mike Conway, give the story of your race with the 31 Wheeling car.
Yeah, it's been okay. It's a bit of a handful. I think as the temperature's coming down, maybe it's going to help us a bit with the car. Just a lot of sliding out there. I think other people are experiencing similar things. The wind's picking up, so yeah, kind of could stay where we were. I didn't feel like we had enough pace to really attack, but here it's all about the traffic. You kind of win some, lose some. It was kind of a bit of that all day long. But I think we kept the cars behind us easy enough. But we didn't really be able to gain enough on the car in front. But I mean, I'm happy to see Loic and the other guy in the Lexus get out okay. So that was a massive shunt that happened just in front of me. So yeah, hopefully they're okay.
Right, thanks a lot.
Yes, they were both got out of the cars under their own steam. Pit stop for the leader, and Philippe Albuquerque has taken the number 10 iconic Minolta Acura out. Renger van der Zande has brought the 0-1 into the pit lane.
This time for scheduled service, having served that penalty just a few laps ago.
Ah, yes, good point. I'll have to remember that when I'm looking at the graph later on. So Pipo Torani will have nipped through. And through to the lead. Now, I think that 0-1 car's been off. Nick Damon's just said to me...
Another off for the 20 car. Had one just a few minutes ago as well.
Yeah, where was that then? That's on the... Oh, wow, it's coming into the pit lane, and we joined right in front of the leader. So that was Fabio Scherer with an unsafe entry into the pit lane, and then right in front of the leader. Nick, when the 01 car came in, did I detect a little bit of Georgia clay on the tyres?
No, you detected a large amount of Georgia turf. All the 4 tyres are absolutely laden up with grass. Now, it may well be he just slightly overcooked the pit entry, because that's a very easy place to get some grass on. It'd be interesting they've got a replay.
This is the
01 car, yeah. Certainly, it's but obviously, you run over a bit of grass, you will pick it all up. It must have been quite recently, because of course, if it been a lap ago, it would have burnt it back off again. So I think that's a pit entry error. Whether that means there'll be a pit entry penalty is another question.
That might have been courtesy of Fabio Scherer, actually, in the number 20 high-class car that we were describing a moment or two ago, bringing some grass onto the pit lane entry.
So we now have the 6th different leader of this race. That being number 31 car, Pipo Derani at the wheel of that car right now. They've been well, everybody's in every single position in the class, I think, so far in this race. But they now lead by 3.2 seconds last time around as they cross the line over number 10 car. So yes, number 10 car definitely lost some time during that pit stop, presumably coming into the pit lane as well while it was avoiding the errant number 20 car, and as a result of that, the positions have changed. Number 31 car was in 7 laps ago, or 6 laps before the number 10 car, and it comes out now with a 3-second lead. So number 31 ahead of number 10, then the number 02, then number 60. So the number 60 car has lost a couple of places in the lost one place, I guess, in recent going. But at the moment, advantage car number 10 in terms of the championship.
Yeah, absolutely going to their plan at the moment. So, high-class racing, of course. Fabio Scherer was already on probation, reminds me, from that incident at Watkins Glen. Was it Fabio who was in the car for that rejoin? It was. And the high-class car hasn't yet rejoined, I don't think. Oh, spin for the 74 car. It's the Riley 74 again. This is more drama.
The leader
in class. Felipe Fraga drove from the back to the front of the field. It's down at turn 6. He's gone down the inside of which car was that?
Yeah, good question.
Was it the Tower car? No, it wasn't.
No, it's number 54.
It's the core car, isn't it? Yeah, it's the core car.
Wow.
It just went in on completely the wrong line, and expected still to be able to get through Felipe Fraga from the lead.
Wow.
The number 1 illuminated on the side.
More championship implications here, of course. Number 54 car had the off earlier on. That still leads to the championship, but Gar Robinson, who drives that number 74 car, very much in it. And in terms of the